Chapter 1. Announcement. Today marks the centennial anniversary of the global arrival of the portal and is also the annual awakening day for our human race. All citizens are requested to send their most sincere blessings to the students about to take the college entrance examination. Reporting. Thor Stark of the White Eagle Nation was promoted to the rank of Marquis yesterday, and his cultivation is equivalent to the Xianxian realm. The White Eagle Nation now has 10 Xuanxian-level experts, only 2 behind our country. The international situation is becoming increasingly tense. Reporting. The demon cave in the ruins of our city's East City is stirring again. 10 years ago, the East City demon cave erupted, destroying our city's East City. Now the demon cave is stirring again, and our city is left with only the West City. Does it still have the strength to resist? Report. 3 months ago, the portal discovered at the border of our city, Jiangning City, and Yindu City has been explored and confirmed to be a nascent Soul-level 3 Kingdoms world. After 15 months of exploration and negotiation within the world, it has now. News came out from the old radio and echoed in the old living room, with a unique sense of time. From the kitchen, the sound of cooking could be heard. After a while, a tall and thin young man walked out, holding a tray with a lot of food on it. "Brother, today is your awakening day. You should eat more." Looking at the young man who kept putting food in front of her, the little girl in the wheelchair said with heartache. The little girl's name is Songyue. She is 10 years old, but she looks only 6 or 7 years old, and is so thin that her bones are visible. Songyue's face turned cold, and he frowned and scolded. "How many times have I told you that my brother is in good health and doesn't need to eat so much food, but you are born with a deficiency and must replenish enough energy every day." As he spoke, Songyue placed the last bowl of cooked exotic beast meat in front of Songyue. At this time, a large amount of food had been placed in front of Songyue, including rice porridge made from spiritual rice, boiled eggs from the exotic beast green-feathered chicken, a cup of exotic beast wild milk, and meat cooked from the 4th-level Chi training grade red flame lamb. This breakfast alone is worth 300 Dragon Country coins, while the average person's monthly income is only 3,000 to 4,000. This seems out of place with the dilapidated house they live in. Looking at the sumptuous breakfast in front of her, Songyue's eyes turned red, but she didn't dare to cry because her brother would be unhappy. She knew very well that the reason she was still alive was because her brother worked odd jobs day and night after school. Every day after school, her brother would work 3 odd jobs until after 2 in the morning to barely support her. If she hadn't been afraid of her brother's mental breakdown, she would have wanted to die long ago. She would have been a burden to her brother. But she knew that the reason her brother could hold on until now was that, apart from his promise to their mother, she had become his only spiritual support. It will be soon. When my brother awakens successfully and gets into college, he'll get a girlfriend, maybe. Songyue knew very well that even the old principal of his brother's school, who was in the earthly immortal realm, had said that it would be difficult for him to live past the age of 10. He was a big shot who had lived for nearly 1,000 years, including the time in the other world, so it was impossible for him to lie to them. However, her brother refused to believe it and said that once he was admitted to a prestigious university, he would find a more powerful figure to treat her. However, Songyue sighed in her heart. She knew her own body very well. "I ate the precious food, but my heart was filled with bitterness." Looking at his sister's absent-minded look, Songyue also sighed in his heart. 10 years ago, their Tsang family was one of the 2 major families in Guangling City, and they completely controlled Guangling East City. They were a first-class family. However, just 10 years ago, when the ancestor of the Tsang family celebrated his 5,000th birthday, when all the main and branches came to celebrate, a crack in the Devil's Cave suddenly appeared in the East City and quickly turned into a Devil's Cave. The Demon Cave broke out, and the entire Tsang family fell. The ancestor could only reluctantly send them out. However, his parents rushed into the battlefield at the first opportunity and fought alongside their tribesmen. In order to rescue more people, his mother forced herself to give birth prematurely on the battlefield and handed her newborn sister to him. I still remember that year when his mother, covered in blood, held his hand and said, "Jier, take good care of your sister. From now on, you will be the pillar of the Tsang family. You must take good care of your sister." When his mother rushed into the devil's cave without hesitation to save his father, Songjia was completely devastated. In his previous life, he had a happy family, but in a car accident, he witnessed the death of all his relatives and became an orphan. After being reborn in the Blue Star world, I thought I could have a happy family again, but after witnessing the catastrophe of losing loved ones twice, he almost collapsed completely. If it weren't for his mother's instructions and his determination to support his sister, Songjia would have suffered a mental breakdown long ago. However, because of premature birth, the younger sister was contaminated by demonic energy on the battlefield. Although she was not transformed into a demon for some reason, her essence was damaged, and she was determined not to live past the age of 10. Even though he tried his best to get all kinds of rare and precious materials for nourishment, his sister's body was almost reaching its limit. If we can't find a way to save her, I'm afraid my sister's life will be in danger at any time. This is also what Songjia is most worried about. And now, the only chance of survival lies in the upcoming awakening of talent. As long as you awaken a powerful talent, you will have the hope of being admitted to a prestigious school. The 3 top universities and the 10 first-class universities are all presided over by powerful people from the celestial fairyland or even the true fairyland. If I could ask these powerful people for help, maybe there would be a way to cure my sister's terminal illness. The prerequisite for all this is that one can awaken a particularly powerful talent. Looking at the fog in his sea of consciousness and the portal that was looming in the fog, Songjia was full of confidence in himself. After the fetus was transported to this world, a cloud of fog appeared in his sea of consciousness. After 19 years of exploration, the only discovery is that there seems to be a portal behind the fog, which looks very much like the countless portals on the blue planet. It's a pity that he has been unable to do anything about this fog over the years. And with the arrival of the awakening day, this fog becomes more and more active. Perhaps only after he fully awakens his talent can he discover this fog and the secrets behind it. And today, January 1st, is the day when all high school students awaken their talents. Feeling the increasingly restless fog in his sea of consciousness, Songjia was full of confidence in his own awakening. Could it be possible that a man born with supernormal abilities could awaken a mere talent? Over the past 100 years of changes, anyone who has experienced a vision has awakened a talent energy level that has never been lower than the blue energy level. Songjia believes that he will be no exception. Talents are divided into 9 energy levels according to the strength of the energy levels, from weak to strong: white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and colorful. Although it is said that there are no weak talents, only weak practitioners. However, from the division of talents into energy levels, it can be seen that everyone tacitly agrees that the smaller the energy level of the talent, the weaker its growth and potential. For example, the soul clone talent, which is recognized by the world as the most useless talent, not only has an energy level of only white, but is also the most useless talent among all white talents. In this world where everyone practices cultivation, weak soul clones can neither cause any harm to others nor take over the bodies of others. However, increasing the strength of the soul is extremely difficult. Even if the adventure strengthens the soul, in this world with a relatively sound legal system, taking over another person's body is still illegal. The infinite clones, which are similar to the soul clones, are purple energy level talents second only to the colorful talents. Although the infinite clones cannot split the soul, they can split into countless physical clones. A strong person only needs to split a wisp of mind to control the clones, so it is not difficult to do many things at the same time. This is also the talent that Songjia most wants to awaken. As for the soul clone, Songjia never thought that he would awaken such a rubbish talent. Chapter 2. After eating the last bite of food, Songjia stood up and picked up his school bag. "Just wait for my good news at home," Songjia said with a rare smile. Sonyue nodded obediently and continued to eat his food silently, but there was a deep worry in his eyes. Although Songjia is very confident in himself, Sonyue understands that the awakening of talents is random, and no one dares to say that he can definitely awaken a powerful talent. If Songjia awakens and is dissatisfied, she is worried whether her brother can bear it. Songjia saw Songyue's worry, but did not explain. He believed in himself. As a person born with visions, he would definitely be able to awaken a powerful talent. Walking out of the house and facing the rising sun, Songjia's eyes were determined. Their community is full of old tube-shaped buildings, with each household connected by a long corridor. Just at this moment, the door of the house next door to the east opened, and a strong young man over 2 meters tall walked out. Ajay, Dianlai greeted Songjia with a little excitement. "Good morning, Alai." Songjia nodded at Dianlai, then looked at a sturdy middle-aged woman behind him and greeted her. "Good morning, Aunt May. Xiaoya is in your care." Aunt May is Dianlai's mother. She is over 1.8 meters tall and looks very strong, but she is very kind and gentle. When Dianlai is not at home, she always helps take care of Songyue. Aunt May waved her hand and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, "What nonsense are you talking about? I watched you and Xiaoya grow up. Besides, if you didn't watch over this scoundrel Alai, who knows how much trouble he would get into." "Mom, how could I have caused any trouble? I just did whatever Ajia said. It's been a long time since I've caused any trouble." Dianlai muttered somewhat dissatisfiedly. Aunt May snorted coldly. "You still know to listen to Ajia. You're such a jerk. You're going to attack someone after just 3 sentences of an argument. If Ajia wasn't watching over you, who knows how much trouble you'd get into." Aunt May's anger at Dianlai's lack of resistance didn't cause him to reflect. Instead, he huffed. "They're so good at talking. If I can't win over them, I have to resort to fists." Aunt May almost fainted from anger after hearing these words. Seeing that Aunt May was about to explode, Songjia hurriedly said, "Aunt May, it's getting late. We have to go to school quickly." Right. Today is Awakening Day. We can't delay. Xiaoya, leave it to me. You two should hurry to school." After saying that, she glared at Dianlai fiercely. If it wasn't for the wrong timing, she would have made Dianlai eat a meal of stir-fried bamboo shoots with pork. Pulling Dianlai, who was more than a head taller than him, away, Songjia also breathed a sigh of relief. Songjia is not short. He is over 1.9 meters tall, but compared to Dianlai's height of 2.3 meters, he looks a little thin and short. Dianlai is not only tall, but also very strong, and he is born with supernatural powers. This is also what Aunt May is most worried about. Dianlai is honest, straightforward, reckless, and impatient. Once he has a conflict with someone, he can easily kill someone by accident, especially those who are under the age of 19, who have not awakened and have not practiced, cannot withstand the power of Dianlai. Thanks to Songjia, since moving here at the age of 10, Dianlai not only has an extra neighbor, but also an extra brain. It's strange to say, Dianlai doesn't listen to anyone except Songjia. This is not only because of his mother's advice, but also because Songjia is the only one who is truly willing to be friends with him and does not discriminate against his stupidity. Dianlai is not stupid, he just doesn't like to use his brain. In his words, "Why bother using your brain when you can solve a problem with your fists?" On the way to school, Dianlai suddenly asked mysteriously, "Have you heard? Guangling West City is going to be merged into other cities." Songjia was shocked. "Who told you that?" "My mother heard people talking about it in the market. Because of the unusual movements in the East City Demon Cave, if an outbreak occurs, our Guangling City will have no ability to resist. That's why the people in Zhongzhou Xianyang are thinking of merging our cities, and they might even split us up among several nearby cities." Listening to Dianlai's words, Songjia frowned deeply. Although only Guangling West City remains in Guangling City now, it is still an independent city after all. But if even Guangling West City is to be incorporated into other cities, then Guangling City will completely disappear. In this way, not only will all the resources of Guangling City be weakened, but Guangling East City will never have a chance to be recovered. Other cities will not easily spend a lot of manpower and resources to recover an area polluted and destroyed by the magic cave. It is a thankless task. Apart from the people of Guangling, who else would care about such an area? But Guangling East City is his real home. Their Tsang family was not only the controller of East City, but also the guardian of East City. Otherwise, no one from the entire Tsang family would have escaped when the demon cave broke out. Once Dongxing is completely abandoned and recaptured, Xianyang will only try to find a way to completely seal the Dongxing demon cave. But once the East City demon cave is completely sealed, How will he find his parents and even his clan members? Even though 10 years have passed, Songjia has always firmly believed that his parents must still be alive. As long as the Devil's Cave is not completely sealed, he will have the opportunity to enter and search. But if, with deep worry, the two walked into the school. Hey, isn't this the genius young master of the Tsang family? Young Master Tsang came so early today. Didn't he go to do odd jobs? Isn't he afraid that the sickly child at home will starve to death? A disgusting voice sounded, and Songjia knew who it was without even looking. His gaze shifted indifferently to the left, and he saw a fairly handsome young man walking towards them. However, the young man had a pair of triangular eyes, which ruined his overall image and made him look like someone other than a good person. The person who came was none other than Luo Yuanshou, the second son of Luo Taidi, the current head of the Luo family. The Luo family was once one of the two major families in Guangling, on par with the Tsang family. Now it is the largest family in Guangling, bar none. It's ridiculous that Luo Yuanshou targeted Songjia so much. It was just because a transfer student, Jiang Shui, came to their class in their first year of high school and was close to Songjia. However, Jiang Shui only stayed in their school for half a year before transferring again. I heard that this time she transferred to a school in Xianyang, Zhongzhou. That place is the center and capital of Longhua, which is incomparable to their Guangling. Just because of such a ridiculous reason, Luo Yuanshou targeted his entire high school life. If their Tsang family had not had a past relationship with the former principal of Guangling One middle school, Luo Yuanshou would probably have targeted them with more than just words. As Luo Yuanshou appeared, the surrounding students scattered as if they were avoiding the plague god. However, the hot-tempered Dian Lai would not tolerate the other party. He pointed at the other party's nose and cursed. "What the hell are you talking about? Do you want a beating?" As he said this, he wanted to take action. Seeing this, Luo Yuanshou quickly hid behind his lackey and said sternly, "Dian Hongzi, don't be so arrogant. Today is Awakening Day. If you awaken a rubbish talent, I'll see how I deal with you later." Song Jie's pupil shrank, and he snorted coldly. "A lie. Since this be ************ D has said so, let's beat him up before he awakens." As he spoke, Song Jie made a move to rush forward, which scared Luo Yuanshou. You know, the reason why he had the courage to come and provoke was because he knew that Song Jie would stop Dian from taking action. But today, Song Jie not only did not intend to stop him, but also wanted to join in the attack. How could he dare to resist? They have not yet awakened and practiced, so even if there are dozens of them, they cannot be a match for Dian Lai. You guys, you just wait. Today is Awakening Day. I'll let you go for now." Luo Yuanshou made harsh remarks, but he left his younger brother behind and ran away first, causing the students around him to laugh. "Umph, you dare to provoke me with such a cowardly look. You don't know how to live or die." Dian Lai sneered disdainfully. "Let's go, the awakening is about to begin." In the Awakening Square, 20,000 senior high school students from Guangling No. 1 Middle School who were about to awaken were nervously lined up according to their classes. The entire Guangling city has a population of 12 million and 13 high schools. This year, a total of 250,000 students took the college entrance examination, including 20,000 from Guangling No. 1 High School. If you look down from above, you can see dense crowds of heads forming arrays around the awakening platform in the center of the square. Class 7, Class 8, and Class 9 of Senior 3, get ready. The dean's voice rang out. "Ajay, I'm a little nervous. What kind of talent do you think I will awaken?" When their Class 9 was called, Dian Lai finally became nervous. Seeing that Dian Lai, who was always silly, was actually nervous, Songjia couldn't help but laugh. Patting Dian Lai on the shoulder, he said, "Keep calm and believe in yourself." Dian Lai pursed his lips, followed Songjia, and walked onto the awakening platform. At this moment, they suddenly felt as if someone was staring at them. They turned their heads and happened to see Luo Yuanshou glaring at them fiercely not far away. Songjia frowned slightly. This guy really holds a grudge. Everyone get ready. Before Songjia could glare back, the dean's voice sounded again. Everyone immediately focused their minds and prepared to activate the formation. Try to empty your mind, feel, and find the power hidden in your body. As the dean's voice fell, the formation on the awakening platform was activated. In an instant, Sanjia felt a special force entering his body. With the entry of this force, the power originally hidden in his body began to become restless. Sanjia understood that this was the awakening of talent. What he had to do was to guide out this power hidden in his body and activate it. Sanjia kept feeling, and gradually, he noticed something unusual. What's going on? Why is this power spreading throughout my body? Could it be? Sanjia suddenly became a little excited. You know, when awakening talent, the body's reaction is also different. For example, when awakening fire-related talents, physical abnormalities are often concentrated in the heart, wood-related ones in the liver, and swallowing or absorption-related ones in the stomach. Abnormal reactions in different parts of the body also correspond to different talents. There are very few talents that can affect the entire body, among which are infinite clones and soul clones. However, in Sanjia's view, what he awakened were definitely infinite clones of the purple energy level, not the soul clones of the white energy level. Just as Sanjia was nervously waiting for the final awakening, various colors had already appeared on the surface of people's bodies in the square. This is the color of the corresponding innate energy level revealed by the formation based on the energy reaction in the individual's body. The color of Sanjia's body surface is exactly white, the lowest energy level. Chapter 3. The Sanjia scholar has awakened to the white energy level. The students watching below were all moved. You know, Sanjia has been the top student in the grade for 3 years, although there is no necessary connection between cultural knowledge and talent awakening. But there are very few top students who awaken the white energy level talent. After all, being able to become a top student means that one's mental strength is very strong, and at the very least, one can awaken a spiritual talent. As for spiritual talents, there is no one below the green energy level. But now, not only the students were shocked, but also the teachers, the dean, and the principal were shocked. The old principal Sunjun was even more worried. He has a close relationship with the Tsang family. When he was young, he received help from the ancestors of the Tsang family. Although he was unable to directly help Sanjia due to various special reasons, he also contributed to the safe survival of Sanjia and his sister over the years. Including the fact that Sanjia was able to find various part-time jobs, it was also his secret help. I thought that with the talents of Sanjia's parents, the talent that Sanjia could awaken would definitely not be low. After all, Sanjia's parents were both talented students of Longting Academy, one of the 3 major universities in Dragon Country. They both possessed purple energy level talents. Super geniuses. In his opinion, even if Sanjia could not awaken a purple energy level talent, he would at least have a blue energy level talent. If he was lucky, it was not impossible for him to awaken a color energy level talent. But he never expected that Sanjia would awaken a white energy level talent. This is the lowest level of talent and is of little help in cultivation. Thinking of this, the old principal smiled bitterly in his heart and looked at Sanjia with great worry. He knew Sanjia too well. He had been holding himself up all along, thinking that after being admitted to a prestigious university, he would be able to hire a strong person to treat his sister's illness. But now, with a sigh, the old principal didn't know what to do. I just hope that the talent I awakened can be of some use. As long as it's not a useless talent like Soul Clone, maybe there is still hope. The old principal thought to himself. At this time, Sanjia's talent has been fully awakened. When he sensed his own talent, he was completely stunned. How could it be? How could it be? How could it be a soul clone? Sanjia's face turned extremely pale and his body was shaking. However, they were still in the process of awakening, and not everyone had fully awakened, so the teachers were unable to enter the formation. Oh my god, they've awakened blue talents. They've awakened blue talents. Jianlai and Luo Yuanshou have both awakened blue talents. Oh my god, they're going to be rich. These are top talents that will allow them to enter the 3 major universities and the 10 most prestigious schools. You know, although the highest level of talent is color, over the past 100 years, there have been less than 100 people with color talents among the trillions of human beings. At least half of them appeared during the great changes in the world 100 years ago. It is conceivable that the colorful energy level talent is so precious that the entire human race may not be able to produce one in a year. As for purple level talents, there are only a few in Longwa every year, and at most only a dozen or so. It can be imagined that purple talent is already the top talent. The next level is blue talent. For example, Guangling No. 1 Middle School has not had anyone with blue energy level talent for several years. And this time there are two of them. How can people not be shocked and excited? Even the old principal who had lived for nearly 1,000 years was smiling at this moment. Perhaps with the help of these two blue talents, their Guangling city could still be saved. Dragon Country will allocate resources to cities where geniuses emerge. If they could get help from Xianyang, it would not be an exaggeration for them to recapture the eastern city of Guangling. Originally, Sun Jin's hope was on Songjia, but now it seems. Looking at Dian Lai and Luo Yuanshou, then looking at the crumbling Songjia, Sun Jin sighed again. Just as everyone was exclaiming at Dian Lai and Luo Yuanshou's talents, changes occurred in Songjia's body again. But this time, it was Songjia's sea of consciousness that changed. The originally stubborn fog suddenly dissipated, revealing the portal hidden within it. Songjia was shocked and felt that he still had hope. Staring at the portal that was similar to the portal to the outside world, Songjia seemed to see his hope. The only difference between this portal that has existed since its birth and the countless portals that have descended from the outside world is that the patterns on this portal are more ancient and mysterious. Even the patterns on the only golden immortal level teleportation portal in Dragon Country today are not as mysterious and ancient as the patterns on this portal. As Songjia focused his mind on the portal, a message quickly entered Songjia's mind. Songjia guessed correctly. This was indeed a portal, and the world behind the portal was actually the primitive world. Yes, that is the supreme chaos. The most powerful world discovered by humans on Blue Star is only a golden immortal level world. The so-called golden immortal level world means that the strongest person in the world behind the portal is at the golden immortal level. According to this statement, the prehistoric world is at least at the saint level, or even at the heavenly level. If we follow the level of Pangu creating the world and the 3,000 chaos demons, they may be at an even higher level. The higher the level of the world, the faster the time flows inside it. The speed of time in the golden immortal world is 1,000 times that of the Blue Star. In other words, for every year that passes on Blue Star, 1,000 years have passed inside the golden immortal world. Humanity has been able to develop to its current size in just a few hundred years thanks to the resources from the world behind countless portals. The speed of time flow is also a resource. Songjia sensed that the time flow rate in the ancient world in his sea of consciousness had reached 10,000 times. This is 10 times the size of the golden immortal world. If he could cultivate in the ancient world for 10,000 years, only 1 year would have passed on Blue Star. However, Songjia's face soon fell again, and he found that he could not enter the prehistoric world. Because the portal appeared in his sea of consciousness, his physical body could not enter the sea of consciousness at all, and therefore could not enter the prehistoric world through the portal. Is it possible to have a mountain of treasures but not be able to enter? Songjia was somewhat unwilling. But if I wait until I can cultivate the ability to clone myself, I don't know when it will happen. Without the resources of the ancient world, I am afraid it will be difficult for me to have the opportunity to cultivate the ability to clone myself. Wrong. Songjia was suddenly shocked. Although he didn't have a physical clone, he had a spiritual clone. If I let my soul clone enter the primitive world. Songjia was a little excited, but then he became a little worried. After all, that is the ancient world. What can a soul clone that has no attack power on Blue Star do when it enters the ancient world? However, this is his only hope. Let's fight. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. Songjia gritted his teeth. I sense the strength of my soul. Fortunately, perhaps because of the time travel, my soul strength is just enough to split into a soul clone. Songjia didn't hesitate at all. When everyone was celebrating for Dianlai and Luo Yuanshou, Songjia gritted his teeth and sent the only soul clone he could split into the prehistoric world. Chapter 4. The first moment his soul clone entered the prehistoric world, Songjia felt an unparalleled suction force. Before he could come to his senses, time accelerated and his soul clone had already arrived in the underworld of reincarnation. He quickly drank Mingpa soup, walked across the Naiha Bridge, and entered the 6 reincarnations. Songjia had no power to resist at all. After a series of operations, he was actually reincarnated. However, the mangpa soup was useless against the soul clone and did not erase the soul clone's memory. Perhaps it is because the soul clone is connected to the original body, so as long as the original body is not affected, the soul clone will not be affected either. Although mangpa soup cannot affect the memory of the soul clone, it helps Songjia cleanse his soul and enhances the soul strength of the soul clone. This is a pleasant surprise. I don't even know what I've been reincarnated into. Because she was still in the womb, the clone could not sense the external situation and was not clear about who she would be reincarnated into. But no matter what he is reincarnated into, his qualifications will be much stronger than his current self. After all, that is the ancient world. Just as Songjia was paying attention to the changes in the soul clones in the prehistoric world, Dianlai came to Songjia with a worried look on his face. Ajay, are you okay? Looking at Songjia's pale face, Dianlai was very worried. Songjia originally wanted to continue observing the situation of his soul clone, but when he heard Dianlai's call, he immediately withdrew his mind. Before Songjia could reply, the annoying voice sounded again. Wow, our Tsang family's genius young master has only awakened a white-level talent. He's truly a genius. Ha ha ha. The complacent Luo Yuanshou immediately sneered and looked at Songjia with disdain. The classmates around him all frowned. Although Songjia was aloof, everyone sympathized with him and understood his character very well. What's more, although Songjia is aloof, he always answers questions from his classmates, which makes him have a very good reputation. But Luo Yuanshou was different. Relying on his family background, he was always domineering and annoying in school. Now he is even adding insult to injury to Songjia, which makes everyone feel a little uncomfortable. However, fearing the Luo family's family background and Luo Yuanshou's blue energy level talent, everyone could only be angry but not speak out. However, others may tolerate Luo Yuanshou, but Dianlai will not indulge him. With a casual slap, he directly slapped Luo Yuanshou who was approaching and sent him flying. It fell to the ground with a bang, and Luo Yuanshou screamed in pain. No one expected that Dianlai would start fighting as soon as he said so, and no one would be able to stop him. You dare to hit me. Luo Yuanshou covered his rapidly swollen cheek and glared at Dianlai with resentment. Humph. A slap on the face is too light a punishment. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will kill you. Facing Dianlai's crazy eyes, Luo Yuanshou instantly became timid. This is Dianlai. Why should he not be crazy? But this matter would not end like this. Luo Yuanshou stared at Dianlai and Songjia with resentment, thinking in his heart how to kill them. At this moment, Principal Sun Jin finally came over, glanced at the relatively calm Songjia, and then said, "No disturbances are allowed in Awakening Square. Anyone who dares to cause trouble again will be put in solitary confinement for 3 days." Suddenly, the whole square was silent, and even Luo Yuanshou did not dare to continue to act presumptuously. Sun Jun is a powerful person in the earthly immortal realm and an official. Even though their Luo family's ancestor has just broken through to the heavenly immortal realm, he is unwilling to easily make enemies with Sun Jun. Register if you need to. No one should hide their talents. If you are discovered, you should be aware of the legal consequences. After 100 years of development on Blue Star, there is already a mature method for cultivating talents, which is one of the reasons why everyone is required to register their talents. Another more important reason is to prevent someone from deliberately concealing their talent and doing evil. Some talents can improve their cultivation through bloodlust and bloodthirstiness, but these people dare not take the risk of entering the devil's cave and actually attack their own people. This is why there is a requirement that all talents must be registered. Songjia, what is your talent? The principal asked personally. Soul clone. When Songjia said these 4 words, his tone was very calm. However, it sounded like thunder in the ears of everyone. What? It's actually a soul clone. The one that's said to be the most useless, weakest, and most useless talent. Yes, Songjia actually awakened this talent. Many people who awaken this talent will never have enough soul power to split a soul clone in their lifetime. This is too pitiful. The crowd was talking about it. Some were sympathetic, some were gloating, and some were shaking their heads and sighing. Even Principal Sun Jun fell silent. If it were other talents, I could still help, but the soul clone. Sun Jun smiled bitterly in his heart. The natural treasures that could enhance the strength of the soul were extremely rare. Even though his cultivation had reached the earthly immortal realm, he had never possessed such a treasure from heaven and earth. Not to mention its price, its rarity and difficulty in obtaining it alone are incomparable to ordinary natural treasures. Don't be discouraged. As the saying goes, there is no weakest talent, only the weakest practitioners. Even without the bonus of talent, with hard work, there is still hope for cultivation. Sun Jun could only comfort her in such a dry tone. Song Jie smiled slightly and nodded. The principal is right. I am not desperate. Even if it is just a white-level soul clone, as long as it is used well, it may become the strongest talent in the future. Sun Jun's mouth twitched. Looking at the serious Songjia, he didn't know whether to comfort him or not. He was a little confused about Songjia. Was he giving up on himself, or did he really think so? He opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing more. He sighed inwardly and turned to look at Dian Lai. What talent did you awaken? Dian Lai scratched his head, listened to the discussions of the people around him, and looked at Songjia with a calm expression. For the first time, Dian Lai felt a little afraid to face Songjia. Seeing Diane's embarrassment, Songjia patted his shoulder and said, "You can talk about it. I'm not that fragile." Dian Lai took a closer look at Songjia and found that he was truly calm. Then he said, "He becomes stronger by devouring. Eat to become stronger." Everyone exclaimed that this talent was outstanding even among all the blue energy level talents. As long as there is enough food and even natural treasures, Dian Lai will continue to become stronger and his cultivation speed will be accelerated. It is simply a magical tool to assist cultivation. It's a pity that you didn't become stronger by devouring it. If you did, then you would be truly invincible. Songjia on the side suddenly said with some emotion. Becoming stronger by swallowing is only a blue energy level talent. This talent is limited by the limits of the human stomach, and a person cannot eat too much at one time. But being able to become stronger by swallowing is the highest level of colorful energy talent. This talent will form a dimensional space in the stomach, where any substance can be swallowed and then digested, thus being converted into energy that can be absorbed by the human body. This is the ultimate talent. However, Songjia's words caused the people around him to roll their eyes. How dare you, a person with white energy level talent, say such things? It's a pity that it's not swallowing to become stronger. What's wrong with swallowing to become stronger? This is a blue energy level talent. It's 6 levels higher than your white energy level talent. Just when everyone was madly complaining about Songjia in their hearts, Songjia's soul clone finally moved. Chapter 5. Huh? Is the baby finally going to be born? Without paying attention to the strange looks from the people around him, Songjia immediately devoted part of his mind to observing the soul clone in the prehistoric world. At this time, the soul clone is no longer just a soul clone. With a physical carrier, it has become a true incarnation. Still an incarnation of flesh, blood, and soul. The clone has no self-awareness and requires the original body to devote its mind to control it. However, the incarnation has self-awareness and can practice on its own even if the original body does not control it. As long as the original body gives instructions, the incarnation can implement and complete them according to the existing conditions. Not only that, perhaps because Songjia's soul clone has undergone the baptism of reincarnation, it has completely become an independent life form after reincarnation. And because the soul clone is split from Songjia's talent, it is completely controlled by the original body. Judging from this point alone, Blue Star's talent seems to be a power of rules that is higher than the power of laws. Huh? Am I reincarnated as a weed? When Songjia's primordial clone sensed the situation outside and received the inheritance information from himself, Songjia was stunned. Songjia thought about being reincarnated as a human, a demon, or a mountain spirit or ghost, but he never thought that he would be reincarnated as a weed that could be seen everywhere in the ancient world. Or are they weeds that have just emerged from seeds? Judging from the information inherited from my bloodline, I am now the most common weed in the vast wilderness. The advantage is that this weed has strong vitality and reproduction ability and can absorb various energy substances and even the blood of other living things. But his shortcomings are equally obvious. He has a low upper limit, is almost unable to transform, and is unable to move. He can easily be trampled to death by passing creatures or killed in battle. At the same time, although this weed can absorb various energies and blood, it is difficult to inherit and utilize them. Therefore, Sangjia learned from his own bloodline information that since Pangu created the world, his ancestors had absorbed the bloodlines of various ferocious beasts, as well as the bloodlines of dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns, and even absorbed the bloodlines of liches during the war between liches and wizards. However, only a small amount of these bloodlines were absorbed, and they were hidden in one's own bloodlines, making them almost impossible to activate. This primordial weed clone, what use is this to me now? Sangjia frowned deeply. Ever since the blue star arrived at the portal 100 years ago, a rule has emerged. No matter what kind of world it is or how fast time flows, there are only two ways to enter these worlds. One is to enter directly through the portal, and the landing point after entering is random. The second method is to use teleportation cards, and the landing point can be set. If you want to obtain a teleportation card, you must stay in the corresponding world for 10 days on the outside blue planet. The 10 days on this blue star are the past 10 days on blue star. If it is a world where time flows 1,000 times faster, then one must stay in that world for 10,000 days to condense a teleportation card. Only by obtaining the teleportation card and crushing it can you leave that world. But if you want to teleport back to the place you left, you must stay in that world for 10 days outside the blue star to condense the second teleportation card. In other words, every 10 days that pass in the outside world, a teleportation card will be condensed in the corresponding world. It is precisely because the major families have relatively safe bases in these worlds that they have sent countless low-level practitioners, which has led to the creation of a large number of teleportation cards. And with a large number of teleportation cards, the major families also made a lot of money. According to the speed of time flow in the prehistoric world, it would take at least 100,000 days for Sangjia's weed clone to leave the prehistoric world. That is equivalent to 273.9726 years, 273 years, and 355 days, 273 years, 11 months, and 25 days. After such a long time, Sangjia couldn't guarantee that the weed clone could survive in the prehistoric world full of dangers. Even if he lived long enough, what help could such a weed clone that couldn't transform bring to him? While my thoughts were racing, Sangjia and Dianlai had already left the school and were walking towards home. Seeing that Sangjia was absent-minded, Dianlai thought that Sangjia was discouraged because of his white talent. Ajay, don't worry. Once I get into a prestigious university, I'll definitely find a more powerful person and better treasures to treat Xiaoyaya. Huh? What did you say? Sangjia came back to his senses and looked at Dianlai blankly. Well, I'm telling you, once I get into a prestigious university, I'll definitely hire even more powerful experts and find even better treasures to treat Xiaoyaya. So don't worry and don't give up. We'll be fighting side by side in the future. Meeting Dianlai's worried yet sincere gaze, Sangjia smiled. Just now, he suddenly realized what he had missed. Indeed, a weed in the ancient world is worthless and of little use. But that is only relative to the ancient world. But in the world of Blue Star, and even in all the worlds that Blue Star has explored so far, the primitive weeds are also a rare treasure of heaven and earth. What's more, this weed clone of his absorbed the innate energy of the ancient times, and his body contained countless powerful bloodlines. Even if these bloodlines are very thin, they cannot be activated at all. But for ordinary people, it is the most top-notch natural treasure to make up for their own foundation. I was worried about my sister's illness before, but now, as long as he waits 10 days and sends the weed clone out, he can use the weed clone to treat his sister's congenital defect. Not only that, the weed clone is also a rare treasure from heaven and earth. One can speed up one's cultivation by taking the weed clone. As for the issue of eating yourself, eat according to your own ability. What's the problem? Thinking of this, Sangjia suddenly became excited and no longer had any previous worries. Sure enough, everything has its value. It just needs to be used in a specific environment. Looking at Sangjia, who suddenly became excited again, Dianlai scratched his head. Ajay, are you okay? Coming back to his senses, Sangjia shook his head and changed the subject. By the way, which trial world is the school planning this year? Huh? Weren't you paying attention? This year, our school has arranged a nascent soul-level world, the same nascent soul-level Three Kingdoms world that was discovered 3 months ago. I heard that our principal spent a lot of money for this trial. Originally, our city's education bureau only gave all schools the World Resources trial at the Jindan level, but the principal paid out of his own pocket and upgraded us to a higher level. The time flow rate at the Jindan level is only 3 times faster, while that at the Yuanying level is 5 times faster. Our trial has been going on for nearly 4 months, which is a difference of nearly 8 months. As long as we can break through to the foundation establishment stage during the trial, we will have the hope of being admitted to university. If we can break through to the core formation stage during this period, we will have the hope of being admitted to the top 10 prestigious schools and the 3 major universities. Speaking of this, Jianlai gets very excited. According to his talent, he has a good chance of getting into the top 10 universities, and even the top 3 universities is not out of the question. But when he looked at Sangjia, he became hesitant to speak. Don't underestimate me, kid. Do you believe that my cultivation speed is faster than yours? Looking at the confident Sangjia, Jianlai nodded seriously. This made Sangjia a little confused. Are you that confident in me? Jianlai scratched his head and said, I may not believe anyone's words, but I will definitely believe your words. Looking at Jianlai, who blindly believed in him, Sangjia also smiled. The entire trial began 3 days later on January 4th and ended on April 28th. Their college entrance examination is on May 1st, and these nearly 4 months are the time for them to truly practice. However, it is not easy to cultivate to the foundation building stage or even the core forming stage in such a short period of time. Sangjia couldn't help but look at the weed clone in the prehistoric world. I wonder if there are any good things I can continue to dig out from this weed clone's inheritance. Chapter 6. When he got home, his sister stared at him nervously, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. Don't worry, my brother is very satisfied with his awakened talent. It won't be long before he can find a way to cure your disease. Looking at Sangjia with a smile on his face, Sangyue also breathed a sigh of relief. Although Sangjia didn't say what talent he had awakened, from Sangjia's performance, Sangyue knew that her brother was really satisfied with his talent. Brother, what talent did you awaken? Sangyue still asked out of curiosity. After all talents had to be registered, and there was nothing to hide. However, this time Sangjia hesitated and said something else. Don't ask too much. Brother is very satisfied anyway. In 3 days, I will enter the teleportation world for trials. After 10 days, I will come out to help you solve the problem of missing origin. But during this time, you have to take good care of yourself, understand? Seeing Sangjia change the subject, Sangyue became a little suspicious. But then he thought, could it be that my brother has awakened some kind of clairvoyance or some unexplainable talent that allows him to see into other people's privacy? Or perhaps a strange talent that requires self-castration to speed up his cultivation? The more he thought about it, the more worried Sangyu became. If it was just a talent like X-ray vision that allowed him to pry into other people's privacy, it would be fine. But he was afraid that he might awaken a talent that required him to castrate himself or mutilate himself in order to unleash his innate abilities. That would be worrying. Seeing his sister's expression constantly changing, Sangjia thought for a moment and understood what was going on. He quickly said, don't overthink it. My talent is normal, but my talent level is not very high, so I don't want to talk about it. But I think this talent is the most suitable for me, so you can rest assured. After hearing what Sangjia said, Sangyu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He patted his chest like a little adult and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, so what if his ability level is low? I believe that brother will definitely be able to get into a good university. Seeing that his sister stopped asking questions and instead comforted him, Sangjia breathed a sigh of relief. After settling his sister down, Sangjia immediately went into his bedroom. As expected, we cannot underestimate any living creature in the prehistoric world, even if it is just a weed. Just now, Sangjia sensed the situation of the weed clone. It wouldn't matter if he didn't sense it, but when he did, Sangjia himself was stunned. There is no powerful cultivation method in the inheritance of the ancient weeds, only the most basic and most instinctive innate breathing method of the ancient times. But it was this most basic innate breathing method, and its practice effect greatly shocked Sanghya. The speed at which it absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is dozens of times stronger than the public cultivation method announced by the Dragon Kingdom. Although the public cultivation method announced by the Dragon Country is only the most common cultivation method, it was also the method bestowed by the heaven when the heaven and earth changed 100 years ago, and it was then optimized by the people of the Dragon Country over 100 years. Even the martial arts of the major families today are just special martial arts derived from this martial art. Not only that, this popular cultivation method is also the only one on Blue Star with the most complete realms, directly reaching the Daluo Golden Immortal Realm. Although the cultivation systems of countries around the world are different, the realm system used uniformly around the world is the same. They are all divided into major realms according to the popular cultivation methods. They are Qi refining level, foundation establishment level, core formation level, nascent soul level, spirit transformation level, fusion level, tribulation crossing level, Mahayana level, earth immortal level, celestial immortal level, true immortal level, mysterious immortal level, golden immortal level, Tai golden immortal level, and Daluo golden immortal level. There are at least 9 levels in the Qi refining realm. The reason why it is said that there are at least 9 levels of the Qi training realm is because what is cultivated in the Qi training realm is the vortex of spiritual energy in the Dantian. All humans on Blue Planet will undergo a talent awakening ceremony on January 1st of the second year after they turn 18, that is, when they turn 19. Once awakened, you can begin formal practice. Before that, if you practice in advance, it will affect the awakening of your talent and may even cause the awakening to fail. But no matter whether it is the public cultivation method or the cultivation method of each major family, they are all optimized and modified based on the skills bestowed by the heavenly Tao. As for the skills bestowed by heaven, when one reaches the Qi training stage, one can at least condense 9 spiritual energy vortexes in the Dantian. At the same time, this is also the limit of ordinary people. Of course, if there are limits, there is also the idea of breaking those limits. An average genius can condense 12 spiritual energy vortexes after breaking the limit once. Some geniuses can break the limit twice and condense 15 spiritual energy vortexes. As for the real monsters, they can break the limit 3 times and condense 18 spiritual energy vortexes. As to whether it is possible to condense more spiritual energy vortexes, it is not clear at the moment. Currently, the maximum number of spiritual energy vortexes that can be condensed is only 18. Every time the human body's limit is broken, 3 more spiritual energy vortexes can be condensed. After condensing all the spiritual energy vortexes, the next step is to compress the spiritual energy in the Dantian. When the first drop of spiritual energy and liquid is compressed, it means that one has broken through to the foundation building stage. This is why it is said that there are at least 9 levels in the Qi training realm. Every time a spiritual energy vortex is condensed, it is a level. 9 vortices make 9 levels, and 18 vortices make 18 levels. Originally, according to Sanghya's estimate, he only had the most common public cultivation method. Even if he took it with the prehistoric weeds, it would take a lot of time to cultivate to the 9th level of the Qi refining realm, or even higher. Because the speed at which the popular cultivation methods absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is very average. In this respect, they are much weaker than the skills collected by the major families. Originally, their Tsang family also had their own cultivation method, but unfortunately, due to the disaster 10 years ago, their Tsang family's cultivation heritage was not passed down. Now Sanghya can only practice the most common public cultivation method. But just now, when he sensed the speed of cultivation of his weed clone in the prehistoric world, Sanghya was shocked. The efficiency of the most common innate breathing method in absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is dozens of times higher than that of the general practice methods. Even though this is due to the rich spiritual energy of the ancient times and the fact that the weed clones have better roots, it still cannot conceal the power of the innate breathing method. From the information sent by the clone, We can know that this technique is not only highly efficient in absorption, but more importantly, it is very gentle and does not absorb energy violently. There seems to be some special law of heaven and earth hidden in this. Without hesitation, Sangjia immediately sat cross-legged and began his first practice according to the information about the skills transmitted by his clone. With every breath of Sangjia, a special wave ripples across his body. Layers of ripples spread out in all directions, and then the spiritual energy in this world, as if summoned, rushed madly into Sangjia's body. Not only that, these spiritual energies are also very well behaved and do not require the arduous refining steps that other people need to absorb. Almost at the same time that Sangjia absorbed the spiritual energy into his body, it began to refine itself. After stopping his practice, Sangjia felt somewhat confused and uncertain. This cultivation method is really too weird. Isn't it said that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is very proud? The individual needs to absorb it into the body and then slowly refine it through the meridians, so as to tame it into his own spiritual energy and leave his own mark. But now that I am in this situation, Sangjia checked his body again and found that there was nothing wrong with him. Not only is there no problem, it feels really good. I'm glad you're okay. Never mind, let's practice first. Just as Sangjia was about to continue practicing, someone suddenly knocked on his door. Strange, who would come looking for me at this time? Chapter 7. Having just awakened their talents, everyone couldn't wait to go home and start practicing, including Dian Lai from next door. In this situation, who would come to his house? What's more, there are not many people who have contact with their family, so it is hard to imagine who is knocking on their door. Sangjia was not worried about anyone causing trouble. In the era of universal cultivation, in order to ensure the safety of the vast majority of people, the entire city was set up with formations. Private fighting is prohibited in the city, especially fighting using energy. Once energy is used, it will be detected by the city formation. In addition, with the ubiquitous Sky Eye, it is difficult for anyone to escape capture. When he opened the bedroom door, he saw that his sister had already walked out of her bedroom and was turning to look at him. Sangjia ignored his sister's doubts and walked to the front door. He looked through the peephole and was stunned. "Principal, why are you here?" After welcoming Principal Sun Jun into the house, Sangjia's face was full of confusion. "Well, I came to see you about something." Sun Jun responded casually, then looked at Song Yue and frowned slightly. With just one glance, he could tell that Song Yue's body was almost at its limit and could explode at any time. He took a deep breath, quickly suppressed the emotions in his heart, and his brows recovered in an instant. However, Sangjia, who had been paying attention to him, still noticed the change in the principal's expression, and his heart sank suddenly. Looking at his sister, he said, "Xiaoya, go back and rest first. I have something to discuss with the principal." Song Yue went back to her bedroom sensibly. In fact, Song Yue also caught the change in Sun Jun's expression just now. However, the sensible girl acted as if she had seen nothing, said nothing, and pushed her wheelchair back to the bedroom. The principal casually set up a soundproof barrier and then said slowly, "I came here for 3 main reasons." Sangjia listened carefully, but saw Sun Jun take out 3 items and hand them to him. Sangjia did not go to accept it. If Sun Junrua just wanted to give him a treasure to make up for his sister's innate essence, Sangjia would not be polite. But at least 2 of the things in Sun Jun's hands did not look like rare treasures. He is a strong-willed man and will not accept anything unless it involves his sister. "Here, this is what I owe Yurtsong family. Yurtsong family ancestor once helped me, and now I am just repaying him a little favor." Song Jie frowned. "You've helped us a lot over the years, and it's time to repay any favor, no matter how big it is." Sun Jun frowned, grabbed Sanjia's hand, and stuffed the 3 items into his hand. "If you're willing, wait until you're admitted to a good university and have achieved success in your cultivation before you repay me. I didn't refuse the kindness your ancestors showed me back then." Seeing Sun Jun say this, Sangjia no longer objected. He looked at the 3 items in his hand, but was a little confused. There are 3 items, including a jade box, which should contain elixirs. The other item is an engraved jade slip that can store various information. The last item was a visiting card. Sangjia didn't open it and didn't know what was written inside. The Jade Box contains a pill that can replenish Xiaoya's innate essence. Although the effect is not great, it can help her hold on for a while longer. Speaking of this, Sunjin couldn't help but sigh in his heart, feeling helpless. He himself had suffered injuries from the origin and knew that this kind of injury was almost irreversible. As for the Jade Slip, there is a set of exercises that I have collected. Although it can only be cultivated to the earthly, immortal realm, the part about breathing and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is twice as efficient as most common cultivation methods. If you want to get into a good university, the mass cultivation method is obviously not going to work. After a pause, seeing that Song Jie didn't react, Sun Jun continued. As for the visiting card, it's for you to use in the trial world. This time, Song Jie's expression finally changed. He actually doesn't care about martial arts techniques. He has the entire prehistoric world. If he wants martial arts techniques, he will have a chance after all. What's more, the popular cultivation method is not weak. The only difference is the efficiency of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. But he has the innate breathing method of the ancient times, which just makes up for this shortcoming. Before the nascent soul stage, the foundation of cultivation lies in breathing in and out, and absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At least, before breaking through the nascent soul stage, he doesn't have to worry about the skills. However, a visiting card used in the trial world made Songjie a little confused. Without waiting for Songjie to ask, Sun Jun had already explained, "The world you are trying out this time is a world with the three kingdoms as its background, and the strongest cultivators there are already at the nascent soul stage. Among them, warriors cultivate their bodies, and scholars cultivate their spiritual power, each with its own characteristics. The visiting card I am giving you is from the Sun family of Yingchuan. With this visiting card, you will have the opportunity to be admitted to Yingchuan Academy. If you can enter Yingchuan Academy, you will have the opportunity to learn their scholars' cultivation methods, and their practice method can enhance a person's mental strength. Although mental power cannot be directly converted into soul power, having strong mental power can better nourish the soul and accelerate the natural growth of your soul power." Having said that, Sun Jun didn't continue talking, but Songjie already understood Sun Jun's intention. If you want to use your talent, you must strengthen your soul strength. It is difficult to increase the strength of one's soul, and cultivating powerful mental power is one of the ways. Songjie didn't expect that the principal would actually get a visiting card from the Sun family for him. In this Three Kingdoms world, although the strongest have reached the nascent soul stage, those nascent souls hardly care about worldly affairs. The strongest people walking around in the world today are only at the core formation stage. As long as you don't seek death casually, those strong men won't attack you casually. After a pause, he continued, "As for whether you want to participate in the plot, subdue those historical figures, or even bring them out, all of this requires you to make your own judgment based on your own circumstances. Currently, the timeline of the Three Kingdoms world is before the death of Emperor Ling of Han. Our garrisons, and even the nascent soul-level cultivators in the Three Kingdoms world, will not interfere with the development of history. The 20 months of your trials coincide with the Dongzhuo Rebellion and the period when the princes campaigned against him. If you wish to participate, your cultivation must at least reach the foundation establishment stage." Sun Jun did not interfere too much with Songjie's decision, but only informed Songjie of some information. The advantage of participating in the plot is that while you can hone yourself, you also have the opportunity to obtain some resources from this world. In a nascent soul-level world, there must be a lot of natural treasures. In addition to rare treasures, the celebrities in these relatively well-known parallel historical worlds are important resources for those who want to build a power. If Songjie wants to restore the Song family's former glory, the easiest way is to subdue the strong people in various worlds and use them for his own purposes. It was precisely because he understood this truth that Sun Jun did not interfere with Songjie's decision. However, it is easy to imagine how difficult it would be for a cultivator who has just started practicing to subdue a foundation establishment cultivator or even a golden core cultivator. Songjie did not answer what he would choose, but he actually already had a plan in mind. Whether it is for the honor of his family or to protect his sister, he must build his own power. The Blue Star world is not peaceful, although there are countless worlds behind the portals for them to explore and collect resources. But at the same time, the ubiquitous Devil's Den also threatens the survival of the entire human race. The creatures in the Devil's Cave will not live in peace with you. They are bloodthirsty, and there is no possibility of peaceful coexistence with you. Once they stop killing, they will die suddenly before long. Therefore, humans and them are absolutely in an irreconcilable relationship. After sending Sun Jin away, Songjia started practicing again. 3 days later. Chapter 8. Ajay, guess what realm I am in now? January 4th is the time for them to return to school. Today they will enter the Three Kingdoms World trial under the guidance of their teacher. On the way to school, Dianlai seemed a little excited. Chi refining level 3, what's wrong? Looking at Sanjia's calm face, Dianlai scratched his head, looking confused. Ajay, aren't you surprised? Dianlai didn't realize that there was anything wrong with Sanjia being able to see through his realm at a glance. Instead, he seemed a little surprised and confused by Sangjia's indifference. Songjia raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said seriously, "A lie. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. You have actually reached the 3rd level of Qi refining." Looking at Songjia praising him seriously, Dianlai always felt that something was wrong. Songjia had a smile on his face. Dian hadn't asked him about his cultivation level until now, because he was worried that it would be a blow to him. But in fact, during these 3 days, Songjia had already cultivated to the 5th level of Qi refining. This is without any assistance from natural resources or treasures. Dianlai not only had the resources sent by the principal, but also the resources prepared for him by his mother. With the combination of the two, he was able to break through to the 3rd level of Qi refining within 3 days. Thanks to his talent for becoming stronger by devouring, other people, even with sufficient resources, would not be able to break through to the 3rd level of Qi refining in just 3 days. This is also why Dianlai is so excited. When he arrived at school, Songjia tried his best to restrain his aura. He didn't want others to notice his abnormalities so quickly. After all, how could a person with a white energy level soul talent cultivate to the 5th level of Qi refining in just 3 days? Fortunately, in the inheritance of the weed clone, there is a spell to restrain the breath. As the lowest life form in the prehistoric world, weeds have developed many ways to hide themselves in order to survive. This not-so-sophisticated breath-concealing technique is one of them. Although this breath-concealing technique is nothing in the prehistoric world, it is considered a decent magical skill on Blue Star. Hey, isn't this Artsong family's genius young master? What level of Qi refining has he reached? Luo Yuanshou appeared again, becoming even more arrogant and unscrupulous. The look he gave Dianlai was no longer one of fear, but rather one of provocation. Songjia raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that this guy had reached the 4th level of Qi refining in just 3 days, which was 1 level higher than Dianlai. Oh, I forgot this guy's talent is to become stronger by being bloodthirsty. It's no worse than Dianlai's talent, and it's also a blue energy level talent. With the entire Luo family's resources allocated to it, it was not surprising that Luo Yuanshou was able to break through to the 4th level of Qi refining in 3 days. UB**************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** If you want to eat Grandpa's fist, just say so. Jian Lai was not going to tolerate the other party at all and was about to take action. However, this time Songjia held him back. It's not that I'm worried that Jian Lai can't beat Luo Yuanshou. Jian Lai, who is born with supernatural powers, may not be unable to beat the opponent. But today is an important day for entering the Three Kingdoms World Trial, and Songjia doesn't want to waste his energy on such a person. Although Jian Lai was puzzled when Songjia held him back, he did not resist. With a cold snort, the two were about to leave when they heard someone calling him from the guard post. Songjia, there is a letter for you. Songjia was stunned. He didn't know many people, and even if he knew them, they were all from Guangling City. Who in the same city would write to him? It's a letter from the imperial capital of Xianyang, the guard added. Now not only Songjia was confused, but Jian Lai was also wondering, when did Songjia know people in the imperial capital? The sender's name is Jiang Shui. The guard took a closer look at the envelope and shouted again. Everyone suddenly understood. Jiang Shui. Songjia was stunned, and a girl with a ponytail quickly flashed through his mind. It's her. After taking the letter, Songjia opened the envelope with mixed feelings and saw only a postcard in the envelope with a sentence written on it. See you at Longting Academy. In just 5 words, Songjia felt a mixture of emotions. Do you really believe that I can get into Longting Academy? It's one of the top 3 universities in Long Country. Put the postcard back into the envelope, put it into the space bracelet, and prepare to leave. The bracelet is a multifunctional space magic weapon invented by humans combining refining and technology. However, the Songjia bracelet is only the lowest level bracelet, with a storage space of only 1 cubic meter. In addition, the bracelet also has functions such as positioning, communication, video recording, photography, and internet access. It's basically a combination of mobile phone functions and storage magic. Stop. What did Zhang Shui tell you? Give me the letter, or don't blame me for being rude. Luo Yuanshou stood in front of Songjia with a ferocious look on his face, staring at Songjia's bracelet with jealousy. Luo Yuanshou never thought that after 2 years, Zhang Shui would actually write a letter to Songjia at this critical moment. But he had nothing, which made him jealous. Feeling the hostility from Luo Yuanshou, Songjia said indifferently, "You'd better get out of here, or you'll bear the consequences." Songjia was not in a good mood at this time. The complex emotions in his heart hit him, making him a little irritable. However, Luo Yuanshou came to cause trouble at this time, which made Songjia want to teach him a lesson. "Oh, you will bear the consequences at your own risk? Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to Luo Xiao like that?" Luo Yuanshou's lackeys were full of disdain. However, when Jianlai took a step forward, the group of people immediately backed down. Jianlai is a blue energy level talent, and he also has natural supernatural powers. They are no match for him. However, although others are afraid of Jianlai, Luo Yuanshou is not afraid at all. He is now full of confidence. New grudges and old hatreds. Let me show you that even with the same blue energy level talent, there is still a gap. Just as Luo Yuanshou was about to take action, a cold voice rang out. A fight broke out in the city or in the school. Are you all planning to go in and calm down for 10 days? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone quickly calmed down. It's not that they are worried about being locked up for 10 days, but the person who said this is the black-faced Yama principal. If he catches you, no matter who you are, you will be in trouble. More importantly, the ideological education given by the principal will make you miserable. Get back to the classroom. The dean scolded with a dark face. Walk. Songjia was the first to pull Jianlai away. Although the dean was very strict, Songjia understood that this was actually to protect them. When they returned to the classroom, the head teacher was already waiting for them. Now that everyone is here, we'll distribute the teleportation cards. Each person will only have 2. One will teleport you into the 3 Kingdoms world, and the other will allow you to leave the 3 Kingdoms world if you encounter danger. If you wish to enter the 3 Kingdoms world again, you must stay there for 50 days, the same as the first time you entered it. After explaining everything, the head teacher urged everyone to crush the teleportation cards at the same time. In a flash of light, everyone in the class disappeared at the same time. It wasn't just their class that disappeared. The entire senior high school classroom was filled with flashes of white light, and a total of 20,000 people disappeared. Chapter 9. Songjia only felt a flash before his eyes, and he found himself in another place. The surroundings were densely packed with people, and everywhere you looked, there were heads. Smelling the hot smell in the air, Songjia hurried to look for Jianlai. Alias. Songjia saw Jianlai's tall figure at a glance. The two of them finally squeezed together, only to feel the bracelet on their wrist vibrating nonstop. When I opened it, I immediately found that it was the class teacher sending a group message. Let's go? Go to Area 998. Our class teacher asked us to gather there. Comparing the maps sent by the head teacher with the surrounding landmark buildings, Songjia quickly found the direction. But looking at the dense crowd around him, Songjia fell silent. Why are there so many people? Are so many people choosing this world this time? Dragon Country has a population of hundreds of billions, and nearly 500 million students take the college entrance examination every year. In the 27 provinces of Jiuzhou, high school students in each province will only take trials in the world of their own province. Each province has a huge number of portal worlds, especially their Jiangnan province. There are more than 100,000 Jindan-level worlds, more than 50,000 Yuaniing level worlds, and more than 300,000 even lower-level foundation-building worlds. With so many worlds, it stands to reason that no single world would have so many people pouring into it all at once. As if understanding Sangjia's doubts, Jianlai chuckled and said, "I knew you didn't care about the outside world." This time, nearly 60,000 people from Guangling City alone came to enter this world. Our number 1 middle school, number 3 middle school, and number 9 middle school all chose to upgrade to the trial world. In the 12 cities of Jiangnan province, more than 1 million people chose this world. The reason why so many people choose this world is not only because this world has just been developed and has not been completely occupied by any family. More importantly, the concentration of spiritual energy in this world is higher than that of the general nascent soul-level world. In addition, the physical and mental training methods of this world are all worth learning, which is why it attracts so many schools. After Jianlai explained this, Sangjia also understood the reason. He smiled bitterly and said, "Let's go and squeeze through slowly. We don't know where we will be assigned to live." The entire base is built on Zhongnan Mountain in this world and is almost equivalent to a city. Since it is a city, there is naturally a spirit-gathering array. The closer to the center of the base, the richer the spiritual energy, while it is relatively thinner in the edge areas. When the two finally found Area 998, most of the students had already arrived. The Dean of Studies came over with an angry look on his face. "This is too much. This is simply too much." The headmaster was so furious that no one dared to breathe. "Director, what happened?" a teacher asked curiously. The Dean of Studies swung his sleeves and said, "Those Jiangning people, I don't know what tricks they use to arrange all of our Guangling City schools on the edge of the base. This is simply too much. Logically speaking, if some people live in the center of the base, there will naturally be some people living on the periphery. But for the sake of fairness, generally some classes in a school will live in the center of the base, and some will live on the outskirts of the base." But this time, not only all the classes in their school lived outside the base, but even the other two schools in Guangling City also lived outside the base. This means that someone is targeting their entire Guangling City. Humph. What other reason is there? Aren't you just worried that after our Guangling City is incorporated into their Jiangning, some of their resources will be taken away? A teacher saw the problem at a glance. Haha, it's not just a resource issue. The teachers and principals of our schools will also be merged into their schools. Isn't this stealing their jobs? It would be strange if they are happy. Another teacher added, It's all our fault for being too weak. No one has been admitted to the 3 major universities in the past 10 years. Even among the 10 major colleges, no one from our school has been admitted for 3 consecutive years. Humph. This is all because of the families in Guangling City. They actually sent their best students to other cities to take the college entrance examination. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this situation. Everyone was silent for a while, and someone sighed. There's nothing we can do about it. In previous years, we couldn't provide the resources to help those gifted people. Even in the trial world, they were only at the Jindan level. In order to get into a good school, they would naturally run away. Everyone fell silent again. Although these were facts and bloody realities, they felt very uncomfortable. If all the families in Guangling City worked together, Guangling City would not have fallen into the current predicament. They couldn't help but think of the Tsang family. When the Tsang family was still around, their Guangling City was thriving and prosperous. But now, many teachers looked towards Sangjia and sighed again. "All right, I'll report the situation here to the principal. For now, we can only let our children live in the marginal areas." The Dean of Studies was also helpless. The situation was stronger than him, and he was not a powerful earth immortal like the principal. To put it bluntly, the main responsibility of these teachers is to improve students' academic performance. Therefore, their own cultivation is not very high. In fact, the reason why their number 1 middle school let Sun Jun, a powerful person in the earth immortal realm, take the position was not because the school needed it. Sun Jun is not only the principal of number 1 middle school, but more often than not, he assists the city lord in guarding the entire city. Things like their trials would not alarm Sun Jun at all. This time, the Jiangning people really went too far, so the dean had to ask the principal to judge the situation and support the situation. Sangjia stood in the crowd, listening to the conversation between the dean and the teachers, and felt bad. This is the consequence of living under someone else's roof. Once the cities are really merged, these rootless people without Guangling City will only be looked down upon even more and disliked for stealing their resources. East City Demon Cave. Sangjia murmured in his heart. He wanted to recapture the eastern city of Guangling, but he also knew very well that he could not influence anything at all now. Even a powerful person in the earthly immortal realm, like the principal, could not change anything. The most important thing now is to practice and cure my sister's illness. As for the rest, Sanjia's eyes flickered. He is an ambitious man and will never be content to be an ordinary person. What's more, he has an entire primitive world. When he arrived at the arranged accommodation, Sangjia looked around and found the environment quite good. Because it is close to the edge of the base and further out are the Qinling Mountains, the environment here is quite good. Not only is the residential area larger than that in the base center, but you can also choose between an independent courtyard or a courtyard for multiple people. The only drawback is that the spiritual energy is relatively thin, which is not conducive to cultivation. Sangjia and Jianlai chose a small courtyard for 2 people. There are 5 rooms in the courtyard. Opposite the gate is the lobby and living room, facing southeast, with 2 separate bedrooms on the left and right. On the left and right sides of the courtyard, there is a kitchen and a utility room. A light breeze blew by, and a few leaves fell from the ginkgo tree in the yard. The leaves swayed and fell to the ground. At this moment, Sangjia thought of his weed clone in the prehistoric world. His mind sank into the ancient world to check. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked, but as soon as he looked, Sangjia immediately realized that something was wrong. Chapter 10. Alai, let's practice hard. After discovering the abnormality of the weed clone in the prehistoric world, Sangjia didn't care about anything else. He told Jianlai something and hurried back to his bedroom. After closing the door, Sangjia's mind immediately sank into his clone. Sensing the changes in his clone, Sangjia showed joy on his face. Surprisingly, time can be superimposed. Sangjia's heart was beating, thump, thump. Just now, he noticed that the growth rate of the weed clone had not changed at all, and then he realized that something was wrong. In any portal world that appears on Blue Star, the flow of time is based on Blue Star time. I originally thought that the speed of time flowing in the prehistoric world is 10,000 times that of the Blue Star, while the speed of time flowing in the Three Kingdoms world is 5 times that of the Blue Star. Calculated in this way, the speed of time flow in the prehistoric world should be 2,000 times that of the Three Kingdoms world. But what no one expected was that just now, Sangjia sensed the speed of time in the prehistoric world and found that there was no change at all, and it was still 10,000 times that of the Three Kingdoms world. In other words, for every day that passes on Blue Star, 50,000 days will pass in the prehistoric world. Time actually overlapped. How could this not shock Sangjia? You know, the time flow rate in the Three Kingdoms world is only 5 times faster. What if it is changed to a golden immortal world where the time flow rate is 1,000 times faster? That would be 10 million times the superimposed flow rate of time. If I stay in the golden immortal world, 1 year will pass on Blue Star, and 10 million years will pass in the prehistoric world. How horrible this is. I didn't expect that the speed of time in the prehistoric world was based on my own time, not the speed of Blue Planet. Take a deep breath and try to calm your excited heart. I just don't know whether the primitive world's condensed teleportation card is based on the 10 days of Blue Star or my own 10 days. If we take Sanjia's own time as a reference, that means as long as he waits another 7 days in the Three Kingdoms world, he will be able to take out the weed clone. The difference and significance between them are incomparable. If he takes the 10 days on Blue Star as a reference, then he will have to wait another 35 days. Using the weed clone to practice 28 days earlier made an immeasurable difference. Just wait 7 days. Calming his mind, Sangjia began his retreat and cultivation. Following the rhythm of his breathing, the spiritual energy of the nearby heaven and earth quickly surged towards their courtyard. The speed at which it gathered spiritual energy was even more terrifying than that of the spirit-gathering array. It actually intercepted a portion of the spiritual energy that was flowing towards the center of the base. Fortunately, they were already at the outermost edge of the base, with a forest in the backyard, so no one noticed anything unusual. 7 days passed in a flash. I didn't expect that the further I practice, the longer it would take. Sangjia cultivated to the 5th level of Qi refining in 3 days. However, it took 7 full days to go from the 5th level of Qi refining to the 9th level. This is all thanks to Sangjia's terrifying innate breathing method, otherwise it would have taken even longer. There will be some trouble next. Sangjia frowned slightly. After reaching the 9th level of Qi refining, if one does not want to break through to the foundation establishment stage immediately and wants to lay a more solid foundation, one must inevitably break the limits of the body. Normally, geniuses who want to break their physical limits either rely on natural resources or their own talents. But Sangjia has neither natural resources nor talents to rely on. His only soul clone is still in the prehistoric world. That's right, I still have a soul clone. If I can take out the weed clone, I will definitely be able to break the limit of my body. Thinking of this, Sangjia couldn't help but look at his clone in the prehistoric world. This soul strength. During these 7 days, Sangjia was concentrating on cultivation and did not pay too much attention to the situation of his clone. But now, when he saw it, he was shocked. The increase in the clone's soul strength was really unexpected. This soul strength is at least 5 or 6 times greater than my current body. How could it have grown so much? Sangjia received the information from his clone and quickly found the reason. It turns out that there is a strong soul power in the ancient world, and the soul strength of any living creature will increase during the growth process. I didn't expect it to be like this. Unfortunately, we are separated by a world, so I cannot communicate with my clone. I can only analyze the information transmitted. If they were to meet face to face, Sangjia's clone should be able to communicate with Sangjia's original body. But after all, there is a portal between us, which is equivalent to a world between us. Although they can connect with each other, it is not so smooth. I don't know if I can condense a teleportation card. Now that he discovered that the clone's soul strength had increased so much, Sangjia was even more concerned about whether the clone could leave the prehistoric world. If he could leave the prehistoric world early, his talent of soul clone would be better utilized. As long as he absorbs the soul power of the clone, Sangjia can split into 4 or 5 soul clones again. At that time, all these soul clones will be thrown into the prehistoric world. Even if all of them are reincarnated as weeds, he will still make a profit. Time passed by little, and the 10 days were getting closer and closer. When the last moment came, Sangjia also held his breath. With his swish, a teleportation card appeared at the root of the weed clone. Sangjia crushed the teleportation card without any hesitation. With a flash of white light, the weed clone completely disappeared in the prehistoric world. After Sangjia's clone left, a passing figure suddenly appeared at the position where Sangjia was just now. Strange, there was clearly a weed here just now. How come it disappeared in a flash of white light? This was an old man with an immortal look. While stroking his beard, his mind scanned the surroundings for billions of miles, but he found nothing. Could it be that this weed has awakened some special magical power? The old man stared at the weeds nearby and suddenly became interested. With a wave of his sleeves, all the weeds within 100 miles were collected. Well, let's go back and plant some and see what's so special about these weeds. Sangjia didn't know that his departure brought good fortune to the nearby weeds. A white light flashed, and there was an ordinary weed in Sangjia's hand. The reason why the weed clone appeared so ordinary was because the weed clone restrained its own breath and used the power of its soul to lock up all the essence of the weeds. Hiss. When the weed clone came face to face with him, Sangjia clearly sensed everything about the other party, including all of the weeds' own inheritance. It's more precious than I thought, especially those hidden bloodlines. Although it cannot be activated, it can improve my qualifications and strengthen my essence. It is simply the best natural treasure for building a foundation. Looking at the weed clone in his hand, Sangjia felt mixed emotions. He didn't expect that a weed in the prehistoric world could be so powerful. However, Sangjia did not take it immediately. Instead, he put the weeds into his sea of consciousness. Sangjia planned to go out for a good meal before continuing his retreat. When I walked out of the bedroom and into the yard, I saw Jian lie cleaning his wound with his upper body naked. However, the hideous wound on his back, which was about a foot long, scared Sangjia. How did he get injured so badly? Song Jie was both shocked and angry. Duh. Chapter 11. What happened? Did you encounter a powerful monster? Song Jie asked while helping. No. I was attacked by that B******************* D Luo Yuanshou. Song Jie paused, his face darkening as he asked, Luo Yuanshou? Well, I've almost finished eating all the resources that the principal and my family prepared for me, so I thought about going into the mountains to see if I can get some exotic animals to eat. I unexpectedly ran into a strange deer. After a long fight, I was about to kill it when that B************ D Luo Yuanshou sneaked up behind me. I didn't have time to dodge, so I got seriously injured. You're looking for death. Just wait, I'll avenge you. Song Jie was furious and was about to go and kill Luo Yuanshou himself. Dianlai grabbed him and said, Don't go. That B********** D has already reached the 8th level of Qi refining. He's not that easy to deal with. As if worried that Song Jie might be upset, Dianlai added, Besides, that guy is no longer in the forest. Although I was seriously injured by a sneak attack, I also punched him in time. By now, that guy has probably already fled back to his residence to recuperate. Song Jie frowned. Once Luo Yuanshou returned to his residence, he really would have no way to deal with him. Like cities, the use of force is prohibited in bases. Once discovered, the consequences will be serious. But if you leave the base, Longwo will not care, which can be regarded as a kind of experience for everyone. Monks cannot be flowers grown in a greenhouse, but at the same time, seedlings also need care. This is why fighting is prohibited in cities and bases. Outside the cities and bases, the Dragon Kingdom will not care about the life and death fights. That guy has reached the 8th level of Qi refining. Song Jie was a little surprised and looked at Dianlai, only to find that Dianlai's cultivation had also reached the 7th level of Qi refining. No wonder Luo Yuanshou only dared to launch a sneak attack. After all, Dianlai was born with supernatural powers. With a small realm difference between them, Luo Yuanshou might not be his opponent. In response to Dianlai's obstruction, Song Jie just smiled and immediately released his own aura. Dianlai paused while wiping his body and looked at Song Jie with wide eyes. You have reached the 9th level of Qi refining. Dianlai was so shocked. Although he had great confidence in Song Jie, he also liked to obey Song Jie's orders. But he is not stupid. Song Jie only has the talent of a soul clone at the white energy level, and this talent can be said to be useless. It is of almost no help to cultivation. With this kind of talent, Song Jie's cultivation level will improve very slowly. But what is the situation now? His blue talent became stronger through consuming, and he took in a large amount of natural treasures, which allowed him to cultivate to the 7th level of Qi refining in just 10 days. But Song Jie, a person with the talent of soul clone, actually cultivated faster than him. Even if there were natural treasures, this wouldn't be possible. It takes time to absorb the treasures of nature. Looking at the stunned Dianlai, Song Jie smiled. Now you should believe that I have the confidence to help you get revenge, right? Dianlai nodded instinctively, then quickly shook his head and said, No, I want to take revenge myself. I won't be happy unless I kill that B****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** helped Dianlai apply the medicine, and then he began to ponder. I was so anxious to practice before that I forgot to teach Dianlai the innate breathing method. For Dianlai, Sangja trusts him. What's more, the innate breathing method is very precious in the eyes of others. But in the entire prehistoric world, it is the most basic cultivation method. Once Sangja cultivates to the Golden Core realm, this breathing method will no longer be of much use to him. He wants to rebuild his family, and he can't do it without people. Although the innate breathing method is not very precious to Sangja, it will not be passed on casually. He now has two sets of skills in his hands. One is the innate breathing method, and the other is the skill given to him by Principal Sunjun. The innate breathing method, as well as the skills acquired from the prehistoric world in the future, can be passed on to absolutely trustworthy partners like Dianlai. The skills given by the principal can be passed on to the talents he recruits. Thinking of this, Sangja took out a blank jade slip and input the innate breathing method into it. Learn the techniques inside, and then destroy the jade slip. Dianlai was stunned. He took the jade slip blankly and asked curiously, "What kind of skills are in it?" Song Jie smiled and chuckled. "A technique that will allow you to quickly surpass Luo Yuanshou and defeat him." Dian Lai's eyes lit up. "Really?" Song Jie nodded. Without saying a word, Dian Lai immediately placed the jade slip on his forehead and memorized the skills contained in it. "Don't teach this technique to others without my consent." Although he knew that Dian Lai would not teach other people the skills casually, Song Jie still gave him some instructions. While learning the new skills, Dian Lai nodded and was eager to try them out. He didn't know the horror of the innate breathing method, but he was very excited at the thought that by practicing this method, he would be able to surpass Luo Yuanshou quickly. Song Jie didn't disturb Dian Lai. He made some food for himself and then went into seclusion again. This time, Song Jie not only has to split out several soul clones to enter the prehistoric world, he also has to break through to the 12th level of chi refining in one go. If you want to block the energy fluctuations in the weed clone, you must retain about 40% of your soul power. It seems that the main body can only absorb 60% of the soul power. After the weed clone returned, Song Jie already knew everything about it. Because of this, Song Jie realized that he could not immediately absorb all the soul power of his clone, unless he devoured the entire weed clone now. If he wanted to slowly absorb the weed clone and block all the energy leakage of the weed clone in the process, he had to retain about 40% of the weed clone's soul power to block the energy leakage of the weed clone. Forget it, 60%, 60%. 60% of the soul power should be enough for me to split into 3 soul clones again. Song Jie did not hesitate. With their minds connected, the weed clone directly released the excess soul power. After Song Jie's soul body sensed these soul powers, it quickly absorbed them. The soul power, which is of the same origin, can be absorbed by the main body without any obstacles. After absorbing these soul powers, Song Jie once again activated his soul clone talent. 3 identical soul clones appeared. One of them took a step forward and quickly disappeared into the prehistoric portal. The next second, a familiar suction force came, and Song Jie reincarnated again. What disappointed Song Jie was that this time, his reincarnated body was still a wild weed. Why are both reincarnations just wild weeds? Is there some pattern here? Feeling confused, Song Jie waited for a moment and sent in another soul clone. Familiar suction, familiar reincarnation scene, familiar blood inheritance. Another weed clone. Song Jie looked a little surprised and confused. Whether it is because his soul clone can only reincarnate into a wild weed, or because of other reasons, this is very important to Song Jie. Looking at the last soul clone, Song Jie gritted his teeth, concentrated his mind on the soul clone, and once again threw it into the prehistoric world. I want to see if this is still a weed clone. Chapter 12. As the last soul clone entered the prehistoric world, Song Jie began to pay full attention to this clone. It was still the same reincarnation process, but this time, Song Jie concentrated his mind and looked at the 6 paths of reincarnation. But what made him feel strange was that he had not entered any of the 6 paths of reincarnation. What's going on? I'm not in the 6 paths of reincarnation? Am I some kind of variable? Just when Song Jie was feeling a little excited, he suddenly noticed that he was not the only one who had not reincarnated in the 6 realms of reincarnation. These are all soul fragments. When Song Jie sensed that many soul fragments like him were thrown into the gaps of the 6 reincarnations to be reincarnated, he realized that he was not so special. It was because his soul power was too weak, just like those soul fragments. Song Jie observed carefully and found that the soul strength of these soul fragments was stronger than his own soul clone. It turns out it's just because I'm too weak that I'm not even qualified to reincarnate into the 6 paths. Song Jie was speechless for a while, but fortunately, he finally found out the reason why he always reincarnated as weeds. Because only this kind of plant with little intelligence can barely allow such a fragile soul to reincarnate. It seems that if I want to obtain a better identity in the prehistoric world, I can't take out all my clones. I have to keep a few of them in there to reincarnate over and over again. One day, the soul strength of the clones will be enough to reincarnate into other powerful races. After figuring out the reason, Song Jie breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, Song Jie did not delay any longer. He took out the weed clone from his sea of consciousness, broke off a very small piece of leaf tip, and swallowed it directly. The grass leaves melted in the mouth and quickly turned into a stream of pure energy that traveled throughout the body. Song Jie only felt as if he was soaking in a hot spring, and his whole body was sublimated. The strength of my physical body has increased. Song Jie felt it carefully. Huh? My meridians have actually been widened. Song Jie was a little shocked. He didn't expect that just a little bit of the tip of the leaf could actually help widen the meridians. You should know that currently, among all the heavens and the worlds, the things that can be used to widen the meridians are all extremely precious natural treasures. No, not only the meridians, but even the acupoints have been strengthened. Although Song Jie has not opened any acupoints yet, he cannot see anything happening inside the acupoints. But he could feel that some special energy was slowly seeping into his acupoints, increasing the strength of his acupoints. It seems that breaking the human body's limit for the first time has become a lot easier. Feeling the bottleneck of the 9th level of Qi refining loosen, Song Jie was shocked again. Looking at the remaining 99% of weed clones in his sea of consciousness, Song Jie realized for the first time how powerful Hong Wang was. Fortunately, what I awakened was my soul clone. If someone with other talents entered there, whether it was a physical clone or the original body, they probably wouldn't survive more than a few days. Song Jie felt relieved and looked at the portal in his sea of consciousness, paying more attention to it. Just a weed can be compared to the finest natural treasures in all the heavens and worlds. Song Jie feels that it is not excessive to attach importance to the prehistoric world. With this weed, I'm afraid 18 spiritual energy vortexes aren't my limit. Song Jie no longer hesitated and continued to absorb nutrients from the tips of the leaves to transform himself. After a long time, Song Jie slowly opened his eyes. Now, this body has absorbed to its limit. It will take some time to continue absorbing. Although the soul of the weed clone is of the same origin as him, it is not easy to fully absorb the benefits of it. Song Jie also needs to be trained to thoroughly integrate its essence into every cell of the body. I wonder if Alai can absorb this wild weed. Just as Song Jie was thinking this, the weed clone in his sea of consciousness sent a message of opposition. Are you saying that the reason I was able to absorb it is because our souls share the same roots, so the blood contained in the weeds didn't reject me? If other ordinary people were to absorb it, they would just explode and die. Song Jie didn't expect this result. Although he received all the information from the clone, he was not the weed clone after all, and his understanding of the primitive weeds was not as thorough as that of the clone. But this did not prevent him from trusting the judgment of his clone. But in this case, Song Jie frowned immediately. If this was the case, how could he save his sister? Does it have to be refined into a pill? Song Jie was a little confused. He thought that refining the weed clones into pills could solve these problems. After all, in the universe, many powerful natural treasures cannot be eaten directly. If you want to absorb these natural treasures, you must refine them into pills. In this way, all kinds of rejection phenomena and natural treasures will disappear. Not only that, the elixir can also better exert the effects of various natural treasures. However, Song Jie is a little special. Although the prehistoric weeds are worthless in the prehistoric world, they are rare treasures in the outside world. How could he, a white-level gifted person, obtain such precious natural treasures? Once he is noticed, he will never have peace. But how can I treat my sister if I don't refine the elixir? Just when Song Jie was hesitant, the clone said, Actually, you don't have to worry. Although others cannot absorb my bloodline, but they can absorb the innate energy in my body, which can also greatly improve their physical condition. Song Jie, who was in tune with his thoughts, immediately reacted, Huh? You mean, mix your juice into water and give it to him? The clone responded, Indeed, my juice is condensed from my innate energy. It's not only mild, but also carries some of my own medicinal properties, making it most suitable for others to consume. Song Jie was immediately overjoyed. Great. I'll try the effect now. Song Jie doesn't have time to break through his limit, so he tries the clone's idea first. When I walked out of the bedroom, I saw Dian Lai just coming back from outside. Ajay, look what I hit. In just one day, Dianlai became full of energy again. Not only that, Songjia discovered that Dianlai's cultivation had become even more powerful, and he was not far from breaking through to the 8th level of Qi refining. Seeing the man pushing the door open and carrying a pheasant the size of a local dog, Songjia's eyes lit up. It's actually a strange chicken. Taking the exotic chicken, Songjia said, "Go find some seasonings. We'll make chicken soup today." Speaking of eating, Dianlai suddenly became excited and said with a chuckle, "I'll go find it right away." With a bang, Dianlai pushed the gate open and rushed out. Although Dianlai is a greedy guy, his cooking skills are really not that good. Normally when Songjia was practicing, he would just cook the food and eat it. Dianlai knew Songjia's skills. Just when Dian came to look for seasoning, Songjia dropped 2 drops of weed juice into the water tank. After all, it has absorbed the innate energy in the prehistoric world for more than 200 years. Even a drop of juice contains huge energy. There was not even a drop of juice contained in the leaf tip that Songjia absorbed before. Just when Songjia was about to light the fire and start cooking, Dianlai hurried back. However, this time Dianlai had nothing in his hands. As soon as he entered the yard, he shouted, "Ajay! Ajay! Something happened to our classmates. Many people were injured." Chapter 13. Songjia was stunned. Something happened? And many people were injured? What happened? I don't know. I saw many people being carried back, and even those who walked back were supporting each other. As soon as I saw this, I came back to tell you. The reason why Dianlai chose to come back and tell Songjia first was because Songjia had always been the class monitor of their class, assisting the teacher in managing the entire class. Although they have now awakened their respective talents, the position of squad leader is no longer of much use. But Dianlai still instinctively looked for Songjia when he had something to do. Let's go check it out." When the two arrived at the clinic, they saw most of the classmates there. "Come on, squad leader." Seeing Songjia and Dian coming, everyone greeted them. No matter what Songjia's talent is, Dianlai is still with him, so everyone gives him some face. What's going on? When he really saw the miserable situation of the crowd, even Songjia frowned. Among these students, few suffered minor injuries, and many of them had fractures. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. Even in this era of cultivation, for those who have just started practicing, breaking a bone will greatly delay their practice. Seeing Songjia asking the question, someone immediately told the story again indignantly. "You mean, you guys went hunting together and finally managed to catch enough prey, but it was snatched away by the people from Jiangning No. 1 Middle School? Those people not only stole your prey, but also injured you all." Songjia frowned even deeper. He didn't expect that the people from Jiangning No. 1 Middle School would be so arrogant. Yeah, they also said that everyone in Guangling Middle School is trash. Someone angrily punched the hospital bed, but the next second, his injured hand suddenly gasped in pain. "Damn it! How dare you call us trash? Ajia, I want to teach those people a lesson." Dianlai looked straight at Songjia, waiting for his response. When they heard that Dianlai wanted to help them get revenge, everyone suddenly became excited and looked at Dianlai with anticipation. At this time, a calmer person spoke up, "Brother Lai, although you are very powerful, you are only one person after all. If we can join forces with Luo Yuanshou, we might still have a chance of winning." But, humph, he teamed up with Luo Yuanshou. That guy watched helplessly as we were severely injured by the people from Jiangning No. 1 Middle School, and he didn't even bother to take action. Not only that, when I left, I saw that guy and the people from Jiangning No. 1 Middle School dividing up our prey. You still want him to join us in dealing with Jiangning No. 1 Middle School? What? Are you telling the truth? He also shared our prey with the people from Jiangning No. 1 Middle School. Everyone was shocked. At this time, someone else spoke up. "What my brother said is true. He and I were walking at the back. You know, my brother's talent allows him to see very far, while I have the talent to hear very far. We can both prove that Luo Yuanshou was involved with that person from Jiangning No. 1 Middle School." Everyone frowned, and someone pondered, "Do you think Luo Yuanshou leaked our whereabouts?" Everyone was shocked and looked at each other, feeling a little confused. Some of them were reluctant to believe this result. After all, Luo Yuanshou was not only highly talented, but also someone they could not afford to offend. If it was really him who colluded with outsiders to plot against them, what should they do? Faced with everyone's silence, Dianlai snorted coldly and pounded his chest, saying, "It's good that be D didn't join forces with outsiders. If he dares to collude with outsiders and plot against our own people, I will beat him up too." Seeing Dianlai's murderous aura, everyone was moved, but they still tried to persuade him. "Brother Lai, we know you are a man of honor, but Luo Yuanshou has already broken through to the 9th level of qi refining. He is not that easy to deal with." 9th level of qi refining? Wasn't that guy still at the 8th level the day before yesterday? Dianlai was also shocked. When they fought 2 days ago, Luo Yuanshou attacked him, and he was only at the 8th level of qi training. It's only been a day or two, and he's already broken through to the 9th level of qi refining? Don't forget that guy's talent. As long as there's enough spiritual energy for him to absorb, his cultivation speed might be even faster than yours. Dianlai scratched his head, knowing that Song Jia was right, but he was still a little dissatisfied. So what if I'm only at the 9th level of qi refining? I'll be able to break through to the 8th level soon. What's more, Dianlai Han smiled and said, "What's more, don't we have you, Jia? You're also at the 9th level of qi refining. If we join forces, it won't be difficult to teach that guy a lesson." As soon as the words fell, the entire ward suddenly became quiet. Everyone seemed to be frozen in place, staring at Dianlai and Songjia. "Just now, did I hear it wrong?" Brother Lai said that the squad leader also broke through to the 9th level of qi refining. Finally, someone raised the question in a trembling voice that was on everyone's mind. Songjia wanted to cover his forehead. Dianlai was too quick to speak and had exposed his true identity so quickly. It seems that I have to warn him later not to reveal his cultivation level casually. Songjia thought secretly. As they practice the innate breathing method, their practice speed will become very fast. This speed will definitely attract the attention of others. Dianlai is slightly better. He is a person with blue energy level talent. His cultivation is a little abnormal, which is understandable. But he is a person with white energy level talent, so he would not expose himself if he could. Of course, once he takes the college entrance examination, he won't care whether he is exposed or not. The college entrance examination attracted the attention of all dragon people. The more outstanding your performance was at that time, the more likely you would attract the attention of the 3 major universities and 10 colleges. Once you are noticed by them, or even admitted, no one will dare to touch you easily. Only then will you be relatively safe. Just as Songjia was thinking about this, everyone finally came back to their senses from their shock. He looked at Songjia in disbelief and asked, "Class leader, you really broke through to the 9th level of qi refining?" Songjia nodded. "Yes, I did break through to the 9th level of qi refining." After a pause, Songjia continued, "You don't know that our Song family's ancestor once helped our principal, so?" Songjia didn't say anything else, giving everyone endless associations. Looking at everyone who suddenly realized the truth, Songjia also breathed a sigh of relief. Now, we can only let Principal Sunjun take the blame. Even Dianlai looked as if he had suddenly realized something. He thought that the martial arts skills given to him by Songjia also came from the principal. Seeing that everyone was no longer shocked, Songjia smiled and said, "Everyone, just take good care of your injuries first. After Dianlai and I consolidate our cultivation, we will go into the mountains to trouble those people and avenge you." Songjia's words immediately caused everyone to cheer excitedly, and Songjia pulled Dianlai out of the clinic. "Ajay, when are we going to deal with them?" Looking at Dianlai with excitement on his face, Songjia felt a headache. Dianlai is good in every way and I like to listen to him, but he is a little irritable and gets excited when he hears about a fight. Okay, even if we want to take action, we have to wait until we are full. When he heard the word eat, Dianlai finally realized. Yes, oh, my seasoning. Then he hurried off to look for seasoning. Chapter 14. Ajay, your cooking skills are getting better and better. It's so delicious. Dianlai stroked his belly, slumped in the recliner in a very ungraceful manner, and burped. If it tastes good, let's bring back more ingredients this time. There was a gleam in Songjia's eyes. Aren't we going to avenge our classmates this time? Do we have time to prepare the ingredients? Dianlai asked, scratching his head. Haha, who said you don't have time to prepare ingredients when you're taking revenge? Sanjia smiled. But I was thinking, I don't have time to find ingredients. Can't I just use ready-made ones? Just when Dianlai wanted to ask more questions, someone suddenly knocked on the door outside the yard. Gao Ming, Gao Ju, what's up with you two? The visitors were the brothers Gao Ming and Gao Ju, who had discovered that Luo Yuanshou had some connection with Jiangning No. 1 Middle School. Of the two of them, the elder brother Gao Ming awakened the talent of clairvoyance at the green energy level, while the younger brother Gao Ju awakened the talent of clairaudience at the same green energy level. Although his blue energy talent is 2 levels lower than Dianlai's, it is still considered a very powerful talent among this class of students. In previous years, green energy level talents would even become the top talents in the school. Team leader, come on, brother, we want to help everyone. The two Gao Ming brothers explained their purpose. Songjie and Jianlai wanted to avenge them, but the other students were either injured and unable to do anything, or were afraid of being hurt again and did not dare to come. They were the only two who weren't seriously injured last time and wanted to help. Sanjia only thought about their idea for a moment and agreed. The two brothers' talents are very helpful in finding targets. One has the ability to see and hear from afar, and Sanjia's heart was slightly moved. Okay, Dianlai and I will rest for a while. Alai is about to break through. After he breaks through, we will go to seek revenge. We will call you two then. After sending the two away, Dianlai asked in confusion, Ajay, they're a bit weak. Wouldn't it be a burden if we brought them along? Songjie chuckled. They don't need to fight. Their talents will be helpful in finding people and prey. Songjie's eyes flickered. In fact, Songjie had some other thoughts in his mind. Although the Gao Ming brothers are not good at fighting, they have a very good ability as a support. If you can conquer. All right, let's go into seclusion first and improve our cultivation first. Not only does Dianlai need to improve his cultivation to the 8th level of Qi refining, Songjie also plans to break through the human body's limits for the first time and reach the 12th level of Qi refining. A day later, both of them came out of quarantine. This breakthrough was unexpectedly smooth. Let Songjie pay more attention to the resources of the prehistoric world. Just the most basic innate breathing method and the lowest grade weeds and elixirs in the ancient world allowed him to easily break the limits of the human body. Songjie had a feeling that the 18th level limit of the Blue Star cultivators was now a piece of cake for him. As long as he wanted, it might not take long before he could break through to the 18th level of Qi refining without any obstacles. But this is not the limit that Songjie wants. With the help of the ancient weeds as spiritual medicine, Songjie's limit is far more than 18 levels. The two men came out of seclusion and found the two Gao Ming brothers. Brother Jia, Brother Lai, those people haven't come back yet. They are still in the back mountain. The Gao Ming brothers had been keeping an eye on that group of people. What surprised them was that both the people from Jiangning No. 1 Middle School and Luo Yuanshou were in the back mountain and had not returned. This made things convenient for Songjie and the others. Let's go? Since he hasn't come back, it's convenient for us to take action. The four of them quickly headed towards the back mountain. Entering the mountains, the spiritual energy here is obviously much thinner. Brother Jia, there are so many strange beasts. So many dead beasts. Gao Ming excitedly pointed in a direction and shouted. So many dead beasts. Yes, it's Luo Yuanshou and someone from Jiangning No. 1 Middle School. I didn't expect them to put the corpses of the strange beasts together. Gao Ming felt a little strange while speaking. Aren't they both afraid of the other party snatching it away? Song Jie's mind moved. Is there a possibility that Luo Yuanshou's talent is to become stronger by being bloodthirsty? So for him, the blood of these exotic beasts is more useful to him. For the people of Jiangning No. 1 Middle School, if they do not have similar talents as him, the meat of exotic beasts is actually easier for them to absorb. After all, not many people like to drink blood directly. After hearing what he said, everyone immediately felt that it made sense. So what should we do now? Luo Yuanshou and his followers are in the west, while the people from Jiangning No. 1 Middle School are in the east. Who should we seek revenge on first? Who should I take revenge on first? Songjie murmured, with a gleam in his eyes. Suddenly, he had a bold idea. He looked at Gao Ming and asked, You said they gathered a lot of strange beast corpses? Gao Ming didn't understand, but nodded anyway. Song Jie's eyes flickered as he asked with a hint of excitement. The last time you met Luo Yuanshou, had he just broken through to the 9th level of Qi refining? The Gao Ming brothers nodded again. What about Jiangning number 1 middle school? Are there any people who have reached the 9th level of Qi refining? The two brothers thought about it and nodded again. Huh. Songjia laughed loudly. It seems that the reason they didn't eat these exotic beasts immediately is probably because they wanted to collect enough exotic beasts and then make a breakthrough to the 12th level of Qi refining in one go. It is not easy to break the limits of the human body. First of all, you must have a strong will to endure the pain when your dantian breaks through its limit. Secondly, breaking the limits of the human body is different from previous practices. There is no buffer in between when breaking through from the 9th level of Qi refining to the 12th level of Qi refining, and 3 spiritual energy vortexes must be condensed at one time. Therefore, if you want to break through to the 12th level of Qi refining, you must prepare enough natural treasures and sufficient spiritual energy to replenish it. Before that, it is necessary to strengthen your physical fitness through various means. The meat of exotic beasts has the effect of strengthening the body. Moreover, the meat and blood of exotic beasts contain a large amount of spiritual energy. The reason both sides collected so many corpses of strange beasts was clearly to prepare for a breakthrough to the 12th level of Qi refining in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Song Jia looked at Gao Zhu and said, "Go back and ask how many people are willing to come and help us carry the corpses of the strange beasts." During the trial, except for the most basic 1 cubic bracelet, you are not allowed to wear space magic weapons. This is also to avoid disrupting the balance of the trial world. And a cubic space cannot hold many corpses of strange beasts. There are only 4 of them here, and they can only hold 4 cubic meters of strange beast corpses at most. According to Gao Ming's observation, the corpses of strange beasts collected by Luo Yuanshou and his men were far more than they could store. Just one exotic pig was too big to fit on their bracelets. If you want to get all these strange beasts back, you can only ask for help. Brother Jia, you want to steal their beast corpses? The two brothers Gao Ming and Gao Zhu opened their eyes wide, and their lips felt a little dry. Song Jia laughed. If the enemy can go, I can go too. Since they have taken your prey, let's take it back. Not only do we have to take it back, but we also have to charge some interest. But among the people they are guarding, there are 2 masters of the 8th level of Qi refining. Once they send out a signal for help, we... Chapter 15. Haha, they're just 2 Qi refining level 8 cultivators. As long as we get rid of them before they send out the signal, we'll have enough time to carry the spoils. Gao Ming wanted to say something, but was stopped by his brother. Gao Zhu said, "Brother Jia, I'll go get someone now." Then he looked at Gao Ming again. "Brother, don't you understand Brother Jia's character? When have you ever done something you were unsure of?" Gao Ming was stunned. Looking at his brother's meaningful eyes, Gao Ming wisely shut up. Song Jia did not waste any time and quickly approached the target with Jianlai and Gao Ming. "Brother Jia, there are 8 of them in total, and there are only 3 of us. I'm afraid." Gao Ming's face was full of worry. Gao Ming's cultivation level was only at the 5th level of Qi refining, which was considered above average in the entire class. But among those who stayed here, the worst ones have reached the 6th level of Qi refining. There are 2 at the 7th level, and 2 at the 8th level. With such a huge gap, even if Jianlai's cultivation had reached the 9th level of Qi refining, Gao Ming didn't think he could capture this group of people before they reacted and asked for help. However, Song Jia waved his hand and said, "You don't have to take action, just keep an eye on Luo Yuanshou and the others. As long as they don't come back, you don't need to raise the alarm. And I will deal with this group of people." Gao Ming's eyes widened. You too." Song Jia smiled confidently, patted his shoulder, and said, "Don't worry, it's okay." Looking at Dianlai, he said, "Leave the 2 8th-level ones to me. You hold the others back first, and don't let them call for help." Dianlai chuckled and said, "Don't worry, they won't have the chance to ask for help." The 2 approached cautiously. Gao Ming's heart was lifted up, and he didn't even dare to breathe. Now, just as 2 students at the 8th level of Qi refining were talking with their heads down, Song Jia rushed out in an instant. Who? Plop, plop. The 2 of them didn't even have time to react before they were knocked unconscious by Song Jia. Gao Ming, who was hiding not far away, saw this and widened his eyes again. This, is it resolved just like that? Gao Ming felt incredible. Dian Lai had not yet rushed into the battlefield. Not only Gao Ming was shocked, but Dian Lai was also shocked. He has reached the 9th level of qi refining. Logically speaking, the gap between him and Song Jia cannot be that big. Jia has broken through to the 12th level of qi refining. Dian Lai was not stupid and realized this instantly. However, the next moment, he was stunned by this discovery. This is the 12th level of qi refining, breaking the limits of the human body for the first time. He still remembered that Song Jia was still at the 9th level of qi refining yesterday. How is it possible to break through to the 12th level of qi refining in just one day? Can you break the human body's limit in one day? When did the limits of the human body become so easily broken? If he had not already cultivated to the 9th level of qi refining, he would have known the difficulty of breaking through the limits of the human body. I'm afraid he would think that this is the limit of the human body. Dian Lai, who knew how difficult it was for him to break through the limits of the human body, understood how terrifying and abnormal it was for Song Jia to break through the limits of the human body in one day. You are worthy of being my recognized big brother. You are awesome. Dian Lai felt a sense of pride for no reason. So what if he has the white energy level talent? Even without the help of talent, Song Jia is still so evil. Don't be distracted. Quickly deal with these people. Just when Dian Lai was distracted, Song Jia had already knocked out 2 guys at the 7th level of qi refining again. With the addition of the pervert Song Jia, the 8 people didn't even have a chance to resist. In just 2 or 3 breaths, all 8 of them fainted, tied them all up and gagged them. After saying this, Song Jia began to look at the spoils of war. Looking at the corpses of strange beasts piled up like a hill, Song Jia's eyes lit up. I didn't expect that Luo Yuanshou was so good. The qi and blood of these beast corpses didn't even lose much. After inspection, it was found that the corpses of these strange animals had undergone special treatment. The wounds on the corpse no longer bleed. Not only that, the blood in the corpse was also very fresh and still retained strong activity. It seems that guy's talent is not simple either. Thinking of Luo Yuanshou's bloodthirsty talent for becoming stronger, Song Jia was also slightly impressed. This talent, which allows one to become stronger by absorbing the energy and blood of living beings, is particularly advantageous in battle. As long as you can injure the enemy, you can replenish yourself by absorbing the enemy's qi and blood and make yourself stronger. The larger the battlefield, the more abnormal this talent becomes. It seems that we have to find an opportunity to get rid of this guy. Song Jia's eyes flashed. He had a grudge with Luo Yuanshou. Based on that guy's personality, he would definitely cause trouble for him or even want to kill him. When it comes to danger, Song Jia always likes to nip it in the bud. You guys watch here, I'll be back soon. Song Jia is a man of action. Since he plans to get rid of Luo Yuanshou, he doesn't want to delay. And this action gave him a good opportunity. Without waiting for Dian Lai and Gao Ming to ask, Song Jia had already rushed out. Soon they found the traces of Luo Yuanshou and his group. However, just as Song Jia was about to take action, alarm bells began to ring in his heart. No, there's a problem. Song Jia immediately stopped and hid in the dark, observing Luo Yuanshou closely. Just now, when Song Jia was about to kill Luo Yuanshou, an ominous premonition suddenly arose in his heart. Could it be? Song Jia suddenly thought of a possibility. As a strong second-generation Luo Yuanshou, who has awakened his blue energy level talent, the Luo family will definitely focus on training him. In these big families, important direct descendants often have a trump card to save their lives. It is generally not triggered when there is no life-threatening situation. However, once fatal damage is inflicted, this protective mechanism will be triggered. There may even be means of counterattack. If that's the case, Song Jia was somewhat unwilling. Although he had already made up his mind, he felt uncomfortable giving up just like that. No, even so, we have to find out what his trump card is. Song Jia's mind raced, and he soon came up with a plan. He certainly wouldn't take the risk, but that didn't mean he had no other options. Retreating silently, Song Jia returned to his previous place. Gao Ming, can you find a foundation establishment level beast? Song Jia asked. Foundation building level? Brother Jia, you're not trying to hunt foundation building level beasts, are you? Gao Ming's face was full of worry. Although Tsang Jia was very powerful, he was only at the qi refining stage after all. Facing a monster that was equivalent to the foundation establishment stage, he had no chance of winning at all. Tsang Jia patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I don't want to die yet." After a pause, Tsang Jia continued, "It will definitely take a lot of time for us to move so many spoils back. During this period, Luo Yuanshou and his gang cannot come back. So, I plan to cause them some trouble, preferably with foundation establishment level beasts. I will lure them over and delay them." Gao Ming heaved a sigh of relief when Tsang Jia said this, and quickly said, "I have actually seen a foundation establishment level exotic pig, more than 2 meters tall. It's just..." Gao Ming suddenly hesitated to speak. Duh. Chapter 16. Just what? Just tell me, don't worry about anything, Tsang Jia said. Looking at Tsang Jia, Gao Ming hesitated and said, "Brother Jia, that strange pig doesn't look like it's in the early stages of foundation building. From what I've seen, it seems to have reached at least the 4th or 5th stage of foundation building." The 4th or 5th level of foundation building. Tsang Jia was also shocked. Like qi refining, foundation building has at least 9 levels, which are called the 9 levels of foundation building. Some can have as many as 18 refinements, depending on how many spiritual energy vortexes are condensed during the qi refining stage. The 4th or 5th stage of foundation building is no longer comparable to the ordinary qi refining stage. Even if Tsang Jia breaks through to the 12th level of qi refining, he may not be a match for the 4th or 5th level of foundation establishment beast pig. However, Tsang Jia hesitated only for a moment before firmly saying, "I'll give it a try even after 4 or 5 refinements. If it doesn't work, I'll run away or divert the blame elsewhere. Don't worry." Although Jianlai and Gao Ming were still very worried, what Tsang Jia had decided was difficult to change. When we arrived at the place Gao Ming pointed to, as expected, a huge wild boar over 2 meters tall appeared in our sight. My goodness, this is comparable to a heavy tank, especially the fur. This kind of defense is probably difficult for anyone below the foundation establishment realm to break through. Even though Tsang Jia was conceited, he didn't think he could break through the opponent's defense. Fortunately, there is no need to alarm at this time. We can just divert the disaster to another place. He slowly retreated until he was several hundred meters away, and then Tsang Jia stopped. Grabbing a handful of dust, he leaped onto the treetops. Standing on a high place, Tsang Jia could just see the strange pig beast hundreds of meters away. "I don't know what the effect will be," Tsang Jia muttered to himself while taking out the weed clone. 1/10 of the juice fell onto the soil in his hand. In an instant, the sounds around seemed to quiet down. The rustling sound of the leaves stopped, and Tsang Jia clearly felt a sense of restlessness spreading around him. What's going on? Tsang Jia looked around in shock. He could feel a sense of oppression and a strong desire. Before he could figure out what was going on, the strange pig hundreds of meters away suddenly screamed. He suddenly looked up and stared at the direction of Tsang Jia. Not only that, with the roar of the strange pig, the silence around was instantly broken. The leaves rustled again, and not far away, the bushes kept shaking. Countless strange beasts gathered here, making strange noises. It was a sound mixed with suppression and excitement. Could it be? Tsang Jia looked down at the soil in his hand, which was stained with 1/10 of a drop of the juice of the weed clone, and felt confused and uncertain. It seems that even the lowest grade weeds and spiritual medicines in the prehistoric world are unexpectedly rare treasures in this world. He felt that the strange pig and all the living creatures around were rushing towards him. Tsang Jia didn't hesitate at all and quickly headed towards Luo Yuanshou. Tsang Jia was jumping between the big trees at a very fast speed. After a while, Tsang Jia arrived above Luo Yuanshou. With a swoosh, Tsang Jia leaped over Luo Yuanshou. However, just as he jumped over Luo Yuanshou, the mud in his hand fell from the air. Who is it? Luo Yuanshou was struggling with a strange beast, and before he could react, Tsang Jia had disappeared from his sight. At the same time, the strange beast, which had originally only wanted to escape, suddenly changed direction and rushed towards Luo Yuanshou madly. Court death! With a loud shout, Luo Yuanshou didn't hesitate and struck with all his strength, knocking the strange sheep away. However, the The strange sheep that landed on the ground did not hesitate at all and rushed towards Luo Yuanshou again madly, as if it had lost its mind. Song Jie, who was observing from a distance, frowned and asked, "Is your juice so effective?" The clone laughed and said, "It's not that my juice is so powerful, but that I was born in the primitive world. That is a world that is far superior to this world. Although the energy concentration contained in my juice is not very high, but their life level is much higher than the creatures in this world. If this group of creatures can absorb my juice, life will inevitably evolve. Even their own blood can undergo transformation, which is the real reason why they go mad." After hearing the clone's explanation, Song Jie was shocked. "It seems that your role is far beyond my imagination." The clone remained silent. Although he knew this, he would eventually be swallowed by the calamity. Just as Song Jie was silent, strange beasts from all directions rushed towards Luo Yuanshou. The sudden change frightened Luo Yuanshou's younger brothers. If there are only 1 or 2, or even 5 or 6 Qi refining realm monsters, they can deal with them. But now dozens of strange beasts are rushing towards them at once. How can they resist? However, they soon discovered something unusual. These strange beasts only attacked Luo Yuanshou. As long as they avoided the strange beasts and rushed towards Luo Yuanshou, these strange beasts would ignore them. This shocked and distressed them. Luo Yuanshou is their boss and a member of the Luo family. How could they dare to abandon Luo Yuanshou? Just as everyone was desperately trying to resist the herd of strange beasts, the ground suddenly shook. "Here I come." Song Jie, who was hiding in a big tree, narrowed his eyes and stared at the strange pig beast that was charging towards him. "Mr. Luo, get out of the way." The lackeys screamed in fear, but no one dared to step forward to stop them. This is a Foundation establishment-level beast. If they go up to stop them, they will surely die. Luo Yuanshou also noticed the existence of the strange pig, and his pupils suddenly shrank. "Oh no, it's too late." Luo Yuanshou cursed inwardly, but before he could react, he was hit by the strange pig. However, the scene of being knocked away did not appear. Just as the strange pig beast hit Luo Yuanshou, a transparent light shield directly covered Luo Yuanshou. With a bang, the strange pig was hit and felt dizzy. However, the light shield was intact. What a powerful protective shield! Just as Song Jie was sighing, the protective shield suddenly flashed with light. The next second, the body of the strange pig, which was in a daze, suddenly separated and fell to the ground with a thump. What a fast attack! Song Jie widened his eyes, and at this moment, he was a little scared. Song Jie couldn't even see clearly the sword light that had just shot out from the light shield. If it were him, he wouldn't be able to escape either. It seems that killing this guy is not that easy. Song Jie felt a sense of regret. But it doesn't matter. The strongest person in the Luo family is only at the celestial immortal realm. As long as you give me time, I will definitely surpass him in less than 10 years. Song Jie has absolute confidence in this. Just as Song Jie was about to leave, he suddenly stopped, staring intently at the battlefield not far away. Although the strange pig was killed in one move. But the battle is not over. The group of Qi refining level beasts were still besieging Luo Yuanshou. But this time, the light shield on Luo Yuanshou did not appear again, and he did not fight back. Ha ha ha, that's how it is. Song Jie was excited. It turned out that as long as Luo Yuanshou was not attacked fatally, the protective shield would not be triggered. This is also the reason why the group of Qi refining level monsters were not solved by the previous light shield. Staring at the corpse of the Foundation establishment level alien pig on the ground, Song Jie was ready to make a move. Chapter 17. If the enemy can go, I can go too. Song Jie no longer hesitated. Just when Luo Yuanshou focused all his energy on the strange beast, Song Jie suddenly rushed out. "Who? Damn it! Were you the one who was doing this just now?" Luo Yuanshou roared angrily, but Song Jie remained indifferent and did not respond at all. Song Jie wasn't sure if the other party had any cards he could use to attack proactively, and he didn't want to take the risk. Although the rules state that during the trial period, one is not allowed to use power beyond one's own to attack other humans. But in this kind of situation, who can guarantee that the other party will comply? The conflict between him and Luo Yuanshou is irreconcilable. Luo Yuanshou, who is extremely jealous, will definitely attack him if he gets the chance. Flying across the battlefield, Sangjia rushed straight towards the strange pig beast. Seeing this, Luo Yuanshou became very anxious and shouted angrily, "Quick! Stop him! I have wasted a precious opportunity to save my life and finally killed this Foundation establishment-level alien pig beast. I can't let it get away with it." Upon hearing this, the lackeys rushed towards Sangjia. However, how could a group of guys at the 4th or 5th level of Qi refining be a match for Sangjia? Before they could even touch the corner of Sangjia's clothes, Sangjia disappeared in front of them with the strange pig. "Ah, damn you. Don't let me know who you are. Otherwise I'll skin you alive." Luo Yuanshou angrily swung the weapon in his hand and killed the strange beasts around him one by one. On the other side, Gao Ming, who had been paying attention to Sanjia's movements, watched the entire process of Sanjia's actions. When Gao Ming saw Sanjia taking away the strange pig, he was completely stunned. This is simply pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. Gao Ming, who had witnessed how Luo Yuanshou killed the strange pig, knew very well how terrifying the attack on Gao Ming was. However, even so, Sangjia snatched away the other party's most precious exotic pig in front of Luo Yuanshou. This is a strange pig that is equivalent to the 4th or 5th level of foundation building. If used properly, it wouldn't be a problem to allow the entire class to advance 1 or 2 small realms collectively. Sangjia brought the strange pig but did not return to Dianlai. Instead, he took it into the mountains. After fiddling with it for a while, Sangjia barely managed to store the essence of the strange pig into the space on his bracelet. As for the remaining part, Sangjia had no way to deal with it. It can't be wasted. Looking at the remaining parts of the strange pig, Sangjia frowned slightly. Suddenly, Sangjia's ears moved, and it seemed that some creature was approaching. Is it the smell of blood that attracted other creatures? Sangjia thought to himself. Looking at the remaining exotic beast meat and various offal on the ground, Sangjia suddenly had an idea. Hey, since we've already tricked Luo Yuanshou, we can't be partial to one and not the other. We can't let Jiangning No. 1 middle school go either. With a wave of his hand, a wild boar skin immediately appeared on the ground. It was the skin of the strange pig just now. The remaining flesh and blood were taken into the water and packed up with fur. Sangjia dragged the huge package and quickly jumped onto the treetop. Looking around, he immediately spotted various strange beasts ready to move, the most numerous of which were wolves. Hey, it depends on whether you can grab this flesh and blood. Sangjia chuckled secretly, dragging the wild boar skin package, and jumped quickly between the treetops, specifically looking for places where strange beasts appeared. After turning around for a long time, Sangjia was followed by a large group of strange beasts. Among them, there are 2 strange beasts close to the foundation building level. Let's look at Jiangning No. 1 middle school. Wow, there are actually 3 of them at the 9th level of Qi refining. Sangjia didn't expect that the strength of the people in Jiangning No. 1 middle school was so strong. It was not just the 2 people at the 9th level of Qi refining, as the Gao Ming brothers said, but 3 people. These are just the people from one class of Jiangning No. 1 middle school. It can be seen that the strength of Jiangning No. 1 middle school is much stronger than that of Guangling No. 1 middle school. You know, in Guangling No. 1 middle school, their class is already the top class, and they have produced 2 blue-level talents. In other classes, most of the strongest people only have blue-level talents. Among the 20,000 people in Guangling No. 1 middle school, it seems that only 5 people with blue energy level talents appeared this time, and there were 2 people in their class. But Jiangning No. 1 middle school is different. Jiangning No. 1 middle school has more students than theirs. Nowadays, in any class, there are 3 students who are at the 9th level of Qi refining. This shows how strong Jiangning No. 1 middle school is. It's a pity that these people picked on the wrong people. Without any hesitation, Sangjia threw the entire wild boar skin package towards the students of Jiangning No. 1 middle school. Although he felt a little sorry for the wild boar skin, he was reluctant to let the child fail to catch the wolf, so Sangjia still threw the wild boar skin away. A sudden blood rain fell from the sky, mixed with a large amount of flesh and blood fragments, scaring the students of Jiangning No. 1 middle school into panic. After all, they were a group of students who had never experienced much killing, and they were immediately panicked when faced with such a sudden change. Don't move. It's just wild boar flesh. Soon someone discovered the true appearance of the flesh and blood, and also found the wild boar skin. This is a Foundation Establishment level exotic beast pig skin. One of the students at the 9th level of Chi Refining exclaimed. What? Foundation Establishment level wild boar skin. How could it be? Everyone was shocked and confused. This was simply a windfall. They actually encountered such a thing. Don't get excited. Something's wrong. This exotic pig has obviously been dissected. The essence has been taken away. The rest, apart from this skin, is of little value. Everyone calmed down, and just as they were trying to figure out what was going on, they tried to search for the hidden disasters around them. Rustle, attention everyone. Prepare for battle. One of the men who had reached the 9th level of Chi Refining shouted loudly, immediately drew out the sword in his hand, and looked around. The rustling sound became more and more rapid, and then pairs of green eyes appeared. How can there be so many strange beasts? Everyone was shocked. But before they could continue to sigh, the strange beasts, stimulated by the smell of blood, rushed towards the group of students. Haha, let you fight for a while, and then we'll collect the spoils later. After taking another look at the battlefield, Sangjia turned and left. Sangjia was not so kind as to attract so many strange beasts for this group of people to kill. Although this group of strange beasts can trap this group of people, they cannot threaten their lives. In fact, the area within a radius of 100 miles has been cleared by the people guarding the base. Therefore, within a radius of 100 miles, most of the exotic beasts are only at the Chi Refining level. There are not even many at the Foundation building level. These strange beasts alone were all attracted by Sangjia with great difficulty. By the time these strange beasts are almost dealt with by this group of people, the strange beasts on their side will probably have been moved away as well. Then bring the others here to receive the spoils from this group of people. The people at Jiangning No. 1 Middle School would never believe that Sangjia actually treated them as free thugs. When we returned to the place where the corpses of the strange beasts were piled up, Gao Ju had already returned. Brother Jia, all the students who are willing to come are already here. There are 9 of them in total. Including Sangjia, Dianlai, Gao Ming, and Gao Jue, there are a total of 13 people here. I'll stay here, and everyone else, including Alai, will work hard to transport the exotic beasts here back as quickly as possible. After a pause, seeing that no one objected, Sangjia added, after transporting the corpses here, there are still many other places where the corpses of strange beasts are, so time is very tight. Everyone was shocked. Are there any other strange beast corpses elsewhere? Chapter 18. Everyone looked around and found no trace of the strange beast's corpse, and couldn't help but look at Sangjia suspiciously. Sangjia didn't explain, but nodded at Dianlai and asked him to lead everyone. The crowd had no choice but to quickly move the corpses of these strange beasts. It took everyone nearly an hour to move all the corpses of the strange beasts. Ajay, where are the corpses of the other strange beasts you mentioned? Dianlai asked curiously. Sangjia smiled mysteriously. Follow me. Looking at the direction Sangjia was heading, Gao Ming and Gao Ju looked at each other and guessed Sangjia's purpose. The two of them took a deep breath. They didn't expect that Sangjia would actually catch the attention of the group of people from Jiangning No. 1 Middle School. Although the two had some guesses in their minds, Gao Ming, who had witnessed Sangjia's power, stopped his younger brother Gao Ju from asking. Amidst everyone's confusion, Sangjia led everyone to the vicinity of the group at Jiangning No. 1 Middle School. There's a sound of fighting here. As everyone got closer, they heard the sound of fighting not far away. Don't you want revenge? Sangjia suddenly spoke. Everyone was stunned and looked at Sangjia, suddenly having an unbelievable guess in their minds. Could it be that Sangjia really intended to bring them to seek revenge on the people from Jiangning No. 1 Middle School? But, with just this few people, can they really deal with so many people from Jiangning No. 1 Middle School? Just as everyone was hesitating, Sangjia walked forward on his own. Everyone was a little confused, but under the leadership of the two brothers Jianlai and Gao Ming, the rest of the people followed. As Sangjia and his group approached, dozens of people from Jiangning No. 1 Middle School immediately became alert. At this time, they had almost dealt with all the strange beasts, and there were only less than 10 left waiting for them to be surrounded and killed. If someone comes to cause trouble at this time, they don't mind letting the other party see how powerful they are. Huh? It's you. That bunch of losers from Guangling number 1 middle school. When they saw who was coming, the people at Jiangning number 1 middle school breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, we are useless? Then what are you? You can't even deal with such a small beast, and you still have the right to call us useless. Sangjia looked at them with a smile, his sarcasm undisguised. You're looking for death. Some students with bad tempers immediately rushed towards Sangjia. The corners of Sangjia's mouth rose slightly, but he did not move at all. Dian Lai, who was beside him, could no longer hold back. When he saw someone rushing towards him, he went to meet him without thinking. Humph, do you think being tall and strong is useful? Let me show you the difference between a mortal and a genius. The opponent threw a punch, and a sonic boom exploded in the air, which was quite shocking. Huh? This martial art is quite interesting. Sangjia's eyes lit up. Although the other party was only at the 8th level of chi refining, his martial arts were obviously extraordinary. This is the foundation of the major families. They control countless worlds. In some worlds, although the main cultivation method cannot compare with the immortal cultivation method of Blue Star. However, in all the worlds, there are still some auxiliary skills that have their own unique features. For example, the person Dian Lai is facing at this moment, the punch he is using is a kind of martial arts. With the help of martial arts force-generating techniques, the opponent's force was no less than that of a person at the 9th level of chi refining. In terms of lethality, it is even stronger than that of an ordinary person at the 9th level of chi refining. It's a pity that the other party met the pervert Dian Lai. Alai, be gentle, don't beat him to death. It would have been better if Sangjia didn't say anything, but as soon as he said this, he immediately angered the person opposite him. Arrogant. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Dian Lai's opponent's eyes, and the concentration of spiritual energy on his fist became even thicker. Oh, these people really don't know how to live or die? Who do they think they are? They dare not take young Master Qiao seriously. They will suffer the consequences. The people at Jiangning number 1 middle school all laughed. However, facing such a powerful blow, Dian Lai appeared very calm. Hee, don't worry, I won't beat him to death. Dian Lai grinned and threw a punch quickly. The moment he threw the punch, the expressions of the 3 people on the opposite side who were at the 9th level of chi refining suddenly changed. Old Joe, be careful. But it was too late. Dian Lai's punch was much faster than the opponent's. When the other party realized something was wrong, Dian Lai's fist had already hit him. With a bang. Then there was another click sound. Young Master Qiao only felt as if his right fist was hit by a sledgehammer. Immediately afterwards, the bones in his right arm and right fist could not withstand the great force, and with a snap, cracks appeared. The next second, Xiao Xiao was blown away by this huge force. Careful! The 3 chi refining level 9 cultivators on the opposite side attacked at the same time. One person caught Xiao Xiao, and the other 2 attacked Dian Lai at the same time. Faced with the siege of the 2, Dian Lai seemed very excited. Ha ha ha! Just in time. Dian Lai was so excited that he couldn't help but increase his strength. Feeling the terrifying power in Dian Lai's fist, the 2 were horrified. No, use weapons. Neither of them dared to fight back, and they all drew their weapons and rushed towards Dian. Dian Lai was not afraid at all. He snorted coldly and channeled his spiritual energy into his fist, which collided directly with the opponent's weapon. Dang, dang. The sounds of 2 iron collisions were heard, and the 3 men retreated at the same time. So strong. The 2 students from Jiangning number 1 middle school thought to themselves at the same time, their expressions suddenly becoming serious. The look he gave Dian Lai also became a little weird. Where did this pervert come from? He actually beat them back with just his fists, without using any martial arts. Could it be that the other party's talent is a strong physical body? The 2 looked at each other and guessed so in their hearts. On the other hand, Dian came over and just rubbed his fists as if nothing had happened. Hee, not bad, not bad. Finally, there's someone I can practice with. Dian Lai seemed very excited, but the person opposite him had a headache. They rarely see such perverts. If they met Dian Lai, they had no chance of winning. With a roll of his eyes, the person opposite suddenly said, "Don't hold back. The 3 of us will hold on to this big fool, and you go and take care of the others." Since Jianlai is difficult to deal with, let him be distracted. Dozens of people from Jiangning No. 1 Middle School didn't waste any time and even gave up the remaining few strange beasts and rushed directly towards Songjia and the others. They thought Dianlai would definitely come to support his own people, so the 3 9th-level Qi refining cultivators from Jiangning No. 1 Middle School rushed up without hesitation. However, facing the siege of dozens of people, Dianlai didn't care at all and had no intention of returning to provide support. This left the 3 people from Jiangning No. 1 Middle School stunned. You don't care about your classmates anymore? The 3 asked in surprise. Dianlai tilted his head in confusion. Why should you care? You can't hurt them. Dianlai's words made the 3 of them stunned again. What do you mean we can't hurt them? Yes, the 3 of us did not take action, but the remaining dozens of people are enough to deal with the remaining 12 people on your side several times. Just as they were about to mock Dianlai, they saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. Chapter 19. There was a sound of B******************* G on the ground, and dozens of people were knocked unconscious by Songjia in just a few breaths. Songjia did not hold back. He just threw them out of his hands like toys, and then smashed them heavily to the ground. Some lucky ones were just knocked unconscious, while some unlucky ones had their bones broken. Those who were even more unfortunate were directly hit and suffered internal injuries. After Songjia's violent attack, in less than 10 breaths, only 3 opponents were left on the field from Jiangning No. 1 Middle School. What is your level of cultivation? The 3 looked at Songjia in horror. At this moment, they no longer had the desire to fight and just wanted to escape from here as quickly as possible. Songjia's power and violence were beyond their expectations. I never expected that among this group of people, there is not only a pervert like Dianlai, but also someone who is even more perverted than Dianlai. Facing Dianlai, they still have the strength to fight. However, facing the catastrophe, they didn't even have the courage to take action. The gap between the 2 sides is really too big. Songjia not only broke through the limits of the human body once, his body was cleansed by weeds and spiritual medicines, and now his physical body is no worse than Dianlai's. By the time he completely absorbs the entire weed clone, it is unknown how powerful Songjia will become. By that time, no one at the same level will be his opponent. Don't just stand there. Carry back the corpses of our exotic beasts. Songjia pointed at the strange beasts hunted by Jiangning No. 1 Middle School and said bluntly. The 3 people on the opposite side watched Songjia and scrupulously take their spoils for himself, but they dared not say anything. What? Do you have any objections? Songjia raised his eyebrows and looked at the 3 people. The 3 of them clenched their fists, wanting to rush over and fight Songjia to the death. But they didn't dare, because they are no match for Songjia at all. Looking at the miserable state of the other classmates, the 3 of them could only accept their fate. Songjia did not make things difficult for the 3 of them. He knew very well that those 3 people who could reach the 9th level of Qi refining in such a short period of time were the targets of Qi training by the major families. People like this often have a trump card that can save their lives. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Songjia didn't want to offend them completely. As Songjia and his group left, the 3 of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Are we just going to let this go? One of them asked unwillingly. The other 2 were silent for a moment. So what if it doesn't count? I'm afraid only the top students in our school can rival such a perverted guy. People like this should either be killed as soon as possible or not offended at all. Once they grow up, they won't be someone we can provoke. The 3 of them were silent for a while at this statement. How about going to ask those people for help? The 3 people's eyes flickered. It is impossible to say that they really don't mind and are willing to be humiliated by Songjia. It's just that the situation is stronger than people. So what can they do if they don't surrender? But if we can ask those people in their school for help, we may be able to take revenge. But it might not be easy to persuade them. Hey, actually, it's not easy to say it's not easy, but it's also easy to say it's easy. Oh, do you have any good ideas? Hey, have you forgotten that these 2 weren't present when we bullied the Guangling No. 1 Middle School students? But now these 2 people came to avenge this group of people, and it was obvious that this group of people persuaded them. I guess our words of humiliating Guangling No. 1 Middle School by calling them trash must have reached those 2 people, which led to this lesson. If they can stand up for Guangling number 1 middle school, can't those people from our school stand up for Jiangning number 1 middle school? As soon as these words were spoken, the other two people's eyes suddenly lit up. He slapped his thigh and said, "You're right. Those two can stand up for the people from Guangling number 1 middle school. If those people from our school remain indifferent, hee." The three of them looked at each other and started laughing. Song Jie didn't pay attention to the three people's calculations. Now that they have enough blood for food, this group of people will not need to go out hunting in the short term. Song Jie was even more prepared to make a final push and raise his cultivation to the ultimate level of qi refining. He did not forget that Principal Sunjin also gave him a visiting card from Yingchuan Academy. Yingchuan Academy not only has the top talents of the three kingdoms, but also has the special spiritual power cultivation method of this world. If you can learn it, it will be helpful to yourself. Time flies, and 49 days have passed in the Three Kingdoms world. In just one more day, Songjia and the others will be able to condense a teleportation card. With the teleportation card, he doesn't have to worry about not being able to come back after going out. During these 49 days, Songjia not only easily cultivated to the 18th level of qi refining, but also broke this limit. However, after Songjia condensed 36 spiritual energy vortexes, no matter how hard he tried, he could not condense more spiritual energy vortexes. It seems that this is the limit of my Dantian. During this period, Songjia would retrieve a batch of weed clones that were more than 270 years old from the prehistoric world every 10 days. Songjia has recovered a total of 81 prehistoric weeds and left 162 soul clones in the prehistoric world. Not only that, these 81 weeds and spiritual herbs also contain 81 soul clones whose soul strength is stronger than the original body. Now, the actual number of Tsangjia's soul clones has actually reached 243. And this is exactly what the Tsangjia harvested during these 49 days. Songjia has cultivated to the 36th level of qi refining, but he has used less than one weed or spiritual medicine. This is the most terrifying thing. According to Tsangjia's estimation, with 81 weeds and spiritual medicines, Songjia probably won't have to worry about natural treasures before he cultivates to the nascent soul stage. As for the 162 soul clones in the prehistoric world today, Songjia is no longer planning to take them back. Instead, they are allowed to reincarnate continuously in the ancient world until they are reborn as a creature with sufficient blood. Looking at the first weed clone in his hand, Songjia felt a little emotional. "I'm sorry, you will eventually merge with me." The weed clone had a complicated expression and finally just sighed. "You and I are one. How can I be sorry?" Having said that, Songjia understood that these clones had become independent individuals the moment they entered the 6 realms of reincarnation. It's just that the origin of their souls comes from themselves and is completely under their own control. Taking a deep breath, Songjia showed no mercy and swallowed the remaining first weed clone into his stomach in one gulp. Not only that, Songjia took out 2 weed clones and put them in his mouth. This time, Songjia is ready to break through to the foundation establishment realm in one fell swoop. He stayed in the qi refining realm for too long. Many people have broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Geniuses like Dian Lai have already broken through to the 3rd stage of foundation establishment. With the help of Songjia, Dian Lai broke the historical limit of Blue Star and condensed 21 spiritual energy vortexes in the qi refining realm. Success or failure depends on this one move. I wonder how many grades of spiritual liquid I can condense. Chapter 20. To break through from the qi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage, one needs to condense the vortex of spiritual energy in the dantian into a vortex of spiritual liquid. During this process, a very special energy will be born in the spiritual fluid, which can be used to expand the meridians of the human body. After the spiritual fluid vortex is formed, it can be controlled to pass through the meridians throughout the body. During this process, the special energy generated when the spiritual fluid condenses will be integrated into the meridians, enhancing their activity and toughness. The higher the grade of the spiritual liquid, the richer the special energy contained in it. In addition, the more spiritual energy vortices condensed during the qi refining stage, the more times the meridians can be tempered during the foundation establishment stage. This means that the foundation will be more solid. When all the spiritual energy vortices in the Dantian are condensed into spiritual liquid vortices, you can try to break through to the Jindan realm. Now Sangjia's body has been cultivated to the extreme of Qi refining realm, and it is time for a breakthrough. As the first weed elixir was completely swallowed, the energy and medicinal properties contained in the elixir were quickly absorbed by the body. At the same time, the soul of the first weed clone also merged into Sangjia's soul. In an instant, Sangjia felt that the strength of his soul had increased by 2 times. However, this amount of energy is not enough to help Sangjia break through. With a thought, a weed clone in his mouth shattered, and tremendous energy quickly swept through his body. The special blood in the weeds also began to transform Sangjia's body again. Condensate for me. In the Dantian, one of the spiritual energy vortexes suddenly accelerated, getting faster and faster. As the rotation accelerated, the vortex of spiritual energy began to shrink and become compressed. A large amount of spiritual energy gathered towards this spiritual energy vortex. However, the amount of spiritual energy in the Dantian is limited, and Sangjia cannot use the energy in other spiritual energy vortexes. Otherwise, the other spiritual energy vortexes will collapse. Just when the Dantian was running low on spiritual energy, the tremendous energy from the weed elixir rushed into the Dantian. Congeal. Sangjia growled in his heart. The spiritual energy vortex, which was almost reaching its limit, accelerated again. The next second, a drop of spiritual liquid suddenly dripped out from the vortex of spiritual energy that had been compressed to the extreme. Soon after, more and more spiritual fluids appeared. It's not enough. Give me another one. Sangjia swallowed the other clone in his mouth. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of spiritual energy poured into the Dantian and was transformed into spiritual liquid by the spiritual energy vortex. And these spiritual liquids also began to rotate, swallowing up the spiritual energy vortex in reverse. From then on, the first spiritual fluid vortex was born. This spiritual fluid grade. The vortex of spiritual liquid condensed in the Dantian was actually faintly colorful, which made Sangjia happy. The quality of spiritual fluid can only be seen by the individual himself, and it needs to be judged by observing the color faintly emitted by his own spiritual fluid vortex. Like the talent energy levels, there are 9 levels from low to high: white, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, and color. The spiritual liquid condensed by Sangjia actually reached the highest color quality. Although the quality of the spiritual liquid is not as important as the talent level, but every higher level means that your foundation will become more solid. As we all know, if you want to climb to higher heights, the foundation is very important. Not bad. Although I'm only at the first level of foundation building, my actual combat power is probably comparable to that of an ordinary person at the 9th level of foundation building. Today, Sangjia finally has the qualifications to walk in this world. In this world, those generals are all powerful Jindan-level warriors. The top ones among them are even comparable to those who have reached the 9th level of the Jindan realm in the Blue Star world. It's time to go out. 50 days have passed in the Three Kingdoms world, and 10 days have passed on Blue Star. The new teleportation card has been successfully condensed, and Sangjia can go home and come back in. Ajay, you finally broke through. Seeing Sangjia coming out of seclusion, Dianlai was very excited. He knew that Sangjia always wanted to go back to see his sister, and the moment he condensed the teleportation card, Dianlai was waiting there. Yes, you have broken through another small realm. Now you have reached the 4th level of foundation building. Seeing that Dianlai had broken through to a new level during this period, Sangjia was also delighted. Dianlai scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. But then he was stunned. Ajay, why do I sense a deadly danger from you? Didn't you just break through to the foundation establishment stage? What is your current level of cultivation? Sangjia shrugged. Of course, it's the first step of foundation building. As for the danger you feel, Sangjia smiled mysteriously. Since I want to be your boss, I must have some skills. Seeing that Sangjia was unwilling to say more, Dianlai didn't ask any more questions. But he knew that the spiritual energy vortex condensed by Songjia was definitely more than that of his. Even he condensed 21 spiritual energy vortexes, breaking the record of humans on Blue Star. Songjia broke the limits of the human body earlier than him, and now it is so late that he breaks through the foundation establishment stage. Dianlai really couldn't imagine how many spiritual energy vortexes Songjia had condensed. 24? No, 24 can't be that late. Could it be 27? Dianlai took a deep breath and was shocked. The fact that he could condense 21 spiritual energy vortexes was already astonishing. Songjia warned him not to tell anyone, and only told others that he had condensed 18 spiritual energy vortexes. If the number of spiritual energy vortexes condensed by Songjia reaches 27, it would be a terrifying thing. I'm afraid that once it is exposed, the entire human race will catch it and study it. Don't ask, I don't know anything. Dianlai hurriedly hypnotized himself. Looking at Dianlai's changing expression, Songjia naturally knew what he was thinking. However, Songjia did not explain. He couldn't tell Dianlai that he had actually condensed 36 spiritual energy vortexes. I'm afraid no one will believe this if I say it. During the 100 years of the Blue Planet's changes, the limit that trillions of humans could achieve was only 18 spiritual energy vortexes. The fact that Dianlai was able to break through this limit and reach 21 is already a miracle for mankind. As for 36, people dare not even think about it. He suppressed his emotions and did not say much about it. After sorting out their belongings, the two crushed the teleportation cards in their hands. In a flash of light, Songjia and the other two had returned to Blue Star School. The head teacher on duty was stunned when he saw the two of them, then quickly asked, "Why did you come out?" "Master, I want to go home." The head teacher was stunned when he heard this, then thought of Songjia's situation and sighed. It's okay to go back, but the time can't be too long. Every minute and every second in the trial world is important to you. Maybe if you stay for a while longer, you will be able to break through one more small realm than others. Often, a small realm may represent the difference between a prestigious university and an ordinary one. Listening to the head teacher's nagging, Songjia didn't feel annoyed at all, knowing that it was for their own good. The head teacher didn't nag them for long and soon let them go. And they are not the only ones who came out today. Some of them missed home, some came back to replenish their cultivation resources, and some just didn't want to stay in the Three Kingdoms world and wanted to come back to relax. Songjia ignored everyone else and returned home immediately. The moment he saw his sister Songyue, Songjia trembled and could no longer remain calm. Chapter 21. Xiaoyu. Looking at Songyue, who was lying on the bed and as thin as a skeleton, Songjia's heart was gripped tightly. These are his only relatives. If they leave again, Songjia doesn't know what to do next. Xiaoyu's condition has worsened again in the past 10 days. If Principal Sun hadn't taken timely action to stabilize her condition, I'm afraid. Aunt May looked at Songyue and said with a distressed look on her face. Dianlai stood aside, his face also full of pain. He had watched Songyue grow up. "Ajay, why don't you go ask the principal?" Dianlai was also helpless. They could not help Songyue with her illness at all. However, Songjia shook his head and said, "The principal has done his best." After a pause, he looked at the two of them and said, "Auntie May, a lie. You two should go back first. I want to talk to Xiaoyu." Aunt May opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end she could only sigh and pulled Dianlai back to the house next door. "Brother," Songyue called weakly. "Don't talk yet. Wait a moment." Songjia rushed into the kitchen, poured a glass of water from the kettle, then took out a weed clone and squeezed out a little juice. Songjia didn't dare to use too much on Songyue, fearing that she would be too weak to receive the nourishment. "Drink this first." Looking at the clear water brought by Songjia, Songyue was very confused. His big bulging eyes blinked at Songjia. Songjia ignored her doubts and helped her drink the water. "How does it feel?" 10 minutes later, Songjia asked nervously. Bro, what did you give me to drink? I feel like I have the strength to speak now." Hearing his sister talking without difficulty, Songjia's eyes suddenly lit up and the hand holding the cup trembled a little. "As long as it's useful, it's good." Songjia came to the kitchen again trembling, put his hands on the stove, and took deep breaths. There was an unprecedented joy in his eyes. It's been 10 years. It's been 10 years. During these 10 years, he lived in fear every day, afraid that his sister would suddenly die. Now that he saw hope, Sangjia could no longer suppress his emotions. His eyes were red, and Sangjia kept taking deep breaths. After a long time, Sangjia finally calmed down. Just drinking water is not enough. We need to make her some medicinal soup to nourish her body. Thinking of this, Sangjia immediately took out the ingredients from the bracelet. Having obtained so many corpses of strange beasts before, Sangjia kept quite a few. Most of them are poured from exotic beasts at the foundation building level. It's just that the grade of the exotic beast pork is too high and not suitable for my little sister now. Sangjia took out a strange chicken that had refined about 40% of its chi, and also took out a lot of nourishing medicinal herbs. These medicinal herbs were exchanged by Sangjia with other classmates using the corpses of exotic beasts. While processing these ingredients, Sangjia gave his sister 2 cups of water with juice dropped in it. After drinking 3 cups of juice and water, Sangjia looked much better. Although he was still unable to move, his face finally showed some color. "Brother, what exactly did you give me to drink? Why do I feel so much better?" Sangjia stared with her big eyes, looking straight at Sangjia. She had already despaired and given up on living, but it was a pity that she didn't see her brother get into university. However, everything changed with the return of his brother. She could feel changes in her body, changes she had never experienced in the past 10 years. In the past, no matter how good the food she ate, it could only slow down the decline of her body. That feeling of life constantly slipping away never went away. But just now, after her brother gave her 3 glasses of water, the feeling of losing her life disappeared. Not only that, she could even feel that a vitality seemed to be surging into her body, repairing her broken body. This is incredible. Facing his sister's shocked yet curious gaze, Sangjia smiled slightly and said, "I told you I could definitely cure you." Sangyu smiled happily and nodded heavily. "Yes, brother is the best." At noon, Sangyue ate the medicinal chicken that Sangjia prepared for him. This time, Sangjia dropped a whole drop of juice into the medicinal chicken. As the medicinal chicken went down his throat, Sangyu looked better and better. By evening, Sangyue was able to move again. When Aunt May saw all this, her eyes widened in shock, her face full of disbelief. "Xiao Xiaoya, can you move?" Then he looked at Sangjia. "Xiaoya, what's this?" Aunt May was a little excited, but also a little nervous. She was afraid that Sangyue was having a last gasp. Sangjia smiled and said, "I got some rare treasures in the trial world. I didn't expect that these treasures would be of such great use to Xiaoya." It's not that Sangjia doesn't trust Aunt May, but the weed clone is too important, and Sangjia dare not tell anyone. By the next morning, Sangyue was able to stand up and walk. Seeing this, Sangjia finally felt relieved. Now that he had the ability to move, Sangjia was able to safely hand over a weed clone to Sangyue. "You must keep this spiritual herb safe and make sure no one finds it, no matter who it is." Although the weed clone can seal its own breath, it is unable to move after all. If a strong person investigates, it will inevitably expose itself. Sangjia continued, "I've left you a lot of exotic animal ingredients and spiritual medicines. Every time you cook, you can add a drop of spiritual herb juice to the food. Eat 3 meals a day, and I believe it won't take long for your body to fully recover." Seeing Sangjia's solemn expression, Sangyue also carefully put away the weed clone. After dealing with his sister's affairs, Sangjia and Jianlai returned to school. Without any delay, the two entered the Three Kingdoms world through the teleportation card. "Alai, call Gao Ming and Gao Ju. It's time for us to go out and gain some experience." Since the last incident, the brothers Gao Ming and Gao Ju have joined Sangjia and Jianlai. Now their small group has 4 people. The reason why he was willing to accept the 2 of them was because of their talents. One had the ability to see and hear from afar, and the other had the ability to hear and hear from afar, which would be of great help to Sangjia. The group of 4 left directly from the back mountain without disturbing anyone. Not long after they left, a man sneaked out of a house not far from their residence and headed towards the inner city of the base. Sangjia and his 3 companions did not take the official road, but directly crossed the mountains. Sangjia's target this time is Yingchuan Academy. After absorbing 3 soul clones, Sangjia's soul is now very powerful. Mental power cannot be converted into soul power, but soul power can be directly converted into mental power. However, it is not cost-effective to convert soul power into mental power, so no one does it. Even if the soul power is not converted into mental power, people with strong souls will achieve twice the result with half the effort by cultivating mental power. After absorbing 3 soul clones, Sangjia's soul strength is now almost 7 times that of an ordinary person. If one can practice the cultivation techniques related to spiritual power, Sangjia will definitely make rapid progress. This is also the reason why Sangjia, who has both skills and resources and has cured his sister's terminal illness, is still willing to go to Yingchuan Academy. If he could obtain a method to cultivate spiritual power, it would also give Sangjia an additional means of fighting. More importantly, Emperor Ling of Han is nearing his end, and his death is only a few months away. Once Emperor Ling of Han dies, chaos will break out in the Han dynasty. If Sangjia wants to recruit various talents, joining Yingchuan Academy is a good way. The 4 of them crossed mountains and rivers, hunting and searching for various elixirs. It took them 3 days to finally arrive in Nanyang County, not far from Yingchuan County. However, on this day, the 4 met an unexpected person. Chapter 22. Brother Jia, someone is chasing us. The brothers Gao Ming and Gao Ju, who were in charge of investigating the surrounding situation, suddenly spoke. Who? I don't know him. He looks like a native of this world, a middle-aged scholar. Song Jia was stunned. Middle-aged scholar? Just when everyone was confused, the man came across the large forest in 2 or 3 steps and came in front of them. What a fast speed! Sangjia's pupils shrank. Although the man was dressed as a scholar, he was not slow at all. Sangjia even felt a sense of death crisis from the other party. He's a master. Sangjia was alert. He stopped 3 meters away from them, his nose twitching, and quickly locked onto Sangjia and Dianlai. My name is Zhang Ji, also known as Zhang Zhongjing. Nice to meet you 4 friends from another world. The 4 people of Sangjia all have short hair, which makes them very conspicuous in this world. Perhaps ordinary people don't know about the existence of people like them, but this does not include the major families in this world. It is not surprising that someone like Zhang Zhongjing, who came from a noble family, knew about the existence of other worlds. However, Sangjia never expected that the person in front of him was Zhang Zhongjing, one of the 3 most famous doctors in the 3 Kingdoms period. My name is Sangjia. Nice to meet you, Mr. Zhongjing. Dianlai and the other 2 also hurriedly saluted. Faced with this top-notch doctor, they did not dare to neglect him. What's more, Zhang Zhongjing's cultivation is obviously higher than theirs. After the 2 sides exchanged greetings, Zhang Zhongjing just stared at Sangjia and Dianlai, his eyes moving back and forth between the 2 of them. Especially Sangjia, Zhang Zhongjing looked at Sangjia with a very strange look. Why is this guy looking at Brother Jia and Brother Lai with such a strange look? It's as if he is looking at treasures from heaven and earth. Gao Ju whispered to Gao Ming on the side. Hearing this, Sangjia's mouth twitched, because he had the same feeling. Unable to bear Zhang Zhongjing's gaze, Sangjia asked directly, "Is there something wrong with us? Why are you looking at us like that, sir?" Zhang Zhongjing coughed lightly, shook his head first, but then nodded, which confused everyone. Have you 2 taken any special elixir? Dianlai was stunned. When Sangjia gave him the clone juice, he secretly added it to the ingredients, and Dianlai had no idea at all. But when Sangjia heard this, his eyes narrowed and he looked at Zhang Zhongjing vigilantly. He didn't expect that even though he was so cautious, the other party still noticed something unusual. Just when Sangjia was secretly alert, Zhang Zhongjing was the first to notice that Sangjia's expression was abnormal. Seeing Sangjia staring at him warily, Zhang Zhongjing was stunned at first. Then he laughed and shook his head, saying, "My friend, there's no need to be nervous. I just discovered from your physical abnormalities that you 2 had taken some special elixir. What a pity." Zhang Zhongjing frowned slightly, looked at the 2 of them carefully again, and shook his head, saying, "What a pity. This is such a waste of natural resources." In the end, Zhang Zhongjing seemed to hate him for not fighting back. "Oh, I don't know what you're sorry about, sir. Why are you saying we're wasting natural resources?" Sangjia really couldn't help it, because he could feel that he had not fully absorbed the medicinal properties of the weed clone. Looking at Sangjia, Zhang Zhongjing shook his head and sighed. You two should have taken some kind of elixir that can enhance the essence of the body. It's a pity that the two of you practice the techniques you use to cultivate it, and that you can't truly bring out the full potential of this elixir. Song Jie's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly asked, Sir, do you have a way for us to fully absorb the medicinal properties of this elixir? Zhang Zhongjing smiled, but did not answer. Song Jie's heart moved, and he clasped his hands and said, As long as you can help us, we will definitely repay you handsomely in the future. Ha 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 ha. You're too polite, my friend. I don't need to reward you generously, but Zhang Ji also happens to have something that I would like to ask for your help. Song Jia was stunned for a moment, then hesitated and said, I wonder what I can do for you, sir. Mr. Zhang needs some of your blood to treat illnesses and save lives. I hope you can agree. Blood can save lives. Song Jia frowned, suspiciously asking, Can my blood save lives? Zhang Zhongjing smiled and said, Of course, the blood of ordinary people won't work, but your blood is special, and it contains a lot of vitality and original power. I have a good friend whose son is terminally ill and cannot be cured without a miraculous medicine that replenishes the source of life. But this elixir is extremely precious, and my friend couldn't find it even after searching all over the world. If there is no more miraculous medicine to cure it, my friend's son will probably die soon. I hope you will have mercy on him. Zhang Zhongjing bowed, and Song Jia was so frightened that he quickly dodged away. Sir, there is no need to do this. Your righteousness has moved me. After a pause, Song Jia said with emotion in Zhang Zhongjing's expectant eyes, Sir, you don't know. I have a sister whose situation is very similar to the good friend's son you mentioned. After taking the magic medicine a few days ago, there has indeed been some improvement. As for whether my blood can help your good friend's son, I can't guarantee it. Zhang Zhongjing hurriedly said, Don't worry, my friend. Even if you can't help me, the reward I promised will not be less. Song Jia nodded and immediately asked, I wonder where your friend lives? We still have to go to Yingchuan Academy, so we probably won't be delayed for too long. Haha, don't worry, my friend. My good friend is in Nanyang County and won't delay you for long. Song Jia felt relieved. Since they were in Nanyang County, it would not delay their journey. Nanyang County? A good friend's son? Born with a defect? Could it be? Song Jia instantly thought of someone and was suddenly shocked. However, Song Jia didn't say much. He shook his head at the others, signaling them not to say anything more. Another day passed, and the group finally arrived at the residence of the friend that Zhang Zhongjing mentioned. This house is a little too shabby. Although the four of them guessed that this was most likely Huang Zhong's home, they were still surprised when they saw the living environment. The dilapidated adobe house had a yard surrounded by a wooden fence, which even had a few holes in it. Zhang Zhongjing smiled bitterly and said, My good friend has already spent all his wealth for his son. Originally, he was from a large family. Even though it was just a branch, he was quite wealthy. Unfortunately, as he spoke, Zhang Zhongjing shook his head and sighed. Everyone looked at each other, filled with emotion. Is Han Sheng home? Standing outside the wooden fence, Zhang Zhongjing shouted loudly. Crack! The door was pushed open and a middle-aged man in his 30s walked out. Brother Zhongjing, why are you here? Did you find some magical medicine? Huang Zhong was very excited and hurriedly opened the gate. But when he saw Song Jia and the other three, he was stunned. Who are these for? Zhang Zhongjing didn't reply, but jokingly said, Why don't you invite us in to sit down? Huang Zhong was startled, came to his senses, and hurriedly welcomed everyone into the house. Brother Zhongjing, who are these four? These four are the brothers I met on the road. They are Song Jia, Dian Lai, Gao Ming, and Gao Ju. They are all from other worlds. Zhang Zhongjing introduced the four people from Songjia. Although Huang Zhong was puzzled as to why Zhang Zhongjing brought four people from other worlds to him, he still nodded at the four people from Songjia as a greeting. In response, Zhang Zhongjing just smiled mysteriously and continued, Brother Han Sheng, I have brought you some good news this time. My nephew's illness can be cured. The moment Zhang Zhongjing finished speaking, Huang Zhongting stood up. What? Brother Zhongjing, what did you say? My son is saved. Are you lying to me? Huang Zhong was trembling all over, with both excitement and fear. Zhang Zhongjing stroked his beard and laughed. When have I ever lied to you? It's just... Chapter 23. Just what? No matter what the conditions are, as long as it can save my son, I will agree. Seeing Huang Zhong's anxious face, Zhang Zhongjing stopped keeping him in suspense. To save your son, you need this young friend's fresh blood. So, if you want to repay him, just repay this young friend. Song Jie was stunned. He didn't expect Zhang Zhongjing to say that. Hadn't Zhang Zhongjing already promised to pay them? Why did he ask Huang Zhong to repay him? Don't be confused, my friend. I will naturally fulfill my promise to you. However, treating Huang Su requires taking blood several times, which has also caused some harm to you, so it is not excessive for Han Shang to repay you. At this time, Huang Zhong also said, Don't worry, little brother. Although I am not talented, my strength is not bad. If you want any rare treasures or any exotic animals, I can get them for you. Song Jie pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, I don't lack any of these. As soon as these words were spoken, Huang Zhong suddenly became anxious. Now he only has this strength left. He can still do hunting and treasure hunting, but as for money, he has spent it all long ago. Without waiting for Huang Zhong to speak, Song Jie continued, But if there's anything I need help with, there is one thing. Huang Zhong's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, little brother, is there anything I can help you with? Song Jie smiled and said, Actually, the four of us came out this time for some experience. Our original plan was to go to Yingchuan Academy to study and then travel around the world. If Han Sheng really wants to do something for us, I wonder if he can be our protector. The deadline is 1.5 years, during which I can provide blood for Huang Su's treatment at any time. Song Jie looked at Huang Zhong. What do you think, Han Sheng? A guardian. Huang Zhong was a little hesitant. If he agreed, he would have to stay with Song Jie for the next 1.5 years, which made him somewhat hesitant. As if seeing his hesitation, Zhang Zhongjing said with a smile, Han Sheng might as well agree to it, little brother Song Jie. After all, it's hard to say how long it will take for my nephew to recover from his illness, so it's safest for him to stay with my little brother. Zhang Zhongjing had said so. Huang Zhong gritted his teeth and nodded, saying, Okay, I promise, young friend. Seeing that both parties reached an agreement, Zhang Zhongjing also smiled happily. Next, Zhang Zhongjing began to take Huang Su's pulse and diagnose him, while Song Jie and the other 3 watched curiously. Fortunately, the condition hasn't worsened. Next, please get some blood for me to study the medicinal properties, which will also facilitate the preparation of the medicine later. Dianlai and the other 2 stared at Song Jie, as if they also wanted to see what was special about Song Jie's blood. Song Jie didn't waste any words and just let out a few drops of blood. Dianlai and the other 2 stretched their necks and stared at the blood dripping from Song Jie. Even Huang Zhong looked at the drops of blood with curiosity. However, no matter how they looked at it, Song Jie's blood was still so ordinary, no different from their blood. Brother, did you see anything? Gao Ju whispered to Gao Ming, who had the gift of clairvoyance. Gao Ming gave a bitter laugh. I'm a clairvoyant, not a microscope. So how can I see anything unusual? Having said that, he had a hunch that Song Jie's blood seemed really unusual. Just when everyone was puzzled, Zhang Zhongjing said with emotion, Amazing. It is really amazing. There seems to be a terrifying bloodline hidden in your blood. It is precisely these hidden bloodlines that make your blood activity and the concentration of your origin power so high. Song Jie was shocked. His eyes widened as he asked, Mr. Zhongjing can even see the blood vessels hidden in the blood? Then, can Mr. Zhongjing tell what kind of bloodline is hidden in my blood? Zhang Zhongjing shook his head. My friend, you think too highly of me. In fact, everyone has some hidden blood in their blood. However, most of these bloodlines are useless and cannot be activated. Although your bloodline cannot be activated either, it is because your hidden bloodline is too powerful that it can contain such a rich source of power. After hearing Zhang Zhongjing's explanation, everyone suddenly understood. But then, everyone's eyes looking at Sanji changed. Everyone's bloodline is very ordinary. Even if there is a hidden bloodline, it is useless. But Song Jie's bloodline has special effects, which is why everyone is shocked. Song Jie ignored the shocked looks of the crowd and said to Zhang Zhongjing, Sir, your ability is also amazing. You can actually see the peculiarity in the blood vessels. Zhang Zhongjing smiled and said, My friend, don't be surprised. Although our world cannot compare to yours, it also has its own unique features. For example, Different methods of cultivating mental power have different bonuses in various fields. My cultivation method allows me to more easily identify the properties of medicines and diagnose the patient's condition. It's amazing that he has such ability. This was also the first time that Sanjia learned about the spiritual cultivation system of this world, and he really wanted to know clearly. However, after Zhang Zhongjing finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to everyone and focused on studying Sanjia's bloodline, which made Sanjia feel a little regretful. Everyone was bored and had to bask in the sun in the yard. Not long after, Zhang Zhongjing began to prepare medicine and everyone gathered again. Although they couldn't understand it, everyone still watched it with great interest. As Huang Su drank the medicine prepared by Zhang Zhongjing, his condition improved significantly. Half an hour later, Huang Su had the strength to get out of bed, which made Huang Zhong very excited. Young man's blood is more useful than I thought. Judging from the situation, after a few more visits, Huang Su's illness may be completely cured. Of course, due to the special nature of your blood, you should not take the medicine too frequently. It is best to take the medicine once every month. It will take about 3 to 4 months to recover. After listening to Zhang Zhongjing's description, everyone was shocked. Unlike Huang Zhong, who was excited, Dian Lai and the two brothers Gao Ming and Gao Ju felt incredible. I didn't expect that Sanjia's blood could actually cure diseases. It's simply a miracle. But they have one advantage, which is that they never ask too many questions. As everyone was sighing, Huang Zhong pulled the 10-year-old Huang Su and bowed to Zhang Zhongjing and Sanjia. Brother Zhongjing and little friend Sanjia, please accept my greetings. Sanjia hurriedly supported the two of them. Han Shang, there's no need to do this. Please get up quickly. Zhang Zhongjing laughed heartily and said, Friend Sanjia, just let them bow. They will feel uneasy if they don't bow for saving their lives. Looking at Zhang Zhongjing, who looked calm and composed, Sanjia finally let go of his supporting hand. After the two of them stood up, Zhang Zhongjing looked at Sanjia. Now I can fulfill my promise to you. Sanjia was delighted. I wonder what you want me to do. Do you need to prepare any spiritual materials? Zhang Zhongjing shook his head. If you want to absorb the medicinal properties hidden in your body to the greatest extent possible, the best way is to practice martial arts and strengthen your body. Practicing martial arts and cultivating the body. Sir, you mean that we should practice the bodybuilding techniques of your world? Zhang Zhongjing nodded, and Sanjia couldn't help but look at Huang Zhong. Did he want them to learn martial arts from Huang Zhong? Huang Zhong was also stunned. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Zhongjing waved his hand and said, I'm not asking you to follow Han Shang to learn martial arts. Han Shang's skills may not be suitable for you. Sanjia and the other three were stunned again. Just when they didn't know how to answer, Zhang Zhongjing continued. Chapter 24. Everyone's body has a certain attribute preference. For those with Earth attribute, practicing Earth attribute techniques can achieve twice the result with half the effort. But if a person with Earth attribute is asked to practice skills of other attributes, it will be very difficult for him to do so. Even when one cultivates to a high level, it may conflict with one's own attributes, and one's life may be in danger. At this time, Huang Zhong also said, Brother Zhongjing did not lie to you. The technique I practice is of water attribute. If there is someone among you with the water attribute, I don't mind teaching him my cultivation method. But if it's not water attribute, I'll only harm you if I teach you. This. The fourth Sanjia looked at each other in confusion. Dianlai couldn't help but ask, Then how do you judge our qualifications? This is easy. We can use the 5-element stone to test your attributes. Before anyone could ask what the 5-element stone was, Huang Zhong had already taken out a fist-sized stone from the house. As long as you hold this stone, it will change color. The darker the color, the better the aptitude. White represents gold, green represents wood, black represents water, red represents fire, and yellow represents earth. If the 5 elements are balanced, the stone will not change color. Of course, people with balanced 5 elements also have the worst aptitude for physical training. After Huang Zhong finished his explanation, Dianlai and the other two were eager to try it out. Sanjia smiled at Dianlai and said, Alai, you try it. Dianlai was not polite and grabbed the 5-element stone and held it in his hand. Wow, white. It's the metal element. Huh, why is this white shimmering with silver? The two Gao Ming brothers shouted excitedly. The silver-white color represents that this young brother Dianlai has high aptitude. As long as he practices the gold-attributed body-refining technique, he will make rapid progress. Unfortunately, I only have water-attributed techniques, so I can't teach you directly. Can't we just teach directly? Everyone was a little disappointed. At this time, Zhang Zhongjing smiled and said, although Han Sheng cannot teach you directly, I have a complete set of 5-element exercises here. You can practice it first. When you find a suitable practice later, you can switch to other practices without being affected. As soon as these words were spoken, Songjie and the other three breathed a sigh of relief. Dianlai handed the stone to Songjie, who smiled and said, let's test it for them first. The two brothers Gao Ming were not polite. Gao Ju took the 5-element stone and held it tightly. Soon, the stone turned pitch black, so dark that even the light seemed to be sucked into it. Wow, such a high water attribute aptitude. Huang Zhong exclaimed. I am of water attribute. Then can I follow you to practice body training? Gao Ju's face was full of excitement. Huang Zhong smiled and nodded. Indeed, your talent is very high, even surpassing mine. Your future achievements will not be low. Gao Ju didn't care about this. No matter how high his body refining skills were, could he surpass the immortal cultivators on Blue Star? However, Gao Ju was still very happy to have an additional method of cultivation that did not conflict with the main cultivation system of Blue Star. Next, Gao Ming began the test. The green light quickly covered the entire 5-element stone, and the color continued to deepen. In the end, the 5-element stone turned dark green, even a little black. You are of the wood attribute, and your aptitude is also very high. Zhang Zhongjing made a comment, and there was even some envy in his words. They didn't expect that the qualifications of Dianlai and the other two were so good. Only Songjie was left, and everyone looked at him with anticipation. The qualifications of Dianlai and the other two are so high. In their opinion, Songjie's qualifications must not be bad, and may even be better. After all, Songjie is their boss and the most perverted one among them. However, when Songjie grasped the 5-element stone, the 5-element stone did not change at all. Why? Why hasn't the stone changed at all? Could it be that the stone is broken? Gao Ming said in disbelief. Zhang Zhongjing shook his head and sighed. It is impossible for the 5-element stone to break. Then there is only one possibility. That is, my friend Songjie, your attributes are very balanced. That is, the 5 elements attributes. Dianlai and the other two fell silent. They had not expected that Songjie's body refining aptitude was the worst among them. Songjie didn't care about this at all and laughed. Why do you have such expressions? We don't focus on body training. It's just an auxiliary to cultivation. Even if you practice the body refining technique to the highest level, can you still surpass our main cultivation technique? After Songjie said this, the three of them suddenly came to their senses. That's right. No matter how powerful the body refining technique is, it can only be cultivated to the nascent soul stage at most, or even only to the core formation stage. However, their main method of cultivation can directly lead to the golden immortal state. Thinking this way, they didn't care much. Seeing that Songjie didn't care, Zhang Zhongjing also breathed a sigh of relief. Actually, you don't have to be discouraged. Although your 5 elements aptitude is the worst, there are ways to remedy it. Songjie raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, "Oh, is there any way to remedy this?" Although Songjie doesn't care much about the method of body refining, if it can remedy the situation, Songjie doesn't mind making himself stronger. Zhang Zhongjing smiled and said, "This has to do with the exercise I'm about to teach you, the exercise that covers all 5 elements. This technique was created by my good friend Hua Tuo, Hua Yuan Hua, and is called the 5 animal exercises." Hua Tuo, 5 animal exercises. Everyone was shocked again. Of course they had heard of Hua Tuo's name. Then is it okay for you to teach us this technique? Gao Ming asked curiously. Zhang Zhongjing shook his head. It's okay. This technique was originally exchanged between us, and he didn't forbid me from teaching it to others. If you meet him in the future, just explain the source of your technique. When Zhang Zhongjing said this, everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Songjie asked curiously, Could it be that this 5 animal exercises is so powerful that it can allow practitioners of the 5 elements to achieve the same effects as other elemental cultivation methods? Zhang Zhongjing shook his head again. That's not possible. Everyone was immediately disappointed. However, after you have this 5 animal frolics technique, you can continue to practice techniques of other attributes to supplement it. If you can collect other skills of the 5 attributes and practice them together, then you will surpass any other attribute practitioners. The function of the 5 animal exercises is to regulate the imbalance of the 5 elements in your body caused by practicing other exercises. If any attribute is too prominent, you should temporarily stop cultivating this attribute and focus on practicing the 5 animal exercises, using them to regulate and balance the 5 elements in your body. This way, even if your other 5 attribute skills are at different levels and your cultivation speeds are different, you don't have to worry about attribute imbalances. After hearing Zhang Zhongjing's explanation, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the solution Zhang Zhongjing gave would be this. Sangjie breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he was already thinking about which powerful warriors there were in the 3 Kingdoms world. Huang Zhong is one, and Huang Zhong's martial arts skills are of water attribute. Dian Wei, Su Chu, Zhao Yun, Lu Bu, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei are definitely the best in the world, and their skills are definitely top-notch. Since he wanted to use 5 different types of skills to supplement the 5 animal exercises, he definitely wanted the most advanced skills. Huang Zhong's martial arts skills are definitely top-notch. If you want the best skills and other attributes, you have to look for these people. It seems that besides going to Yingchuan Academy, there is another task. Sangjie murmured to himself. Chapter 25. Everyone rested at Huang Zhong's house for 2 days, and then prepared to say goodbye to Zhang Zhongjing and go to Yingchuan Academy. Before leaving, Sangjie looked at Zhang Zhongjing and suddenly asked, Mr. Zhongjing, have you ever thought about leaving this world? Are you talking about heading to your world, Sangjie? Zhang Zhongjing shook his head and said with a wry smile, I have a lot of concerns here and don't want to leave. Sangjie was silent for a long time, and still unwilling to give up, he said, As long as you are willing, I can help your entire family relocate. Not only that, I will give you a longevity cultivation method. With your aptitude, you may even become an immortal in the future. Zhang Zhongjing looked at Sangjie in shock. He didn't expect Sangjie to give such conditions. To be honest, it would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. After all, that would mean becoming an immortal. It would be strange if he wasn't tempted. However, after hesitating for a long time, Zhang Zhongjing said, My friend's family is very powerful? Sangjie shook his head. My family used to be one of the 2 major families in Guangling City. However, 10 years ago, a catastrophe destroyed our family, and now only my sister and I are left. Zhang Zhongjing and Huang Zhong, father and son, all looked at Sangjie in shock. They originally thought that Sangjie came from a powerful family, but they never imagined that the family Sangjie belonged to was almost destroyed. Swallowing his saliva, Zhang Zhongjing smiled bitterly. My friend is so confident, I thought. Changing the subject, Zhang Zhongjing asked curiously, Are you so confident that you can settle my entire family? Moreover, even if I wanted to leave this world, why not find a powerful family to rely on? Not only Zhang Zhongjing was curious, but Huang Zhong was also curious. Only Huang Su stared at everyone with his big eyes, somewhat confused. Sangjie laughed. Other families? Does Mr. Zhongjing want to become someone else's slave? Mr. Zhongjing should also have some understanding of the world we live in. Your cultivation level, in our world, can only be considered as the bottom of the common people. The lower-class civilians? The corners of Zhang Zhongjing and Huang Zhong's mouths twitched. In this world, even if they were not the most powerful, they were still among the top group of people. I didn't expect that in Sanjie's world, they were just the lowest class of civilians. Since I am just a commoner at the bottom of the society in your world, why do you still want to recruit me? Zhang Zhongjing was a little puzzled. Sir, you may not know that although your current cultivation level can only be considered the bottom level in our world, but that is only because you are limited by your world. You are able to cultivate to this level in your world. This shows that your qualifications are very high. If they can enter our world, it is not impossible for them to make breakthroughs in the future. I actually had a gambling element in mind, betting that Mr. would come to our world and show off his unique style. Zhang Zhongjing was silent for a long time. Then he asked again, "Since you can gamble, why don't other families gamble? If I could join some powerful families, wouldn't I be able to obtain more resources for cultivation? Isn't this better than following you?" After all, Zhang Zhongjing didn't say anything else, but everyone understood that there were only 2 people left in the Sangja family. How many resources could a family of 2 people provide to Zhang Zhongjing for his cultivation? Not to mention, if Zhang Zhongjing really moved with his entire family, the resources required would be enormous. Song Jie smiled confidently at this. "Let me first answer your first question, sir, why other families don't gamble. For example, in my family, my ancestor was a top-level Earth immortal realm expert, a true immortal. At that time, my family controlled hundreds of world resources. Among them, a world of this level can only be considered as medium to low-level resources. Do you think such a family would really value a talent like you?" Zhang Zhongjing was speechless for a while Huang Zhong on the side was shocked by the former power of Sangjia's family. Song Jie sighed and said, "Sir, you can also gamble, betting that your qualifications are absolutely strong. As long as you show enough qualifications, you can actually be valued by those powerful families. But if you fail to demonstrate your worth, those powerful families will immediately abandon you." Zhang Zhongjing looked solemn for a long time, then sighed and stared at Sangjia. "Then how can you guarantee that you won't become that kind of person?" Sangjia laughed. The fact that Zhang Zhongjing could ask such a question showed that he actually wanted to leave this world. "Sir, you should be able to see that my current cultivation level is low, and it will take time for me to grow. And during my growing period, I needed people like you. As for those who can accompany me in my growth, no matter what their future achievements are, I will never treat them unfairly." Zhang Zhongjing fell silent again, this time for a longer time. However, Sangjia did not urge him. After a long while, Zhang Zhongjing let out a long sigh and looked up at Sangjia. "2 last questions." "Excuse me, sir." Sangjia raised his hand to gesture. Zhang Zhongjing's expression was solemn. "First, how can you guarantee that you will rise to prominence? Your family is weak now, and you don't even have enough resources for cultivation. How can you be sure to grow into a strong person? Second, even if you are confident that you can grow into a strong person, how can you guarantee that you will not be threatened during the growth process? If I follow you, will your family's former enemies target me and my family?" Zhang Zhongjing's 2 questions hit the nail on the head, and even Huang Zhong looked at Sangjia with a serious expression. Taking in the expressions of the 2, Sangjia smiled. At this time, not only Zhang Zhongjing was interested in leaving this world, but even Huang Zhong had the same idea. Sangjia did not expose it, but just smiled confidently. "First, let me answer your second question. Although my family is almost gone, I once had some friends. For example, the principal of our school, a powerful person in the earthly immortal realm, once received help from my ancestors. I am able to live safely until now, of course, thanks to them. As for the future, as long as I can get into one of the 3 major universities or 10 major colleges and demonstrate sufficient qualifications, not many people will dare to harm me." Zhang Zhongjing raised his eyebrows, not surprised by Sangjia's previous answer. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. This is why the probability of a family rising again after decline is higher than that of ordinary people. Connections and background are all indispensable factors. However, Zhang Zhongjing still had doubts about Sangjia's claim of being admitted to a prestigious school and demonstrating sufficient qualifications. In response to this, Sangjia smiled confidently and directly released his own aura. As his unreserved momentum was unleashed, Dian Lai, Gao Ming and Gao Ju beside him all stepped back in leaps and bounds. "Now, my cultivation is at the first stage of the foundation establishment realm. This is also my answer to your first question." Sangjia's voice was calm and confident. Zhang Zhongjing and Huang Zhong didn't feel much. After all, their cultivation was far beyond Sangjia. Their current cultivation level is equivalent to the 9th level of the Jindan realm. Naturally, he will not be affected by the momentum of Sangjia. They were just a little confused. What did Sangjia mean by that? Could releasing one's own aura reveal one's aptitude? But the 2 brothers Jianlai and Gao Ming, who were forced to retreat, were stunned. Gao Ming and Gao Ju, in particular, stared at Sangjia with horror on their faces, exclaiming, What? Brother Jia, you've only just started your foundation building phase? The two of them looked as if they had seen some horrifying scene, their eyes wide open and faces full of horror. Dian Lai was a little better, but he was also shocked by the aura surrounding Songjia. Did Jia really only condense 27 spiritual energy vortexes? Dian Lai began to doubt his judgment. Really, the gap between them is too big. He himself has reached the 4th level of foundation building. It even condensed 21 spiritual energy vortexes. Songjia had only just begun to cultivate his foundation, but he was actually stronger than him. Seeing the three people's faces filled with horror, Zhang Zhongjing and Huang Zhong were confused. What was going on? Weren't they just being repelled by Songjia's aura? It's normal for someone with higher cultivation to repel someone with lower cultivation, right? There's no need to be so shocked, or even horrified, right? Duh. Chapter 26. Facing the confusion of Zhang Zhongjing and Huang Zhong, Songjia laughed and said, "According to the cultivation system of our world, my current cultivation level is the 1st level of foundation building, which means I have just broken through to the foundation building stage." The brothers Gao Ming and Gao Ju were also at the 1st stage of foundation building, but they broke through to this realm earlier than me. As for Lai, his current cultivation level is at the 4th stage of foundation building, and he has even condensed 18 spiritual energy vortexes. What? Brother Lai, you condensed 18 spiritual energy vortexes? The brothers Gao Ming and Gao Ju were shocked again. 18 spiritual energy vortexes are already the limit of human beings. Almost all those who were able to condense 18 spiritual energy vortexes were admitted to the 3 major universities. But soon they were stunned again. Dian Lai condensed 18 spiritual energy vortexes, and his cultivation level was still at the 4th stage of foundation building. However, that Songjia during the foundation building phase repelled Dian Lai. What a thriller. The two men looked at Songjia tremblingly, as if they had discovered something extraordinary. Difficult. Could it be that Brother Jia has condensed 21 spiritual energy vortexes? Their imaginations could only think of this. If they knew that Dian Lai himself had condensed 21 spiritual energy vortexes, how terrified would they be? In order to scare them less, Songjia still kept some cards for Dian Lai. But even so, the two were still so shocked that they couldn't breathe. After a long moment, Songjia looked at the Gao Ming brothers and said, "You two should explain our cultivation system to Mr. Zhongjing and Brother Han Sheng." Looking at Zhang Zhongjing and Huang Zhong, who looked confused and somewhat disapproving, the Gao Ming brothers immediately became dissatisfied. "Do you know what this means?" "What this means?" The two brothers immediately explained to the two of them with excitement on their faces. Following the two brothers' explanation, Zhang Zhongjing and Huang Zhong's expressions finally changed. The look he gave Songjia became exceptionally solemn and serious. When the Gao Ming brothers finished their explanation, Zhang Zhongjing and Huang Zhong had not yet recovered from their shock. Although they still don't fully understand the gap between them, but they knew that Songjia was definitely the top monster in their world. For such a person, as long as he doesn't die halfway, restoring the glory of the family is not a difficult task at all. And they were able to follow such a person, and followed him since Songjia was at his weakest. Thinking of this, the two looked at each other and immediately made a decision in their hearts. But when they turned to look at Songjia, they saw the two brothers Gao Ming and Gao Ju standing in front of Songjia with flattering faces. Brother Jia, do you think we can become your retainers?" When saying this, the Gao Ming brothers' faces were full of flattery and expectation. On Blue Star, some monks would also attach themselves to some powerful families and become their retainers, just like the ministers and emperors in ancient times. These retainers will obey the family's arrangements and tasks and have a subordinate relationship. At the same time, they can also form their own families, which will also be dependent on the main family, but they will have independent authority to handle affairs. It is similar to the relationship between the ancient central dynasty and its vassal states. As a retainer, one can also obtain some cultivation resources from the master's family and be protected by the master's family. Generally speaking, the relationship between a retainer and a vassal is relatively independent but very strong. If a retainer rebels, he will be besieged by all other retainers. Even other powerful top families would take action to deal with such traitors. Because all top families have their own retainers. If the retainers rebel without any punishment, their interests and safety will also be damaged. Looking at the two people with expectant faces, Song Jie said seriously, "Have you really thought it through?" The two nodded. Although they have good qualifications, they would be considered little geniuses in previous years. But compared with Song Jie and Dianlai, they are nothing. Song Jie is destined to rise, and Song Jie and Dianlai have such a good relationship. Once the two rise to power, it will be impossible for them to join them. Only now, when Song Jie is weak, do they have any real hope of joining. Okay, since you are willing, I can accept you. But let me be frank. Once you become my retainers, there will be no chance to regret. Without hesitation, the two of them clasped their fists and said, Gao Ming/Gao Ju greets the patriarch. The two of them changed their names directly. Of course, becoming a retainer is not just a matter of a few words. After returning to Blue Star, they still need to go to the notary office for registration and notarization. Only then will the Lord-subject relationship between them be truly officially recognized. Just when Song Jie was happy that he had accepted two retainers, Dianlai on the side became a little restless. He and Song Jie were good brothers. Now Song Jie accepted Gao Ming and Gao Ju as his retainers, but not himself. Don't make trouble. With your qualifications, it won't be a problem for you to establish a top family in the future. Rather than becoming my retainer, it would be better for you to establish a top family and support me. The reason why Song Jie didn't want Dianlai to become his retainer was not just because he regarded Dianlai as a real brother. Moreover, what he just said was the truth. With Dianlai's qualifications, he was fully capable of establishing a top family. The resources and status that an independent family can obtain are not comparable to those of an affiliated family. Rather than letting Dian establish a subsidiary family that is dependent on himself, but is restricted by other families, it would be better to build a strong and independent family to watch over each other. After hearing what Song Jie said, Dianlai no longer insisted. He himself likes to listen to Song Jie's words, so what Song Jie said must make sense. Gao Ju and Gao Ming, who were watching on the side, were envious, but unfortunately their qualifications were not as good as Dianlai's, and they could not build a strong family at all. Only by following a top genius can they hope to establish a strong family in the future. Just as the two were sighing, Zhang Zhongjing and Huang Zhong came over. Zhang Ji greets the Lord. Huang Zhong greets the Lord. Without waiting for Song Jie to ask any questions, the two men bowed down directly. Song Jie didn't expect that not only Zhang Zhongjing recognized him as his master, but Huang Zhong was also influenced and worshipped him as his master. He quickly stepped forward and helped the two of them up. Please stand up quickly. You two can call me Lord now. When we leave here and return to my world, you can call me Patriarch. I will also do my best to help you two establish your own families and gain a foothold on Blue Star. With Song Jie's assurance, Zhang Zhongjing and Huang Zhong both smiled. The group set off again and headed towards Yingchuan County. With Huang Zhong's protection, Song Jie no longer worried about his safety on the road. The group rode in a carriage and traveled for 3 days before entering Yingchuan. The group walked for another day before arriving near Yingchuan Academy. However, the scene outside Yingchuan Academy was far beyond everyone's expectations. Master, many people from our world have come, including Luo Yuanshou. Huh? Luo Yuanshou. Song Jie was also stunned. Why is this guy everywhere? He's like a piece of stinky dog shit. So disgusting. Do you know why they are here? Song Jie frowned. Gao Ming shook his head. I'm not sure, but they all seem to be holding something that looks like a visiting card. A visiting card? Song Jie was startled and took out the visiting card Sun Jin gave him. Is this it? Duh. Chapter 27. Yes. That's it. Gao Ming nodded quickly, but then he quickly shook his head and said, No, the pattern on it is wrong. Gao Ming looked back and forth between the visiting card in Song Jie's hand and the visiting cards in the hands of the group of people. They were still hundreds of meters away from the entrance of Yingchuan Academy, and only Gao Ming could see so far. Zhang Zhongjing and Huang Zhong were very envious of the talents of the Gao Ming brothers. It's a pity that only the people on Blue Star can awaken their talents. Even if the humans from other worlds come to Blue Star, they cannot awaken their talents. Only if they combine with humans from Blue Star can their offspring have the possibility of awakening their talents. Master, the pattern on the edge of the visiting card is different. The pattern on the visiting card in your hand seems to be different from that on others. At this time, Zhang Zhongjing explained, this is because these visiting cards come from different families. Zhang Zhongjing pointed at the visiting card in Sanjia's hand and said, this visiting card should have been sent by the Sun family. So that's how it is. A gleam of light flashed in Sanjia's eyes. Actually, even without a visiting card, I can still take you in. Zhang Zhongjing said at this time. Song Jie grinned. Then I'll have to trouble you, sir. After all, I only have one visiting card. Zhang Zhongjing stroked his beard and smiled. It's a small matter. The group staggered towards Yingchuan Academy. Seeing Song Jie and his group, the people gathered at the gate of Yingchuan Academy all looked towards them. However, Song Jie did not stop and continued to move towards the entrance of the academy. Hey, where did this fool come from? How dare he come here in a carriage? He wants to be driven away as soon as possible. Hee, isn't it better to be driven away? Losing a competitor who enrolled in Yingchuan Academy is also a good thing for us. Luo Yuanshou, who was in the crowd, also noticed Song Jie. Not only Luo Yuanshou, but also many people from Jiangning No. 1 Middle School who were taught a lesson by Song Jie last time came. Young Master Wang, it's that brat. It was that brat who injured all of us last time. He even called everyone from Jiangning No. 1 Middle School useless. The person who spoke was one of the 3 people at the 9th level of Qi refining from Jiangning No. 1 Middle School who had been spared by Song Jie last time. Not only him, but 2 other people who were at the 9th level of Qi refining also came. However, now they are no longer at the 9th level of Qi refining, but have already broken through to the foundation establishment stage. It has been 2 months since entering the 3 Kingdoms world, and the more talented students have already broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Of course, the foundation establishment stage is only the minimum threshold for admission to university. In previous years, in order to be admitted to university, one had to at least break through to the 3rd or 4th level of foundation building. This year, it seems that all students have higher qualifications than in previous years. According to their teacher's speculation, if one wants to be admitted to university this year, it is likely that the minimum cultivation level must reach the 5th or 6th level of foundation building. This is both a good thing and a bad thing. The good thing is that this shows that the overall qualifications of the humans on Blue Star are improving. The downside is that it becomes more difficult to get into a prestigious university and the competition becomes more intense. The young man guarded by 3 people from Jiangning No. 1 Middle School was named Wang Bo, and he was from the Wang family of Jiangning. The Jiangning Wang family is also a large family, with a powerful person in the early stage of the heavenly immortal realm in the family. Hearing the 3 people's provocation, Wang Bo snorted coldly. How dare you? How dare you humiliate our Jiangning No. 1 Middle School? He coldly stared at the Song Jie carriage and sneered. You are such an overconfident person. You think you have some strength, and you dare to break into the academy gate. The younger brother beside him quickly echoed, yes, ignorance is truly bliss. After they are driven away, we will teach them a lesson and leave a good impression on Yingchuan Academy. No matter how powerful their families are on Blue Star, they are still not enough in this world. They are still very much looking forward to Yingchuan Academy. After all, the method of cultivating mental power is also very attractive to them. Mental power is invisible and intangible. Its attacks are strange and hard to defend against. More importantly, the spiritual power cultivation method in this world can actually produce different special effects, which is extremely rare. It is precisely because of this that these children from big families would condescend to come here to become disciples. Song Jie turned a deaf ear to everyone's discussion. Huang Zhong drove the carriage and slowly came to the gate of the academy. Stop! This is a very important place in the academy. No one who is not important is allowed to approach. The guards of the academy stopped the carriage without any courtesy. Song Jie poked his head out and said, My dear, we are here to visit Mr. Shuyuan. Song Jie took out his visiting card and handed it over. When the guard saw the visiting card, he didn't take it seriously at first. Who comes here without a visiting card? However, when he saw the lines on the visiting card, his pupils suddenly shrank. He took the visiting card and examined it carefully, his expression becoming more and more solemn. It turned out to be a visiting card from the head of the family, but the guard looked at the people in the carriage and immediately frowned. Normally, one visiting card can only allow one person from another world to enter, but it was obvious that there was more than one person from another world in Sanjia's group, which made the guards a little embarrassed. But the visiting card that Sanjia was holding was from their Sun family, and it was also a visiting card sent out personally by the head of the family, Sun Shuang, which made him a little hesitant. Seeing the guard hesitate, Sanjia did not make things difficult for him, but looked at Zhang Zhongjing. Zhang Zhongjing smiled broadly, looked at the guard and said, "Don't worry, just go and tell him that my old friend Zhang Zhongjing is here with his friends." Zhang Zhongjing, are you the divine Dr. Zhang? The guard was stunned and then let out a low cry. Zhang Zhongjing laughed heartily. The title of Miracle Doctor is truly an honor. Go tell your master that an old friend is visiting. Ask him to prepare some snacks. We haven't eaten much on the way here. After hearing what Zhang Zhongjing said, the guard did not dare to delay. He quickly said a few words to the other guards and ran quickly into the academy. Once the guards left, Sangjia and his companions could only stay in the carriage and wait. The people not far away looked at the guard running away with confusion on their faces. What's going on? Why didn't the guards chase them away? Yes, we have all been waiting here for such a long time, and the academy only gave us the message to continue waiting. Why did the guard rush into the academy when this group of people arrived? Everyone was very dissatisfied with the discriminatory treatment of the academy guards. They all come from major families and major cities, yet they are treated differently. Not far away, Luo Yuanshou and the people from Jiangning No. 1 Middle School, who saw this scene, also had their eyes lit up. Let's go and take a look. If they can get close to the academy gate, why can't we? Under the instigation of some people with ulterior motives, a large group of people came towards the gate of the academy. However, facing their approach, the academy guard shouted, "Stop! This is the academy's important area. No one is allowed to approach without being summoned." Before they even got close to the academy gate, and were even some distance away from Sangjia and his group's carriage, they were stopped by the academy guards. Such differential treatment immediately caused dissatisfaction among the people. Why are you stopping us? Right? Why are you stopping us? Why didn't you stop those guys? Instead, you let them stay at the entrance of the academy? That's right. You're treating us differently. If you don't give us a satisfactory explanation, don't blame us for being rude. As the mood of the crowd grew, some people were ready to make a move and tried to break through the guards' defense line. At this moment, Luo Yuanshou and several people from Jiangning Middle School turned their gaze towards Sanjia's carriage, their eyes flashing with eagerness to try. Chapter 28. Brothers, show these natives that we are not easy to bully. They will pay the price for underestimating us. The person who secretly instigated shouted loudly, and his voice came from left to right, making it difficult to understand. Master, someone is deliberately stirring up trouble. It seems to be the group from Jiangning No. 1 Middle School and Luo Yuanshou. Gao Ming and Gao Ju secretly observed the situation through the gaps in the car windows and reported. Hee, you are still a thief with evil intentions. Sanjia sneered. Han Shang, be careful later and don't let the guards of the academy suffer any harm. Huang Zhong nodded and looked into the crowd. At the same time, someone in the crowd finally erupted, punching one of the guards. Court death. Those who can become the guards of Yingchuan Academy are naturally not mediocre people. The lowest level of cultivation has reached the foundation building level. However, none of the students who can come here are weak. Dozens of foundation establishment students took action, and the scene became chaotic in an instant. As some people take action, more and more people are ready to take advantage of the situation. Some people even plan to rush directly into Yingchuan Academy to gain the upper hand. Not good. The guards are too few in number, and their hands and feet are tied. I'm afraid we can't defeat them. These guards also knew that these students were not simple people. Although they tried to stop them, they did not dare to kill them. But in this case, facing students who were dozens of times larger than themselves, the guards immediately retreated one after another. If you don't stop, don't blame us for being rude. A Jindan-level guard roared angrily. However, no one paid attention to his scolding. Han Shang, take action to intimidate these people. Just as Huang Zhong was about to take action, dozens of people suddenly rushed out from the crowd. This group of people ignored the guards and went straight to Cangjie and his carriage. Ha ha ha, Cangjie. Long time no see. Let me weigh you. Luo Yuanshou laughed wildly, and at the same time he saw the people from Jiangning No. 1 Middle School who also took action. Both sides were in tacit understanding and attacked the Cangjie carriage from the left and right. Before the person arrived, the fist wind was already blowing over. Court death. Huang Zhong, who was originally preparing to take action to intimidate the enemy, immediately changed direction, jumped up, and punched left and right. The powerful fist wind formed two air pressures, which slammed down on Luo Yuanshou and others. Puff, even if Huang Zhong only used less than 1/10 of his strength, it was still not something this group of foundation establishment students could resist. The sounds of bang 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 continued, and dozens of people flew backwards and fell to the ground at the same time. Cough, cough, cough. Everyone coughed violently, spit out blood, and their expressions suddenly became depressed. With just one simple punch, this group of people suffered serious injuries. Without a panacea, they will need at least half a month to recuperate. The originally chaotic scene suddenly became quiet. Looking at the dozens of people who were injured and vomiting blood, the rest of the people retreated one after another. Huang Zhong stood upright on the shaft of the carriage, staring coldly at the people not far away. Who is this person? How can he be so strong? This person is probably not an ordinary Jindan-level expert, right? Some people were shocked when they saw Luo Yuanshou and others lying miserably on the ground. This person is definitely a Jindan-level general, but I don't know which general he is. Hey, what do you think? Why is this native hanging out with those students? Could it be that these two natives were bribed by those students? After witnessing Huang Zhong's strength, everyone started discussing again. However, this time, the topic of discussion was the relationship between Cangjie and the other two Huang Zhongs. Seeing that everyone had calmed down, Huang Zhong slowly sat back on the shaft of the carriage. Impossible. How could they possibly win over such a powerful general? Luo Yuanshou stared at Cangjie's carriage with resentment on his face, wishing he could use his trump card to completely destroy Cangjie. But he also knew that this kind of thing could not be done openly, otherwise he would surely die. But he was unwilling to let it go like this. Humph. He's just a local general. Just wait for me. Wait until I win over the likes of Lu Bu and Jian Wei, and then I'll show you how I'll deal with you. Supported by his younger brothers, Luo Yuanshou glared at Cangjie with resentment again, left without looking back, and even did not go to Yingchuan Academy. The group of people from Jiangning No. 1 Middle School made the same choice as him. After being defeated by Cangjie's people in one move, they had no face to stay here. Although Yingchuan Academy can learn the method of cultivating spiritual power, it is not the only way. For people like them who come from big families, it is not difficult to obtain other methods of cultivating mental power. Today, after being taught a lesson by Huang Zhong, they all had the idea of subduing the natives of the three kingdoms and then fighting against Cangjie. After all, it was impossible for them to defeat a general of Huang Zhong's level in a short period of time. They are no match for any Jindan-level general, and it is impossible for them to cultivate to the Jindan level in a short period of time. In previous years, those who had reached the third or fourth stage of the Jindan realm would have been able to enter the top 10 academies. In recent years, no one from Guangling No. 1 Middle School has been admitted to the three major universities, and only 2 or 3 people are qualified to enter the 10 major colleges each year. It can be seen how difficult it is to cultivate to the Jindan stage before the college entrance examination. Since it is difficult to break through to the Jindan realm in a short period of time, if you still want to take revenge, the only way left is to recruit native generals from the three kingdoms. My lord, it seems these people don't intend to let this go. Zhang Zhongjing could naturally easily sense the hostility from Luo Yuanshou and others, and said with some worry. Song Jia waved his hand. It's okay, they are just a bunch of clowns. Instead of wasting your energy on them, you might as well seize the time to practice. As long as they can get into the three major universities, they won't even be qualified to be clowns. Hearing Cangjie say this, Zhang Zhongjing said no more. At this moment, the guard who had left earlier hurried back. He came to the carriage, bowed, and said, Mr. Zhongjing and these friends, the head of the family invites you. The group took a carriage and soon arrived at the back mountain of the academy. The entire academy is built on the mountain, and there is a small forest near the back of the mountain. There are several tea pavilions dotted in the grove, and the winding path is looming. A breeze blew by, and the rustling sound of leaves reached everyone's ears, bringing a special sense of tranquility. Walking through a bamboo forest, the moisture in the air suddenly increased. Smelling the fragrance of soil and bamboo leaves in the air, everyone's eyes suddenly brightened. It turns out that after passing through the bamboo forest, there is actually a group of pavilions and towers located in it. And between the pavilions and towers, there is a winding stream passing through. At the source of the stream, there is an artificial rockery waterfall. The water flows down from the back mountain, comes to the rockery, flows downstream, and splashes a mist at the bottom of the pool. This is also the reason why everyone feels the increase in water vapor. Brother Simon and Brother Ditsao are truly in a refined mood. In a large tea pavilion, several people were sitting cross-legged and drinking tea. There were 6 people in total, 2 old men and 4 young men. Ha 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 ha, Brother Zhongjing, you're here just in time. I just got some good tea not long ago. Come and have a taste. The 2 sides greeted each other and introduced themselves. Only then did Songjia and the others know who the 6 people sitting opposite them were. The person who just greeted and spoke was the owner of Yingchuan Academy, Sun Shuang, the head of the Yingchuan Sun family, whose courtesy name was Simon. The other old man next to him was Mr. Shuijing Sima Hui, whose courtesy name was Ditsao. As for the other 4 young men, Chapter 29. As for the other 4 young men, they are the famous Sun Yu, Shijitsai, and Guojia. I wonder which of the 4 young friends has the visiting card I sent out. After sitting down, Sun Shuang looked at Songjia and the other 3 and asked. Songjia stood up, bowed and said, "It's me." Sun Shuang looked Songjia up and down and nodded with satisfaction. I wonder what your relationship is with Senior Sunjin. Principal Sunjun is the principal of our school. Songjia answered truthfully. Huh? Just the principal of your school? Then why would he give you a special invitation? Songjia didn't expect Sun Shuang to be so concerned about the relationship between him and the principal. After thinking about it, Songjia still explained the relationship between the principal and the Tsang family. So that's how it is. So Senior Sunjun and I are old friends. Then, Sun Shuang asked some more questions about Sunjun. Songjia always felt that Sun Shuang was hinting at Sunjun's situation. Songjia is not stupid either. There are some things he can say, but there are some things he keeps silent about. Sun Shuang didn't pursue the matter further, but simply changed the subject, saying, "Everyone, come and try it. This is the spiritual tea given by Senior Sunjun. We ordinary people can't usually drink it." Looking at the spiritual tea in my hand, I took a light sniff, and a spiritual charm rushed into my body through my nostrils and was inhaled into my lungs. In an instant, Songjia felt as if his lungs were cleansed, and he felt extremely comfortable. This tea is not simple. It's not just any ordinary spiritual tea. Songjia didn't expect that Sun Jun would actually give Sun Shuang such a good spiritual tea. Is it for myself? Songjia was moved. At this time, Sun Shuang said, "Please don't blame me, my friend Songjia. I had no choice but to look for Senior Sunjun just now." Songjia was surprised and looked at Sun Shuang in confusion. Sun Shuang sighed and said, "The reason for this is that Senior Sunjun invited us to your world. Originally, we didn't plan to go there, but for some other reasons, we finally decided to move our entire family. But it is not so easy to relocate the whole family. Although Senior Sunjun said that their Sun family is inherited from the ancient Sun family of your blue star. We, the Sun family, share the same roots from different worlds. But after all, we have no blood connection with you. That's why I wanted to inquire about Senior Sunjun's character. I hope you won't mind." Everyone was shocked, and Zhang Zhongjing was even more surprised and asked, "Are you Sun family also planning to leave this world?" Sun Jun was also stunned. Really? Could it be that brother Zhongjing? Zhang Zhongjing did not hide it, and nodded. "I have decided to follow my lord and my entire clan to their world." As he spoke, Zhang Zhongjing looked at Songjia. Now it was Sun Shuang and others who were shocked. They didn't expect that Zhang Zhongjing was not only preparing to move his entire clan to Blue Star, but was also going to worship Songjia as his master. Everyone's eyes looking at Songjia suddenly changed. Anyone who can conquer the contemporary miracle doctor must have extraordinary qualities. Even Shijitsai and Guojia, who had been acting as listeners, looked at Songjia with surprise. At the same time, they were also amazed at Zhang Zhongjing's decisiveness. After all, it was a trip to another world. Although they also know that by leaving this world, they will have the opportunity to gain immortality. But at the same time, they also know very well that no matter which world they are in, it is impossible to achieve immortality without strength and power. Their Sun family is a top family in this world, but outside of here, they are nothing. This is also the reason why they have to rely on Sun Jun, a true immortal who can protect the Sun family's growth in another world. Could it be that young Master Songjia has also heard some rumors? Sun Jun looked at Songjia with some confusion. Songjia's heart moved. What was the rumor that Sun Shuang mentioned? Could it be that this rumor made them change their ways and choose to leave this world? Songjia wanted to ask, but the moment Songjia showed a look of doubt, Sun Shuang realized that Songjia didn't know. He immediately changed the subject and said, "It's better to leave. Leaving here will give you a chance to live forever." Seeing Sun Shuang change the subject so abruptly, Songjia's doubts became even stronger. There must be some important information that he doesn't know. But judging from Sun Shuang's reaction, he obviously didn't want to reveal this information. It seems I have to investigate further, Songjia thought to himself. For a moment, the scene fell silent, and everyone fell into deep thought. At the same time, Guojia and Shijitsai, who had been watching from the sidelines, looked at each other. From the brief conversation just now, they came to a conclusion. That is, if possible, it is best to leave this world. Originally, as disciples of Yingchuan Academy, it would be best for them to follow the Sun family and leave this world. But just now, they suddenly had some other ideas. Perhaps they can consider other forces entering this world. The two of them simultaneously set their eyes on Songjia. Songjia must have something unique to be recognized by the legendary Dr. Zhang Zhongjing. However, it is still impossible to judge whether Songjia is suitable for them. In the following period of time, Songjia and the other three joined Yingchuan Academy together. Originally, only Songjia, who had a visiting card, was qualified to enter Yingchuan Academy. But since the Sun family decided to follow Sun Jun, and they also had Zhang Zhongjing's face, Dian Lai and the other two were also accepted as disciples. It's a pity that the spiritual power cultivation talents of Dian Lai and the other two are too ordinary, even so ordinary that they cannot be cultivated. On the other hand, Songjia's talent in cultivating mental power really shocked everyone. With a soul strength 7 times that of an ordinary person, Songjia's talent in cultivating mental power is naturally abnormal. Even the likes of Sun Yu and Guojia seemed ashamed in front of Songjia's talent. Incredible. It's simply unbelievable. How can someone have such a strong talent for spiritual cultivation? Sun Yu and others looked at Songjia's rapid progress and complained in their hearts. You don't have to be like this. There are good and bad people, and naturally there will be differences in cultivation talents. For example, I have very poor talent in physical training, so you don't have to look at me like a monster. Everyone rolled their eyes at Songjia's statement. Even Guojia and Shijitsai were no exception. To be honest, what Songjia said was too asking for a beating. If it were in the past, what Songjia said would have been correct. But when Zhang Zhongjing suggested that Songjia collect 5 other attribute skills to practice in addition to practicing the 5 animal exercises, Songjia's body refining speed changed. In particular, in addition to practicing the 5 animal play, Songjia is also practicing Huangzhong's water-attributed skills. Practicing the 2 sets of exercises together, the bodybuilding effect is no worse than others. And this is not the limit of Songjia. After Songjia collects the body-refining techniques of other attributes, the training speed will be even faster. In this way, Songjia has no shortcomings at all, which makes everyone envious and jealous. Seeing the resentful looks in everyone's eyes, Songjia could only cough lightly and change the subject. I want to go to Qiao County. Is there anyone willing to come with me? Chapter 30. Qiao County. Why are you going to Qiao County? Everyone was puzzled. Hee, of course I'm going to collect the skills. There is only 1 month left before the death of Emperor Ling of Han. Once he dies, the entire Han dynasty will be in chaos. Originally, It would take 10 months for the princes to fight against Dongjua. But with the appearance of this group of people from other worlds, no one can predict how the entire Three Kingdoms world will develop. Perhaps within 10 months, the entire Han dynasty will completely collapse. What Songjia can do is to collect as many talents and skills as possible during this period. It's been a while since I went out for a walk, so count me in. The person who spoke was actually Shijitsai. As Shijitsai finished speaking, Guijia also spoke up. Count me in too. Xiao County. I'm quite familiar with it. After they finished speaking, they looked at Sun Yu and Sun Yu. The two exchanged glances, and Sun Yu spoke up. We won't join in the fun. There are too many students in the academy now, and we need to share some of the pressure. Having said that, in fact, Sun Yu and the others saw that Guijia and Shijitsai had other intentions. However, they did not stop it. The Sun family relocated with their entire clan, but they actually had no idea what was going on. They wouldn't mind if Guijia and Shijitsai had better choices. If Guijia and the other two can really grow up on Blue Star, it will actually be a good thing for their Sun family. After bidding farewell to Sun Yu and the other two, Songjia and his 4 companions, Guijia, Shijitsai, and Huang Zhong left Yingchuan Academy. As for Zhang Zhongjing and Huang Su, they stayed in Yingchuan Academy. How did Zhujiazhuang become like this? When the group arrived at Zhujiazhuang, they saw that it had turned into a ruin. How could this happen? It seems like a big battle happened here not long ago, and the entire Zhujiazhuang was razed to the ground. Everyone was shocked. Looking at the ruins of Zhujiazhuang that had been reduced to ashes, Songjia looked solemn. Gao Ming, can you see anything? Songjia looked at Gao Ming. Master, please wait a moment. After a moment, Gao Ming looked very unhappy, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. What's wrong? Noticing Gao Ming's abnormality, Songjia hurriedly asked, Master, everyone here has been slaughtered. Not only that, the people here seem to have been drained of their vitality. What? Drained all the blood and energy. In an instant, Songjia and the other 3 thought of Luo Yuanshou. Among the people they knew, only Luo Yuanshou had this ability. Damn it, is that guy really so cruel? How dare he do such a thing? Although the laws of Blue Star do not have such strict jurisdiction over non-Blue Star humans, most people would not be so cruel as to use humans from other worlds for cultivation. This is simply an act against humanity. What a difference from the devil. Master, this matter is not that simple. Although this group of people had their blood and energy sucked dry, they had all died before that. And he died in a fight. There must have been a force that attacked the entire Zhujiazhuang and killed all the people in Zhujiazhuang. After these people died, both the people from Zhujiazhuang and those who attacked them died. All of their blood and energy were sucked dry. Finally, a fire burned the place to ashes. In this situation, even if the incident reaches Blue Star, the other party will have 10,000 excuses to explain it. Taking a deep breath, Songjia knew that even if people knew the situation here, he would have no way to deal with them. What about Su Chu? Can we find his remains? He has a unique body shape, so we should be able to find him, right? Gao Ming didn't answer, but walked forward. A group of people followed behind him and walked around the entire Zhujiazhuang. Master, I have good news. No body matching Su Chu's body type has been found. But that doesn't mean he's still alive. Songjia felt a little depressed. He also knew this truth. Guijia, who had been silent the whole time, said at this moment, if Su Chu is still alive, he should have escaped into the mountains and forests. Shijitsai also had a cold face. He looked at Songjia and said, Brother Tsong, please help me find it. They were very angry about the destruction of the entire Zhujiazhuang, but they have extremely high IQs and understand that anger is useless. Their entire world is nothing in the eyes of the humans on Blue Star. Not to mention a small Zhujiazhuang. The family behind the person who dared to destroy Zhujiazhuang was definitely not someone they could afford to provoke. Taking a deep breath, Songjia nodded and said, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will find Su Chu. Looking at the Gao Ming brothers, it's up to you. The Gao Ming brothers did not refuse and immediately began to look for clues. What's more, with the involvement of 2 people, they actually found some clues. Sure enough, he has entered the mountains. Keep looking. The group followed the clues they found and began to go deeper into the mountains. It took 3 full days to search. When they are hungry, They just go hunting and barbecue. When they are tired, they just sleep in the trees. After 3 days of continuous searching, they finally found some fresh traces. Master, judging by the traces here, Su Chu should be nearby, no more than 2 kilometers away. Everyone was delighted, and after 3 days of searching, they finally found Su Chu's whereabouts. The group followed Gao Ming's footsteps and soon arrived at the edge of a cliff. Huh? Why is there no road? When they reached the edge of the cliff, everyone was stunned. Everyone looked at Gao Ming, waiting for his explanation. However, Gao Ming was also grabbing his hair at this time, and said with a wry smile, "Master, based on the traces, Su Chu should have come here." Everyone looked at the bottomless cliff again. Could it be that Su Chu jumped down? Songjia unconsciously moved closer to the edge of the cliff, wanting to see what was happening at the bottom. But at this moment, Gao Ju suddenly shouted, "Master, be careful. Don't go near the cliff." But it was too late. Suddenly, a man jumped up from the bottom of the cliff, and a long knife flashed with cold light and chopped down fiercely. If struck, Songjia would definitely split into 2, and the left and right sides would be evenly symmetrical. Oh no, I can't hide anymore. Songjia didn't expect that there was someone hiding at the bottom of the cliff. Moreover, the 2 brothers Gao Ming and Gao Ju failed to discover it in time. Just as Songjia was about to summon a weed clone to self-destruct, another long sword suddenly appeared in front of Songjia and narrowly blocked the fiercely chopped sword. Because he attacked too hastily, Huangzhong obviously did not have enough strength. The moment it collided with the attacking knife, it was pushed back. "Lord, be careful." Someone suddenly grabbed the clothes behind him, and the next second, Songjia was pulled back fiercely by Huangzhong. Songjia, who was flying in the air, only saw the scene in front of him clearly at this time. I saw a fat and strong man with a fierce look on his face leaping in the air and slashing towards Huangzhong fiercely. Huangzhong held the knife in one hand, but the opponent chopped the knife, causing it to bounce back. With a bang, the back of the knife hit Huangzhong's left shoulder. "Go to hell, you bunch of bastards." The man who came seemed to be crazy, attacking Huangzhong desperately, and his strength was not weaker than Huangzhong at all. "Ajay, are you okay?" Dianlai caught Songjia and looked at him with concern. Songjia shook his head and was about to speak. But at this moment, another person jumped out from the bottom of the cliff. Chapter 31. Go to hell, you beasts. The man held a long spear in his left hand and a short spear in his right hand. He swung the short spear hard and smashed it towards Songjia. "What the hell? Who did I offend? They actually sent someone to assassinate me." Songjia was furious, but now was not the time to be angry. The power of this short spear was terrifying, and its attack power was no worse than Huangzhong's. At the critical moment, Dian Lai behind him roared, raised an iron hammer, and smashed it hard at the short spear. "Don't take it head-on." Songjia was horrified. He knew very well that the power of this short spear was beyond Dian Lai's ability to withstand. If he couldn't bear it, Dian Lai would probably be pierced by this short spear. "Damn it!" Songjia burst out with all his strength. A big knife appeared in his hand, and he also fiercely met the short spear. The halberd, hammer, and broadsword collided at the same time. "Catch it for me!" Songjia roared, and all 34 spiritual energy vortexes and 2 spiritual liquid vortexes in his body burst out with full force. A terrifying spiritual energy instantly filled Songjia's whole body. Crunch, crunch, Songjia seemed to hear the sound of his bones being unable to bear the weight, and his own skin and flesh exploded in an instant. A large amount of blood sprayed out, staining the ground. The weeds on the ground seemed to come alive in an instant, emitting a bright glow. However, Songjia didn't care about these abnormalities at all. A terrifying and despairing force came from the short spear. His body retreated uncontrollably, and Jianlai did the same. "Scatter! We're here to help you." Shijitsai and Guijia behind him shouted anxiously. Songjia had no time to think, and he and Dianlai instinctively dodged to the side. But the force they endured was too strong, and they had no way of avoiding it. They could only barely move their bodies to the side. With a bang, the 2 men finally couldn't bear it anymore and were knocked away by the power of the short spear. And at the moment of being knocked away, the short spear shot towards the 2 of them. Dianlai, who only had time to move his body slightly, was likely to be pierced by the short spear. But at this moment, a huge mental force wrapped around the short spear, moving the angle of the short spear bit by bit with difficulty. If you slow down time, you will see that the short spear that was originally shot at Dianlai's body is gradually deviating from Dianlai's body under the influence of mental power. When the short spear shot in front of Dianlai, Dianlai just turned his body, and the short spear rubbed Dianlai's chest hard, bringing out a string of blood, and shot into the ground with a bang. But that's not all. The moment the short spear was shot out, this person rushed towards Songjia and Dianlai again. Stop it! Guijia and Shijitsai roared at the same time. Blood oozed from the eyes, ears, mouths, and noses of both men. The person rushing forward suddenly groaned, his body shook, and blood oozed out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Dianwei shook his head and stabbed the ground with his long spear, preparing to continue attacking. Guijia suddenly shouted, "We are students of Yingchuan Academy. This is a misunderstanding. Stop it!" When Dianwei heard the words Yingchuan Academy, he was stunned and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. But Su Chu on the other side didn't care and attacked Huang Zhong madly. In order to rescue Songjia, Huang Zhong was seriously injured. At this time, he was really no match for the mad Su Chu and was beaten back step by step. Su Zhongkong. We just arrived at Zhujiazhuang the day before yesterday and discovered the tragedy in Zhujiazhuang, so we came here to look for him. Stop it right now. We are not the group that harmed Zhujiazhuang. In just a moment, Guijia and Shijitsai guessed what had happened. Hearing this, Dianwei stopped completely, but Su Chu was still attacking frantically, as if he didn't hear what Guijia and the others said at all. Ahem, supported by Gao Ming, Songjia coughed violently and blood kept flowing out of his mouth. This time we suffered a huge loss. Both Dianlai and I were seriously injured, and even our internal organs were damaged. Turning to look at Dianlai, he was being supported by Gao Ju and was also feeling unwell. With a wry smile, Songjia, without having time to treat their injuries, looked at Dianwei and shouted, "If you don't stop that guy, he'll probably end up hurting both of us." Su Chu's condition is obviously not right. He has gone mad now. Without external force to interrupt him, he will fight to the death with Huang Zhong. Looking at Songjia and the others, Dianwei hesitated. He didn't know whether he should believe Songjia's words. What if Songjia lied to him? Seeing that Dianwei was indifferent, Songjia became anxious. Suddenly, Songjia thought of something, and when he flipped his hand, a visiting card appeared in his hand. It was the visiting card he presented when he visited Yingchuan Academy. This is a visiting card from Sun Shuang, the head of the Yingchuan Sun family. If you don't trust us, don't you trust Mr. Sun Shuang as well? Now he can only rely on the name of the Sun family, hoping it will be of some use. The Sun family still holds great weight in the hearts of the people. When Dianwei saw Songjia take out the visiting card from the Sun family, he finally wavered. Although he was illiterate, Songjia looked so confident that he finally chose to believe him. The most important thing is that Shijitsai and Guijia's performance just now made him realize that these two people are powerful scholars. It was precisely because of his identity as a scholar that he chose to believe Songjia once. Dang dang dang. After a burst of metal clashing, Su Chu finally calmed down with the joint efforts of Dianwei and Huang Zhong. You really have nothing to do with that group of people? Su Chu's voice was hoarse as he stared at Songjia and the others. Songjia smiled bitterly. They really had suffered an unexpected disaster this time. Can you tell me what happened? The more detailed the better. Songjia sighed. Su Chu was silent for a while, and Songjia said again, "Perhaps we can help you find clues from it, or perhaps we can help you find your enemy." After hearing this, Su Chu finally reacted. After staring blankly at Songjia for a long time, Su Chu finally spoke. It was the remnants of the yellow turbans who attacked Zhujiazhuang, but the ones who really wanted to slaughter us were a few people with short hair like you, from another world. Songjia and the others were not surprised by this. Then can you describe what those people look like? We discovered that someone seems to have devoured the energy and blood of all the dead on the battlefield. Su Chu suddenly raised his head and stared at Songjia. Can you tell that they devoured the blood and energy of our clansmen? Facing Su Chu's murderous gaze, Songjia sighed. This isn't surprising. People in our world awaken various talents upon reaching adulthood. Among them, there are several talents similar to those that can devour the energy and blood of living beings. However, this talent is strictly controlled in our world and is not allowed to be used on humans. However, this is a different world, and some things are not easy to control. Su Chu gritted his teeth and asked, "Then do you know who has this ability?" Song Jie did not answer, but asked, "Describe the man's appearance first." Su Chu described the other person's appearance in detail, but Song Jie and the other three looked at each other and frowned. "Why? Do you know each other?" Song Jie shook his head. "No, the appearance of the person you described is completely different from the person we know. Only, duh." Chapter 32. Just what? Su Chu frowned. "But we can't tell whether that person is disguised or using props to change his appearance." "Then can you take me to see that person?" Su Chu's eyes were red. Now Su Chu only wants revenge. Song Jie stared at him and asked, "Before, there were so many people from Zhujiazwang, but you couldn't do anything to them. Even if you have Dianwei's help now, do you firmly believe that you can get revenge?" Su Chu gritted his teeth, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. Seeing him like this, Song Jie felt a little reluctant, but he still sighed and said, "What's more, I have some bad news for you. The person I know comes from a family that has powerful people in the celestial realm. A family with a true immortal. Do you think you can really take revenge with just the two of you?" Song Jie's words were very impolite, but they were the truth. Even if the murderer is really Luo Yuanshou, can he really be killed by Su Chu and the others based on Luo Yuanshou's identity? Facing Song Jie's questioning, Su Chu's face turned even paler, and his eyes were filled with deep despair. Seeing this, Dianwei shouted, "Shut up, kid. At worst you'll die. We'll kill him even if it means risking our lives." Facing Dianwei's anger, Song Jie remained calm. Facing Dianwei's angry gaze, Song Jie said coldly, "And then? These children from big families all have various trump cards. Even if you try your best to assassinate him, there is a 99% chance that you will not be able to kill him. Not only that, the moment you activate the opponent's trump card, you will definitely die. Is this kind of meaningless sacrifice what you want? If so, who will avenge Zhujiazwang?" Dianwei was left speechless by Song Jie. This matter had nothing to do with him. He also met the fleeing Su Chu in the mountains. After hearing about the Zhujiazwang tragedy, he felt angry and sympathetic at the same time, and then he thought of helping Su Chu. However, the arrival of Song Jie and his men made the two mistakenly believe that they were the murderer's pursuers, so they designed an ambush for Song Jie and his men. Knowing the whole story, Song Jie and his companions could only curse their bad luck. Just when Dianwei was at a loss, Su Chu suddenly stood up. With a plop, he knelt in front of Song Jie. "Please help me, little brother. As long as you can avenge my Su family village, I, Su Chu, am willing to work like a slave." Looking at Su Chu, who was willing to give up everything for revenge, Song Jie sighed. Dian Lai and others on the side were hesitant to speak. They really wanted to help Su Chu, but they also understood that Song Jie did not have such ability. Perhaps that Song Jie of the future will have this ability, but that Song Jie of the present is absolutely powerless. With a sigh, Song Jie stared at Su Chu, who was kneeling on the ground. Su Chu just looked at him straight. Su Chu knew very well that Song Jie was the leader of this group of people and was from the outside world. If there is anyone among this group of people who has the ability to help him take revenge, it would undoubtedly be Song Jie. After a long time, Song Jie slowly closed his eyes. Seeing this, Su Chu suddenly felt disheartened. However, the next second, Song Jie suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Su Chu calmly. He said word by word, "If you really want revenge, there is only one way. That is to take revenge with your own strength." Everyone was stunned. What did this mean? Just now I said that Su Chu could not get revenge with his own strength. Why is he saying now that if he wants revenge, he can only rely on Su Chu's own strength? It was Guojia and Shi Jitsai who were the first to react. Shi Jitsai said with a gloomy look, "You want to take him out? Then let him practice your skills. When he becomes powerful enough, you can take revenge on your own." Su Chu's eyes lit up, staring straight at Song Jie. Are you willing to take me out?" Song Jie did not answer directly, but instead said to himself, "You should know that if I take you out, it is equivalent to taking over your karma. If your enemies find out, they will definitely cause trouble for me." Before Song Jie could finish his words, Su Chu hit his forehead on the ground with a thud. "Su Chu is willing to serve as your master. As long as you can avenge me, Su Chu's life will be yours. Before Songjie could reply, Dian Wei on the side spoke up. Count me in. As long as you can avenge Zhongkong, I, Dian, will sell my life to you. Songjie, who was about to agree, was stunned. He looked at Su Chu and then at Dian Wei. I didn't expect that you can get a buy one get one free deal. Dian Wei is really generous. However, Songjie waved his hand at Dian Wei and said, if you want to leave with me, you can become a Lai's retainer. The reason why Dian Wei was pushed to Dian Lai was because Songjie knew that Dian Lai's ancestor was from the Dian Wei lineage of Blue Star. Although this Dian Wei is not the same Dian Wei, it is not very good after all. It would be better to let Dian Wei be Dian Lai's retainer. As for whether Dian Lai will let Dian Wei serve as a sacrifice or run errands in the future, that is all Dian Lai's business. Dian Lai, who was standing by, didn't expect that he would have his own things to do. Looking at this ancestor from another world, Dian Lai didn't know whether to agree or not. Songjie didn't care what Dian Lai thought. He looked at Su Chu and said, have you made up your mind? Once you acknowledge me as your master, you can't regret it. Without any hesitation, Su Chu bowed and said, Su Chu greets my lord. After helping Su Chu up, Songjie sighed and said, since I have accepted your karma, I will do my best to help you. After a pause, Songjie continued, but before you are able to take revenge, I hope you can restrain yourself. Su Chu pursed his lips and finally nodded heavily. Good. Patting Su Chu's shoulder, he looked around at the miserable situation and couldn't help but smile bitterly. What an unprovoked disaster. He then looked at Shi Jitsai and Guojia. Are you two okay? Guojia and Shi Jitsai shook their heads and looked at each other, as if they had made some kind of decision. They have all seen Songjie's performance during this period of time. From the evildoer's talent for cultivation and the obedience of Dian Lai and others, to his unhesitating search for Su Chu after seeing the tragic situation in Zhujiazhuang. He is now even more willing to take on Su Chu's cause and effect. All this made them realize that Songjie was not only a monstrous-level cultivation genius, he is also a lord with feelings and righteousness. Rather than relying on a family with an unknown future, it is better to follow Songjie, who is still in obscurity. My lord, I wonder if we are qualified to worship you as our lord. Songjie was about to get up and leave, but he didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. Looking at Guojia and Shi Jitsai, who directly called him lord, Songjie was a little at a loss. Although he had originally wanted to recruit the two, he didn't expect them to come so soon. He quickly helped the two of them up and said, it is an honor for me that you two are willing to look up to me. With Guojia and Shi Jitsai recognizing each other as their masters, everyone here now becomes one of their own. Songjie was not polite and directly asked everyone to go back to Yingchuan Academy. With the two brothers Gao Ming and Gao Ju, they didn't encounter any blind people along the way, let alone anyone who attacked Zhujiazhuang. However, with the incident at Zhujiazhuang, Songjie also felt a little anxious. He always felt that something big was going to happen in this world, especially the strange things that happened during this period. A large number of people enrolled in Yingchuan Academy, and there were mysterious rumors that Sun Shuang was reluctant to mention. Coupled with the sudden tragedy in Zhujiazhuang, all these indicate that the major families on Blue Star seem to have suddenly become interested in this world. But Songjie was a little puzzled. Why would these big families be interested in a nascent soul-level world? You know, there is a price to pay for taking people from another world away, and the cost is huge. Even those big families would feel that the cost-effectiveness is not high. But now, judging from the situation in Zhujiazhuang and Yingchuan Academy, something seems amiss. It was not until Songjie and the others heard a piece of news from other students that they suddenly realized. Chapter 33. Are you saying that this world is somewhat special? These natives possess fragments of destiny within their bodies. When Songjie heard the news, he was also shocked. What are fragments of destiny? These are what are left after the original destiny of the heaven is shattered. It is almost impossible for this thing to appear in large quantities in the body of a living being. It only appears in the bodies of certain children of destiny and children of luck. For example, when a child of destiny is born in a certain world, the heaven of this world will give this child of destiny a very small piece of destiny. Moreover, this kind of destiny fragment can be recovered by the way of heaven. The child of destiny who obtains the fragment of destiny will be blessed with destiny, and everything he does will go smoothly. Logically speaking, in a three kingdoms world at the nascent soul stage, at most only 3 sons of destiny would be born. This is already unique to the three kingdoms world. However, what he didn't expect was that the fragments of destiny in this world existed in everyone's body. Of course, the fragments of destiny in ordinary people's bodies are so tiny that they can be ignored. But almost all of the historical figures recorded in history, as well as those who hold official positions, have many fragments of destiny in their bodies. And there is only one possibility for this situation. That means the origin of destiny of this world has been completely shattered. Only when the original destiny of the heavenly Tao is broken will the fragments of destiny appear in everyone's body. When Sangjia heard the news, he was also shocked. No wonder so many people are trying to recruit all kinds of talents. So this is where the problem lies. The difference between a three kingdoms talent without destiny fragments and a three kingdoms talent with destiny fragments is as huge as heaven and earth. The matter of the destiny fragments was only discovered recently. People who explored this world before only noticed something unusual but were not sure. Now, the matter of the destiny fragments has been completely confirmed, which has driven all the major families crazy. As long as they can recruit the destined person, it will be beneficial to their family. Once these people grow up, they will become the backbone of each major family. Sangjia also felt a sense of emotion. Who would have thought that this was just an ordinary nascent soul level 3 kingdoms world? This situation actually happened. But now he has gathered Zhang Zhongjing, Huang Zhong, Huang Su, Su Chu, Dianwei, Guijia, Shi Jizai. These are the top talents of the time. With so many top talents, it is impossible not to be remembered. Sangjia swallowed and felt a little worried. My own strength may not be enough to protect these people. No, I have to go out. Now he can only keep these talents by asking the principal for help. As long as it is registered with the notary office, it will be impossible for other families to snatch it away. But before that, he has to stop everyone's evil hands. Looking at Gao Ju, is there any way to get 2 teleportation cards? Only 10 days had passed since I returned from Zhujiazwang. Only a month had passed since I first condensed a teleportation card, and there were still 20 days left before I could condense a teleportation card again. But if you want to come back again, you must condense another teleportation card, which will take another 50 days. In other words, if Sangjia relied on himself to condense the teleportation card, it would take at least 70 days to leave this world. This time is too long. Sangjia can't wait. Apart from gathering it yourself, the only way is to buy it from others. Master, these teleportation cards are very popular nowadays, and many family members are constantly coming in and out. It has only been 3.5 months since this world was discovered, so there are not many teleportation cards. Nowadays, if you want to get a teleportation card, the price you have to pay is very high. Sangjia frowned. He didn't have much money on Blue Star, and the people of Blue Star didn't need the money of this world. After thinking for a moment, Sangjia took out a small porcelain bottle and handed it to Gao Ju. Take this and go exchange it with Mr. Zhongjing for some natural treasures. Then, use the treasures to exchange for some teleportation cards from others. You have to exchange at least 2. Gao Ju took the porcelain bottle handed over by Sangjia. Although he was confused, he didn't ask any more questions. What Sangjia gave him was the juice squeezed out of the weed clone, which was extremely precious. The weed clone cannot be exposed, and he does not have enough money and resources. It was impossible for him to ask his subordinates for rare treasures. Then you can only use weed juice and Zhang Zhongjing to exchange. Zhang Zhongjing, who knew the preciousness of weed juice, would definitely give him a satisfactory answer. As expected, when Zhang Zhongjing saw the juice of the weeds, he completely lost his composure. The juice of weeds concentrates the innate energy of the ancient world and contains the medicinal properties of the ancient weeds. Zhang Zhongjing could tell how precious it was at a glance. With the help of this thing, the people in the Three Kingdoms world will make rapid progress in their cultivation of immortals. Long before, Sangjia had taught everyone the immortal cultivation technique given to him by Principal Sun Jun. He and Jianlai continued to practice the innate breathing method. Although Sun Jun's cultivation method cannot compare to the innate breathing method, It is twice as fast as the general cultivation method of Blue Star. With the magical medicine prepared with weed juice, Zhang Zhongjing's practice speed will become faster. Even if he is not as good as Cangjie and Dianlai, I am afraid the difference will not be too big. Don't forget, they still have destiny fragments in their bodies and have destiny bonuses. After exchanging a large number of rare treasures from Zhang Zhongjing, Gaoju finally got 2 teleportation cards through his classmates. Don't stop exchanging teleportation cards. Collect as many as you can. After explaining all this, Cangjie left the Three Kingdoms world directly. Back in the number 1 middle school classroom, the head teacher on duty was stunned. Why are you out again? Only 6 days had passed since the last time he came out, and Cangjie had left the Three Kingdoms world again, which made the class teacher frown. After all, the time flow rate in the Three Kingdoms world is 5 times faster, which is helpful for their practice. Teacher, I came out this time to talk to the principal about something. Huh? You want to see the principal for something? The head teacher was slightly stunned. He frowned. If someone else had gone to see the principal, he would definitely have ignored them. However, the homeroom teacher, who knew the relationship between the principal and the Tsang family, finally nodded and said, "Then I'll help you contact Principal Sun." Not long after, Sun Jun brought Cangjie back to the principal's office. I've checked Xiaoya's condition. She's almost fine. She should be fully recovered in 10 days or half a month. Sun Jun did not ask how Cangjie cured Cangyue. After all, everyone has some secrets. After informing Cangjie of his sister's situation, Sun Jun then asked, "Have you encountered any difficulties? If you have any, please let me know." Cangjie was somewhat touched by Sun Jun's concern, but he suppressed his emotions and asked, "Principal, do you know anything about the fate fragments in the Three Kingdoms world?" Sun Jun was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, "So that's why you came here. The fragments of destiny are real, but the people who possess them are not so easy to conquer. With your current level of cultivation, I'm afraid you can only recruit some Foundation establishment level minions at best. Such people are actually not of much value, even though they have a small amount of destiny fragments hidden in their bodies. But compared to the cost of bringing them out, it's not worth it." Chapter 34. Cangjie gave a bitter laugh. "If it were just some Foundation establishment level minions, I wouldn't have come out to look for you." Sun Jun was stunned, looked at him doubtfully and asked, "Did you recruit some third-rate general?" Cangjie continued to shake his head. Sun Jun looked at him with a puzzled expression, and Cangjie said directly, "We have recruited some people during this period, maybe a bit too many." That's a bit much. Do you want to lead troops into battle? Or join the Sour Jujube Alliance? Even so, no matter how many soldiers you recruit, you don't have to bring them out." Seeing the principal still not taking it seriously, Cangjie had no choice but to tell the truth. "I have recruited Zhang Zhongjing, Huang." Before Cangjie could continue, Sun Jun interrupted him and asked, "Who were you talking about? Who did you recruit?" Cangjie had no choice but to reply, "Zhang Ji, Zhang Zhongjing, Zhang Zhongjing, one of the 3 great doctors of the Three Kingdoms period." Cangjie said it was calm and composed, but Sun Jun couldn't remain calm at all. You actually recruited Zhang Zhongjing." Sun Jun felt incredible. The reason why he was able to recruit the entire Sun family was because he had a connection with the Sun family. All the major families on Blue Star have an unwritten rule. That is, in each parallel historical world, each major family is responsible for recruiting the ancestors of each major family. Unless the ancestors of these families in this world are unwilling to return to the Blue Star family, then other families will be qualified to recruit them. The Sun family is also a big family on Blue Star, which is why he has the opportunity to recruit them first. But who is Cangjie? How did he recruit a small cultivator in the Foundation establishment realm, whose cultivation level is not even as good as Zhang Zhongjing in the Three Kingdoms world? Although the Zhang family of Blue Star is not on the priority list of families to be recruited, this is not a reason for Cangjie to recruit them. This is really too magical. Cangjie remained silent. In fact, he didn't know how to answer. Could it be that these were all basic operations? After a long time, Sun Jun finally calmed down. Looking at Cangjie, he sighed. "I never thought you would have such an opportunity. It is indeed worth your trip to be able to recruit Zhang Zhongjing. Are you worried about the cost of bringing him out? That's no problem. I can help you pay for the original currency you need when the time comes. If you want to bring someone out of another world, you must pay a certain amount of origin currency to the corresponding world's heavenly Tao. The origin coins can only be obtained by hunting down evil demons in the demon cave. Even the demon realm outside the demon cave that was polluted, as well as the monsters and beasts in the demon realm, cannot be obtained by hunting them to obtain the origin coin. If you want to obtain the origin coin, you have to go deep into the demon cave and hunt down the evil demons. This is why it is said that the price to pay for bringing someone out of another world is very high. However, Sangjie needs to bring out more than just Zhang Zhongjing. Sangjie gave a bitter laugh. Principal, I haven't finished what I said just now. The talents I want to bring out are not just Zhang Zhongjing. Sun Jun was stunned. You want to move his entire family out? It doesn't matter. It's not important. You don't need much original currency. I'll pay for it for you when the time comes. Sangjie was helpless and could only say, no. Besides Zhang Zhongjing, there are also Huang Zhong Huang. Sangjie had just mentioned Huang Zhong when he was interrupted by Sun Jun again. Wait, what did you say? You also recruited Huang Zhong. Sun Jun widened his eyes and stared at Sangjie, as if he wanted to see tears in Sangjie's eyes. The old man couldn't keep calm at all. It's okay for just Zhang Zhongjing, but how could Huang Zhong also be subdued? You know, Huang Zhong is the top warrior in the Three Kingdoms world. How could such a warrior be subdued by a little cultivator like Sangjie? No, Huang Zhong has a seriously ill son. Did you recruit him by curing his son? Sun Jun reacted quickly and immediately realized this possibility. What you were about to talk about just now, wasn't it Huang Su? Sangjie nodded. Sun Jun breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect you to subjugate Huang Zhong and his son. Did you subjugate Huang Zhong by having Zhang Zhongjing treat Huang Su? Sangjie thought about it and felt that this was not wrong, so he nodded again. Huh. Sun Jun clapped his hands and said, I told you. Hey, you're really lucky. Sun Jun sighed. Sangjie opened his mouth, but he didn't know whether he should continue to report the names of the people he had recruited. But Sun Jun waved his hand and said, it's okay. With Huang Zhong and Huang Su, there's no problem at all. Sangjie opened his mouth and finally said, there's more. Anything else? Sun Jun was obviously stunned for a moment, blinked and looked at Sangjie. Who else? And Su Chu. Huh? Su Chu. You even managed to recruit Su Chu. Sun Jun widened his eyes and looked at Sangjie as if he was looking at a monster. After a long while, Sun Jun finally calmed down and sighed. It's okay. It doesn't matter if there's another Su Chu. Sangjie grinned and said another name, and Jianwei. Cough, cough, cough. Sun Jun, who was originally preparing to drink tea, lost his balance and almost dropped the teacup. After a violent coughing fit, Sun Jun gasped for breath, stared at Sangjie and shivered. Tell me honestly, is there anyone else? You have recruited so many top experts at once. You are going to make a big splash. If it was just an ordinary talent from the Three Kingdoms, it would be fine. Just exchange some original coins. Although the origin currency is precious, I, an old man, can still afford it. But you are now recruiting top Three Kingdoms talents who possess fragments of destiny. All of these people are coveted by people from major families. There are even reports that there are families in Zhongzhou who are interested and want to get a piece of the pie from us. Now you've just scooped a big spoonful from the pot. Are you going to let others eat it together? Sangjie pouted. Can he be blamed for this? And this is just the beginning. He still has many goals. For example, Zhao Yun, Taishu Ci, Jia Su, Su Shu, and so on. If the Zhuge family of Blue Star was not on the priority recruitment list, he would have wanted to recruit Zhuge Liang as well. Forget it. It's your ability to recruit so many top talents. If you can recruit the top scholars from that world, then you are truly amazing. As he said this, Sun Jun also started laughing. How is this possible? Sangjie recruited top generals and took advantage of the mutual respect among the generals. With the help of Huang Zhong, it is still possible to recruit Su Chu and Dianwei. It's just that the time is too short. In such a short time, he has recruited so many people. It's really amazing. This is not just amazing, it's a blessing of good fortune. However, looking at Sun Jun, who was full of emotion, Sangjie said in a dry voice, well, Principal, there are two more people. I recruited 2 more. This time they are definitely the last 2. Seeing Sun Jin's expression change, Songjia quickly added, Huh? Sun Jin tried to calm down and waved his hand. It's just 2 people. In such a short time, you definitely won't be able to recruit Lu Bu, Zhao Yun, and the like. Then they can only be 2 second-rate generals. Tell me, who are they? Could it be one of the yellow turban generals? Duh. Chapter 35. A yellow turban general? After being reminded by Sun Jun, Songjia remembered that there were a few useful people among the yellow turban generals. Shaking his head, now was not the time to think about these things. Songjia chuckled and said, It's not the yellow turban generals, it's Guo Jia and Shi Jitsai. This time, Sun Jun's reaction was relatively calm, which made Songjia a little confused. He looked like he was about to die just now. Why is he so calm now? But before Songjia could finish his thought, Sun Jinting stood up suddenly. You, who did you just talk about? Who are those 2 people? Looking at Sun Jun, who had lost his composure, Songjia finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was the right reaction. Songjia laughed dryly twice and said in a hoarse voice, It's Guo Jia, Guo Fengxiao, and Shi Zhong and Shi Jitsai. Huh? Sun Jin sat back in his seat with a dull look in his eyes. Songjia was a little nervous and said cautiously, This time it's really gone. Sun Jin rolled his eyes and said unhappily, Who else do you want, kid? Looking at Sun Jun with a conflicted look on his face, Songjia also became nervous. The appearance of the fragments of destiny made him realize that things were not simple. It would be impossible to keep these talents without Sun Jin's help. This is no longer comparable to some natural treasures. This is the child of destiny. And he is the son of destiny, whose destiny fragments cannot be taken back. Who wouldn't want such talent? After a long time, Sun Jin finally made a decision and said through gritted teeth, They are just some top talents. I will help you secure them. Sun Jun gritted his teeth when he said this. Songjia always felt that the principal seemed to lack confidence when he said this. It seems that the person who possesses the fragment of destiny is more important than I thought. After all, Songjia's knowledge is limited. He only knows that the fragments of destiny are precious, but he doesn't know how precious they are. And to what extent can the people who possess the fragments of destiny be coveted by the world? After a long while, Sun Jun raised his head, looked at Songjia, and said, Take it easy, kid. If we recruit any more talented people, we will put them under the name of that kid Dianlai. Anyway, you 2 are wearing the same pants. It's all because of you who is too ostentatious. Dianlai is a blue-level talent after all, and can attract the attention of many big guys. If they can be admitted to the 3 major universities, it won't be a problem to retain a few talents. Songjia laughed dryly and said, Dianwei is under a lie's name. Sun Jin really wanted to roll his eyes. After all, he was Dianlai's nominal ancestor. How could you have the nerve to recruit him? Okay, I know about this and I'll help you solve it. Hurry back and practice. If you can't get into a prestigious school, you won't be able to keep these talents. Songjia didn't refute and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something. He took out a small porcelain bottle and said, This is something I accidentally found in the 3 Kingdoms world. Xiaoya's essence was made up with this thing. Principal, please see if this thing is useful to you. Sun Jin's origin was also severely damaged in the Great Battle 10 years ago. Otherwise, with his age of less than 1,000 years and his genius level of almost breaking through to the heavenly immortal realm, it would be impossible for him to stay in a middle school and become the principal. Because his origin was severely damaged that year, his cultivation kept declining. Until now, he was only at the early stage of the earthly immortal realm. There was even a possibility of falling from the realm of immortals at any time. So Sun Jin lost his fighting spirit and stayed in Guangling Middle School as the principal. If Sun Jin's origin can be restored, then his cultivation may have a chance to recover or even improve further. It was with this in mind that Songjia gave the clone juice to Sun Jun. Sun Jun took the porcelain bottle with a look of suspicion, wondering what on earth had restored Song Yu's origin. You know, it's not that he didn't think of a way, but he searched through all the natural treasures he could get his hands on, but he still couldn't repair Song Yu's origin. But after Songjia came back last time, Song Yu's origin was restored, which made Sun Jin curious for a long time. Although he was very curious about the small porcelain bottle in his hand, Sun Jian did not think that the contents of Sangjia's porcelain bottle could have any effect on him. After all, Song Yu is just an ordinary 10-year-old child. But he is a powerful immortal in the earthly immortal realm. Restoring the origin and foundation of a powerful immortal is 1,000,000 times more difficult than repairing that of an ordinary person. However, Sun Jian felt embarrassed to refuse Sangjia's kindness, so he took the porcelain bottle with a smile, opened it, and prepared to praise it casually. But the next second, a stream of pure innate energy gushed out. Sun Jian was shocked and quickly plugged the porcelain bottle. Suck! Sun Jian took a deep breath and absorbed all the innate energy in the air into his stomach. Sangjia only felt that the air in the entire office suddenly became cold. The principal's breath almost sucked away all the air in the office. Gudong, while Sangjia was still sighing, Sun Jian had appeared in front of Sangjia at some point and swallowed hard. Where did you get this thing? It actually contains innate energy. Ordinary people may think that innate chi is just a kind of energy similar to spiritual energy. But in fact, only when one's cultivation reaches Sun Jian's level and overcomes the tribulation to become an immortal, can one understand the preciousness of the innate chi. This is the innate energy, and to some extent, it is even more precious than the immortal energy. After all, in those worlds with immortals, the immortal energy only varies in degree of dilution. However, the innate energy can only be found in some famous mountains and rivers, and even in blessed places. This shows how precious it is. However, now Sangjia took out an extremely precious treasure that contained innate energy. How could he not be shocked? Being stared at by Sun Jian's burning gaze, Sangjia turned his head and pretended to be ignorant, and said, I got this by accident in the Three Kingdoms world. As for the innate chi you mentioned, what is that? It contains a magical spiritual liquid that can not only help people practice, but also repair Xiaoya's missing essence. Principal, please try and see if I can help you repair some of your injuries. Sun Jian stared at Sangjia for a long time and saw that Sangjia looked concerned. Sun Jian sighed. Who doesn't have a secret? It's hard to say whether this thing is useful or not. However, the innate chi can indeed make up for the lack of human nature. You should know that ordinary people have a breath of innate energy when they are born, and this innate energy will continue to be lost as time goes by. The purpose of our practice is to preserve this innate energy and to continuously strengthen it through practice. Now your spiritual fluid actually contains innate energy. The preciousness of this thing is far beyond your imagination. After a pause, Sun Jian stared at Sangjia seriously and asked word by word, Are you really willing to give this to me? You may not realize how precious this thing is. Let me tell you this, even if you send this thing out, it may not necessarily lead to admission to the 3 major universities. But there is a high probability that you can directly enter the top 10 colleges as an auditor. Now, are you still willing to give it to me? Chapter 36. Sangjia had never expected that the juice of his clone would be so precious. What if I have a whole plant of clone elixir? Sangjia simply couldn't bear to think about it. No, I have to go back and get the clone back from Xiaoya. If someone finds out, Xiaoya won't be able to survive, and her life might even be in danger. His mind raced. Sangjia remained calm on the surface, looking at Sun Jian with a serious face, and said, Principal, I have never taken back anything I have given away. Isn't it just a small bottle of spiritual liquid? So what if it contains innate energy? After all, this is just a piece of natural treasure. How can it compare to the friendship between our 2 families? Sun Jian looked at Sangjia deeply. Since awakening his talent, he found that Sangjia had changed a lot. I became more confident, more eloquent, and no longer as silent as before. Especially after I came back last time and cured my sister Tsanyua. This feeling became even more obvious. Okay. Then I won't be so hypocritical, old man. I'll take this thing, and I'll also protect your talents. As for the origin coins needed to bring them out, I will also pay for you. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me directly. If the old man can't solve it, I still have the Sun family behind me. Sangjia was also a little surprised when he heard Sun Jian mention the Sun family. Sun Jian's family was originally just a small and inconspicuous branch of the Sun family. Later, after Sun Jian showed his extraordinary talent, he was recalled to the main branch of the Sun family. Unfortunately, Sun Jian's origin was severely damaged 10 years ago, and his cultivation declined, so Sun Jian stayed in Guangling City. Although the Sun family did not take advantage of Sun Jian's misfortune, they also helped to find various rare treasures in an attempt to repair Sun Jian's injuries. But after a long time, it was discovered that Sun Jian's injuries could not be repaired at all. In addition, Sun Jian was very disheartened and wanted to stay in Guangling City, so the Sun family stopped disturbing him. Now, when Sun Jian mentioned the Sun family, it was definitely not the branch that Sun Jian originally belonged to, but the Sun family of the main branch. The fact that the Sun family, the main branch, can endorse it shows how much Sun Jian values this bottle of spiritual liquid. He is also sincere towards Songjia. Songjia shrugged and chuckled. Principal, Ali and I have both taken this spiritual fluid before. This is just leftover. You don't have to worry about it. Having said that, Sun Jian obviously doesn't take it lightly. The two of them didn't say anything more and kept everything in mind. After bidding farewell to Sun Jian, Songjia prepared to go back. However, when he was halfway there, his expression suddenly changed. Oh no, how come my clone was eaten by my little sister? Through telepathy, he realized that the weed clone he left for his younger sister was originally just for her to use its juice to heal her injuries. The clone also said that, apart from Songjia, no one else could withstand its huge medicinal properties and the various powerful bloodlines hidden within it. If you are not careful, you will explode and die. But how could my sister suddenly swallow the entire clone? Without thinking too much, Songjia rushed towards home as fast as he could. I hope it's not too late. Songjia shouted in his heart while running desperately. And a few minutes ago, that Song family. Whoa, what a strange feeling. Why do I have the urge to swallow the spiritual herb my brother gave me? Ever since he finished drinking the juice from the spiritual herb, Song Yue has been feeling the urge to devour the spiritual herb. Before, she could control herself and not think like this. But as time goes by, this urge becomes stronger and stronger. Especially just now, this impulse reached its peak. It was as if a voice told her that if she didn't swallow this magical herb now, she would never have another chance. In a daze, without knowing what was happening, he swallowed this magical herb into his stomach. Oh no, this is something my brother repeatedly stressed I can't eat. What should I do now? He's going to be mad when he gets back. Just when Song Yue was anxious, a black mist suddenly rose in her eyes. The moment the black fog rose, golden light burst out from the bottom of his eyes. The black fog and the golden light complemented each other and entangled with each other, as if two hostile parties were fighting with Song Yu's eyes as the battlefield. Song Yue rubbed her eyes. She always felt her eyes were itchy. Before she could react, the golden light and black mist in her eyes began to spread, soon covering her entire face. This is not the end. The black fog and golden light spread very quickly. Just when Song Yue felt uncomfortable all over, the black fog and golden light had completely enveloped him. It hurts. What's going on? Am I going to die? Song Yue thought that his strange disease had not been cured, but had just broken out completely. Brother, Xiaoya won't be able to see you get into college. A feeling of dizziness swept through his entire soul, and the next second, Song Yue fainted. At the same time, Songjia, who was running towards home, suddenly sensed that the soul clone of his that was swallowed by his sister was suddenly sucked into a strange place. There, a large mass of black fog and golden light entangled with each other, forming a Tai Chi cage with his soul clone as the boundary, completely locking his soul clone. What the hell is this? Songjia was shocked. Wasn't his weed clone devoured by his sister? How could the soul clone end up in such a shitty place? Songjia controlled his soul clone and tried to struggle. However, he sadly discovered that this cage formed by black fog and golden light was extremely strong. No matter how he struggled, the cage didn't respond at all. On the contrary, because of the existence of his soul clone, the originally distinct black fog and golden light were miraculously entangled together. Oh no, my sister won't be in danger. Songjia couldn't figure out what this black fog and golden light were, and he didn't care about anything else. His sister's safety was more important. At the same time, in the Tsang family, Song Yu, who was originally covered by black fog and golden light, suddenly saw the black fog and golden light disappear. In just a moment, The black mist and golden light that originally covered Songyue completely disappeared. However, the next second, Songyue's body began to tremble. A tremendous amount of energy burst out from his body. Songyu's body began to swell, as if it was about to explode in the next second. At this critical moment, black fog and golden light appeared again. The body that was about to explode was stopped abruptly. Immediately afterwards, this tremendous energy was pressed into Songyue's body. However, the energy that is temporarily pushed back into the body does not disappear. Once the black fog and golden light dissipate, it will erupt again sooner or later. As if they knew that this would not work, the black fog and the golden light seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. With Songyue's body as the center, a Tai Chi ball was formed and kept spinning. As the Tai Chi ball rotates, the energy in Songyu's body is decomposed and absorbed. The vast energy began to merge into every part of Songyue's body, including meridians, acupoints, flesh, blood, bones, etc. Especially in the blood, there were spots of shining light, as if some extraordinary transformation had taken place. Immediately afterwards, Songyu's body began to emit a unique light that only appeared when his talent was awakened. And there is more than one kind of light. One is purple, and another kind of Chapter 37. The surface of Songyu's body was blooming with the light that only awakened talents could have, one of which was purple light. And the other one is actually the most top-level colored light. Color. Since the catastrophe of the past century, less than 100 people have been born among the trillions of human beings. And now, this kind of light appeared on Songyue's body, which was incredible. You know, Songyue is only 10 years old. Logically speaking, it is impossible to awaken talent before the age of 18. Not only that, if you want to awaken your talent, you must use the awakening formation. This is no longer the era of 100 years ago, when our ancestors could still awaken naturally with the help of the good fortune bestowed by heaven and earth. But even if they awaken naturally, there is no one under the age of 18. But now, Songyue, who is only 10 years old, has awakened. He also awakened 2 talents, which has never happened in human history. However, Songyue, who was in a coma, was unaware of all this. Her brows were furrowed, as if she had dreamed of something bad. Bang! Songyue broke in and didn't even have time to use the key to open the door. And at the moment when Songyue knocked on the door, the colorful light and purple light that were originally emitted from Songyue's body seemed to be frightened and shrank back into Songyue's body with a whoosh. When Songyue broke into the room, he only saw Songyue fainted in the living room. Xiaoya. Taking a step forward, Songyue helped his sister up in fear. Still breathing. Songyue breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly took Songyue's pulse. What's going on? Why is the pulse so strong? It doesn't look like he's injured or weak. Songyue was confused and sensed his soul clone again. It was still that strange cage, and there was still no escape. I looked at my sister and found nothing unusual. What's going on? Wasn't my clone swallowed by my sister? How did my soul clone end up in such a haunted place? Songyue was puzzled, and what puzzled him even more was that the weed clone had said that ordinary people other than him would explode and die if they swallowed the weed clone. But now, my sister is obviously fine. Not only was she fine, Songyue could also sense that his sister's body was much stronger than that of an ordinary person. It can be said that the current Songyue is extremely talented, comparable to Jian Lai, who has never practiced. What's wrong with me? Hey, bro, are you back? Songyue opened her eyes in a daze and saw Songyue at a glance. Seeing his sister wake up, Songyue also breathed a sigh of relief. After helping him up, Songyue asked seriously, "Did you eat the spiritual medicine I left for you?" Hearing this, Songyue's face suddenly turned pale. "Brother, I didn't mean to do that. I don't know what happened. I was in a daze and ate that spiritual medicine." Listening to his sister's explanation, Songyue felt mixed emotions. "Do you feel any discomfort in your body?" Songyue stared at Songyue nervously. Songyue shook her head. "I feel good now." Songyue frowned. "Is it really okay?" Although Songyue said so, Songyue was still a little worried. "Brother, I'm sorry. That spiritual medicine is very precious, right?" Seeing his sister's worried look, Songyue shook his head and said with a smile, "It's just a magical herb. How precious can it be? I'm just worried that you can't handle the effects of the medicine, so I asked the principal to come and help. Sangjie was still a little worried, so he finally asked Principal Sunjun to come over. However, after Sunjun's examination, he concluded that he was still very healthy. Not only that, Sunjun also said that Sangyu not only made up for his own innate defects, but also made his own foundation far beyond that of ordinary people. I have to say, your spiritual fluid is really a good thing. Before leaving, Sunjun sighed again. Sangjie's mouth twitched. He didn't dare to tell anyone about the prehistoric weeds because that thing involved too many things. Knowing that his sister was fine, Sangjie breathed a sigh of relief and simply followed Sunjun back to school. However, Sangjie didn't know that after he left, Sanyue's eyes immediately started rolling around. I saw a bright purple light emanating from her body. Immediately afterwards, the purple light converged into his body. He opened his eyes, and Sanyue took a step forward. The next second, something magical happened. After Sanyue took a step forward, he disappeared into the living room. The next second, a ripple appeared in the void, and Sangyu appeared in another place in the living room. Next, Sanyue kept disappearing, appearing, disappearing, and appearing again, having a lot of fun. I'm so tired. This ability actually consumes energy. Luckily, I swallowed the spiritual herb my brother gave me before. Sanyue was very excited, waving his little fists with a smile on his face. With this ability, I can help my brother in the future. By the way, it seems there is another ability. Sanyue closed his eyes and sensed carefully. Immediately afterwards, colorful light appeared on her body's surface and quickly retracted into her body. This means that she has fully awakened this talent. A demon in the heart of Tao? What kind of talent is this? First cultivate Taoism, then become a demon, then merge Taoism and demon together, and finally transcend Taoism and demon? Can you also plant Tao seeds or demon seeds in other living beings? When the Tao seeds and demon seeds mature, that is, when they are harvested, can you also use them to control other living beings? This talent seems a bit weird. Sanyue was a little scared. After all, she was only 10 years old. She was instinctively afraid of this kind of thing of using living beings to raise Taoist and demon seeds. More importantly, she learned from her innate abilities that the demon she was about to become possessed by was not a demon in the ordinary sense. But it was the kind of strange demon that appeared when the demon cave erupted, a kind of demon that only knew how to kill. This made Xiao Sanyue even more scared. Back then, their Tsang family was destroyed by those evil demons, including their parents. No, I don't want to be possessed by a demon, and I don't want to kill anyone. Sangyu shook his head repeatedly, as if trying to get rid of this talent. However, once talent is born, it cannot disappear. Compared with the Tao heart demon of the colorful energy level, Sanyue prefers the void spirit body of the purple energy level. Although the void spirit body is only a purple talent, it is naturally compatible with the avenue of space. Those who possess this talent can control the void, travel through the void, and even hide themselves in the void. Although the attack power is slightly insufficient, that is only relative. After all, this is a purple energy level talent that is one level higher than the blue energy level talent that Dianlai awakened. With a void spirit body, it doesn't matter if I don't have a demon in my Tao heart. Sangyu stubbornly stopped thinking about his talent for cultivating demons in his Tao heart. Woo-woo, it's just that this void spirit body consumes too much energy. I've eaten all the spiritual herbs my brother gave me. What should I do if I have no energy left? Xiao Sanyue's face was tense, and she looked very sad. Well, the reason why others can only practice at the age of 19 is because they can only awaken their talents at the age of 19. I have already awakened 2 talents. Does that mean I can actually practice now? Sanyue thought so and was eager to try it out. Every practitioner has a copy and has to start memorizing it from a young age, and Sangyu knows it too. With his eyes rolling, Sangyu decided to take a risk. However, at this moment, an inexplicable message came into her mind. Chapter 38. Innate breathing method? What kind of technique is this? How did it suddenly appear in my mind? Just now, the cage that trapped Sangjie's soul clone suddenly began to spin. Sangjie's soul clone felt dizzy for a moment, and the next second, the soul clone felt as if something was missing. Immediately afterwards, a new technique called the innate breathing method appeared in Xiao Canyue's Sea of Consciousness. Wow, I feel like this technique seems better. Do you want to give it a try? Xiao Canyue frowned as she thought. Just when Canyue was struggling with whether to practice the innate breathing method, Songjia, who had returned to the Three Kingdoms world, suddenly felt his soul clone tremble. What happened? Why is the soul power of the soul clone missing a little bit? Although it was only a tiny trace, Songjia still sensed it. Forget it. I'm too weak now. Even if I want to find that soul clone, it's impossible. The main reason is that Songjia now has more than 200 soul clones, so he doesn't care if he loses one. Master, you are finally back. The moment he saw Songjia, Gao Ju shouted excitedly. Meeting everyone's gaze, Songjia's expression froze. Did something big happen? If nothing big had happened, this group of people would not have gathered together. Master, Emperor Ling of Han has passed away. Gao Ju was determined to shock the world. Emperor Ling of Han died. The timing seems wrong, doesn't it? Yes, it was more than 10 days earlier than recorded in history. Not only that, it was also 1 month earlier than the powerful people had estimated. Someone had previously calculated that Emperor Ling of Han could live for at least another month. But now he has passed away prematurely, and there is something strange about this matter. Songjia frowned, thinking that there must be something wrong when things are abnormal. The premature death of Emperor Ling of Han meant that the entire Three Kingdoms world would deviate from its original historical trajectory. What is more important is the fragment of destiny. If it weren't for this thing, the Blue Star family might not have interfered too much with the development of this world. But when the fragments of destiny appear, there will definitely be people who can't wait. Although if you want to take people away, you have to wait until the trial of this group of students is over. This is a mandatory rule. Before this, no one can take anyone out of this world. But there are still about 17 months until the trial. During such a long period of time, anything could happen. Songjia tapped the chair handle lightly with his fingers and fell into deep thought. After a long moment, Songjia looked up at Guojia and Shijitsai. Feng Xiao Jitsai, do you two have any good suggestions? Guojia and Shijitsai exchanged a glance, and Guojia finally spoke. My lord, the current situation is turbulent and complex, and it is impossible to stay out of it. In this case, if you want to keep what you want, you must have your own power. Only by becoming strong can we survive in this chaotic world. Songjia was stunned. Looking at Guojia and Shijitsai with serious expressions, Songjia fell into deep thought. He slowly closed his eyes, organizing various information in his mind. In the outside world, with Sun Jun's protection, he doesn't have too much pressure for the time being. In the world of the Three Kingdoms, no one dared to touch the families except those that were already on the list. Other families and talents will become the targets of all ambitious people this time. Of course, Songjia has another way, which is to seek help from the Sun family of Inchuan. After all, the Sun family is also on the list, and no one dares to touch them. In addition to the Sun family, there are several other major families, including the Royal Lu family, Zhuge family, Chao family, Yuan family, Kong family, Yang family, and Wang family. These families are on the list that no one dares to touch. Seeking their refuge will provide you with temporary safety. The price is that the talents you recruit will no longer belong to you. This is certainly not what Songjia wants. In this case, the only way to survive in the ensuing chaos is to build your own force. If you want to build a power, you must have people, money, food, and various resources. Songjia knew very well that he was different from those people from families. They had family support behind them and could exchange it for a lot of money. As long as we find cooperation with the local forces of the Three Kingdoms, we can get money, food, various resources, including soldiers. They can even get a piece of land for themselves. In this case, your competitiveness is not strong. My lord, perhaps we can cooperate with the local Sun family and seek a place to stand. As if he saw Songjia's concerns, Shijitsai suddenly spoke. Cooperate with the local Sun family? Songjia frowned. Shijitsai explained. My lord, although the Sun family is aloof from the world, they are not affected by this incident. But don't they want to find some allies from outside? After all, their Sun family is not really the Sun family of the outside world. After leaving this world, how much resources they can obtain and whether they can rise again in the future are all unknown. If they could form an alliance with a genius like the Lord, it would be beneficial to them. Not to mention, with your relationship with the principal, I don't think the Sun family will refuse. After Shijitsai's analysis, Sangjia's eyes lit up. It is true that he has nothing now, but he has a future. Although the Sun family has everything now, their future is uncertain. If both parties cooperate, it will be beneficial to both parties. A family as smart as the Sun family would definitely agree to Guijia and Shijitsai's proposal. Okay, let's do as you say. Where do you think we should seek to establish ourselves? Guijia shook his head. My lord, now is not the time for us to choose a place. But how many places are left for us to choose from? Sangjia smiled bitterly and came to his senses. Indeed, under the current circumstances, all the major families are certainly making efforts. What I and others can think of, they can also do. The 13 states of the Han dynasty are vast, but it is not certain how much of the territory can be divided up by this group of outsiders. The states and counties themselves have been almost divided up by local forces. Now that a large number of Blue Star forces have been sent in, how many people can divide the remaining land among them? Thinking of this, Song Jie said decisively, there is no time to lose. Let's contact the Sun family now. This time, Song Jie did not bring Dian Lai and others, but only Guijia, Shijitsai, and Zhang Zhongjing. After explaining his purpose, Sun Shuang was not surprised. In fact, ever since the news of the fragments of destiny spread some time ago, the Sun family realized that the world was about to change drastically. Originally, they just wanted to wait quietly for the trial of the people from Blue Star to end, and then they would migrate away with their entire clan. But after the news of the destiny fragment appeared, everything changed. They have become popular, but at the same time, they have also become fraught with danger. Their Sun family is a little better. But what happens after they get out? What will be the fate of those who possess fragments of destiny? All of this made them very worried. But things have already happened, and the only thing we can do is try our best to survive. The arrival of Sangjia gave them more ideas. It's not impossible to cooperate, but... Chapter 39. It's not impossible to cooperate, but our Sun family wants to go a step further. Further. Sun Shuang's answer was beyond Sangjia's expectations. What does Mr. Siming mean? I want to form an alliance with you. Not just in this world, but also after we leave here and go to your world. Sun Shuang's idea surprised and not surprised Sangjia. It seems that Mr. Siming is very optimistic about me. Sun Shuang laughed heartily and said, I have seen your talent and disposition, young friend. I think you would be a good ally. Song Jia also smiled. Since Mr. Siming thinks so highly of me, how can I not agree? The two sides looked at each other and smiled with satisfaction. Song Jia borrowed the power he needed now from the Sun family. The Sun family is also gambling that they can gain power from Sangjia in the future. This is a mutually beneficial thing. However, in today's world, there is very little land available for distribution. Now that they have formed an alliance, Sun Shuang no longer hides it. He motioned to Sun Yu beside him to find a map and spread it out. Everyone stood beside the map, and Sun Shuang said, Look, silly, Yanzhou, Yuzhou, Jizhou, and Shuzhou, there are no counties or prefectures left that can be assigned to these places. Sun Shuang pointed to the surrounding areas and said, Qingzhou, Bingzhou, Yuzhou, Yangzhou, Jingzhou, and Yizhou, there are only a handful of counties and prefectures that can be planned. Only Liangzhou and Jiaozhou are located in remote areas with a lack of talented people, so there are still relatively more counties that can be taken over. However, these places, firstly, lack talent, secondly, have a poor environment, and thirdly, are remote. Even if you gain a foothold, it won't make much sense. After all, you only have a dozen months, and it is impossible to develop deeply here, so you don't have to consider these two states. And the rest. Xu Shuang looked at Sangjia, who raised his head and also looked at Xu Shuang. Mr. Siming, where do you think is suitable for me? In other words, which Sun family member can help me gain more easily and provide some assistance? Sun Shuang smiled, very happily. Sangjia did not act on his own, but asked for his opinion, which made him very happy. He looked at Sun Yu beside him and nodded at him. At this time, Sun Yu took over the conversation and pointed to a place and said, This is the place we can plan for you now. and it is the most suitable place for you. Song Jie looked at the direction of Liaoxi County pointed by Sun Yu and slowly uttered 3 words. Lingyu County? Yes, Lingyu County, although there are better places, is not suitable for you. This place is located in Liaoxi County, where there is relatively little competition, and it controls the Liaoxi corridor. Going north, you can obtain warhorse resources, and going south through Bohai Sea can enter Jizhou and Qingzhou. More importantly, the vassal state of Liaodong in the northeast was Gongsun Zan's territory. Gongsun Zan had just been promoted to captain of the surrendered enemy army, general of the Central Army, and was granted the title of Marquis of Duding. He also served as the chief historian of the Liaodong vassal state and stationed troops in the vassal state. He has a talented man under his command named Zhao Yun, who should be the talent you are looking for. Although it was a rhetorical question, Sun Yu's tone was very affirmative. Song Jie didn't hesitate and admitted directly. That's right, Zhao Yun, Zhao Zilong. No one should be able to refuse such a talent. Sun Yu smiled. Then you have to thank our Sun family. Song Jie was puzzled. Why do you say that? Sun Yu explained. Gongsun Zan was a disciple of Lu Ji, and Lu Zigan and my uncle have been friends for many years. As for Zhao Yun, he was taught by the spear prodigy Tong Yuan, and Tong Yuan had received favors from our Sun family in his early years. My Sun family is willing to write 2 letters for you and send them to Gongsun Zan and Zhao Yun. As for the outcome, it all depends on how you fight for it. Song Jie was delighted. He didn't expect that there would be such benefits. As expected, every big family cannot be underestimated. Thank you very much. Song Jie is not pretentious. Since he has chosen the alliance, there is no need to be shy. 10 days later, Song Jie's appointment document came down. This allowed Song Jie to once again witness the influence of the Sun family. Without any hesitation, the group packed up and headed directly to Yuzhou. My lord, the situation is not good. After entering the territory of Yuzhou, Shi Jizai began to look worried. The situation is indeed not good. People from other worlds like the Lord have already begun to take action. Along the way, many cities have already begun to close roads, specifically targeting strangers like you, my lord. Guojia waved his feather fan and also felt emotional. I'm afraid they are also competing and want to use this method to restrict others to a fixed place. Zhang Zhongjing sighed. Haha, they think it's too simple. Nowadays, anyone with a little talent has already broken through to the foundation establishment stage. It's simply impossible to trap a foundation establishment cultivator by prohibiting him from entering the city. Song Jie shook his head and laughed. Having said that, when they arrived in Lingyu County, they almost couldn't get in. Stop. No strangers are allowed to pass through here. No one expected that Song Jie was blocked by soldiers at the city gate before he even took office. Looking at the murderous soldiers, Song Jie narrowed his eyes slightly. My lord, something is wrong. These soldiers don't look like ordinary soldiers. Instead, they look like they have been on the battlefield. Even if Shi Jizai didn't remind him, Song Jie would have seen it. Although this place is located at the border and close to foreign races, there is no need to use elite soldiers to guard the gate. Whose subordinate are you? Why can't we enter the city? Song Jie asked calmly, but the soldier was obviously not a good-tempered one. He swung his spear, pointing it directly at Song Jie's throat. If I tell you to get out, then get out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Hearing the noise here, many soldiers were approaching them. Song Jie took a quick look and found that these people were all elites. My lord, these are elite cavalry. Look at the way they walk. It's obvious that they ride horses frequently. Guojia whispered a reminder in Song Jie's ear. Now everyone realized the seriousness of the problem. Could it be that someone forcibly occupied Lingyu County? Song Jie's heart sank slightly. If this is true, then is there any use for him, the magistrate of Lingyu County who has not yet taken office? Song Jie really wanted to ask what exactly happened here. But the group of people in front of him were obviously unwilling to cooperate. Seeing more and more soldiers approaching them, everyone had no choice but to retreat. But they did not go too far away, but watched the city gate from afar. You see, those soldiers didn't stop anyone except strangers from entering the city. Soon, they discovered this pattern. Well, this shows that they really only stop strangers like me. Could it be that this place has been occupied by some alien? Song Jie frowned. I don't think so. Guijia's eyes flashed with brilliance. I don't think so either. This group of people are not simply following orders to stop the aliens. Did you observe their expressions just now? They seem to have a particular aversion to aliens. A special dislike for strangers? Everyone was stunned. That's right, it's disgust, as if the stranger had done something that angered heaven and man. Song Jia pondered for a moment. If that's the case, it's best to find out the reason. Perhaps there is a solution. Everyone looked at each other, and then Huang Zhong said, "My lord, how about I take Huang Su into the city to investigate?" Song Jia thought about it and finally nodded. "Okay, be careful. If there is anything wrong, send a signal immediately." Chapter 40. Stop. Didn't you hear what I just said? Strangers are not allowed to enter. Huang Zhong and Huang Su were stopped as soon as they reached the city gate. Song Jia and others not far away suddenly became nervous. Get ready. If that group attacks Han Sheng and the others, we'll charge over. Su Chu and Jian Wei grasped their weapons tightly, ready to fight at any time. Huang Zhong was stopped at this time, but he was not angry at all. Pointing at himself and Huang Su, he said, "Brother, do we look like aliens to you?" The soldier was stunned. Without waiting for a reply, Huang Zhong continued, "We just want to go in and buy some food and come out soon. Look, those aliens are waiting outside. This isn't against your orders, right?" The soldier looked at Huang Zhong and Huang Su, then looked at Song Jia and his men who were waiting obediently not far away. Just as the soldier hesitated, Huang Su spoke at the right moment. "Ong, I'm hungry." 10-year-old Huang Su looked very thin because he had been ill for many years. The soldier felt a little sympathetic and finally waved his hand. "Go in and don't run around. Buy your things and come out quickly." Huang Zhong nodded quickly. No, we'll be back soon." Seeing Huang Zhong and the other man enter the city, Song Jia and the others breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect Huang Su to be so smart. Guo Jiao laughed while waving his feather fan. About half an hour later, Huang Zhong and Huang Su walked out of the city gate carrying large and small bags. When they saw them come out, both the soldiers at the city gate and Song Jia and the others breathed a sigh of relief. "My lord, I've learned that these soldiers belong to Gongsun Zan." Gongsun Zans? This news was beyond everyone's expectations. They had thought of various situations, but they never thought that these soldiers would be Gongsun Zans. Isn't Gongsun Zan in a vassal state in Liaodong? Why is he here? "My lord, Gongsun Zan himself is not here. He is still in the Liaodong vassal state." No one's here? He sent soldiers? What does he mean? Is he planning to forcibly occupy Linyu County? If this is true, and Gongsun Zan has such ambition, will he still give up Zhaoyun? I'm afraid that even the position of Linyu County magistrate that they are planning will come to nothing. Huang Zhong quickly waved his hands. No. Gongsun Zan has no intention of seizing Linyu County. He simply sent troops to prevent foreigners from passing through Linyu County and heading towards the vassal state of Liaodong. It just so happened that the previous Linyu County magistrate was about to be transferred and had no intention of managing the county, and it seemed that something had gone wrong. And since you, my lord, have not yet taken office, I have only just sent soldiers to maintain order. So that's how it is. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But on second thought, Song Jia became a little confused. Even so, why do these soldiers hate aliens so much? I know this. Huang Su raised his hand to answer. My lord, I haven't really found out about this. Huang Zhong said a little embarrassedly. Then he looked at Huang Su again and asked puzzledly. How did you know? Huang Su chuckled and said, When you were buying things, Uncle Wang, I secretly asked the soldier uncle. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect Huang Su to be so smart. So what did you find out? Sangjie asked curiously. Someone is trying to snatch Zhao Yun from my lord brother. Huang Su said angrily. Someone wants to snatch Zhao Yun from me. Sangjie vaguely guessed something. Sure enough, after Huang Su's explanation, everyone finally understood. It turned out that someone had already set their sights on Zhao Yun and had also found out his whereabouts. As a result, many people ran to the vassal state of Liaodong to look for Zhao Yun and try to win him over. This matter was soon discovered by Gongsun Zan. Originally, Gongsun Zan didn't care. He didn't believe that this group of strangers who were not even as good as him could win over Zhao Yun. However, unfortunately, Some people saw that they could not win over Zhao Yun and believed that it was all Gong Sun Zan's fault. Because Gong Sun Zan was still alive, Zhao Yun refused to betray his master. This can be seen from the fact that Zhao Yun defected to Liu Bei only after Gong Sun Zan's death. So, someone had a bad idea and wanted to kill Gong Sun Zan first and then subdue Zhao Yun. This completely infuriated Gong Sun Zan. It not only angered Gong Sun Zan, but also angered all the soldiers under Gong Sun Zan. This is why these soldiers hate aliens. Oh, I see. It really is true that if you don't seek death, you won't die. Song Jie was also helpless. How could there be such a group of brainless people? It was wishful thinking to think that if they killed Gong Sun Zan, Zhao Yun would defect to them. It seems that there should be no problem for the Lord to take office. Although Gong Sun Zan hated foreigners, he would not disobey the court's orders. After Linyu County is stabilized, it won't be too late for you to visit Gong Sun Zan, Shi Jitsai suggested. Song Jie nodded. Jitsai's words make sense. Everyone walked towards the city gate again. This time, the soldiers were not polite and surrounded them directly. Huang Zhong, Dian Wei, and Su Chu immediately protected everyone in the middle. Song Jie waved his hand. Don't be nervous. Pushing through the crowd, he came to a soldier who looked like the leader. My name is Song Jie. I come from Yingchuan Academy. I'm here by order of the Imperial Court to take over as the magistrate of Linyu County. As he said that, he took out the appointment document and handed it over. This time the soldier is in trouble. You said you were the new county magistrate. The soldier stared with eyes wide open, his face full of disbelief. They had thought of various people who would take office, but they had never thought that the person who would take office would be an alien. Looking at the soldier with a grim expression, Song Jie thought for a moment and guessed what was in the other person's mind. Don't worry, I am different from those strange people. Otherwise, the Sun family of Yingchuan would not have recommended me to serve as the county magistrate here. General Gong Sun has ordered us not to retreat. No foreigners other than us are allowed to pass through Linyu County. After hearing what Song Jie said, the soldiers' expressions finally looked much better. Song Jie said again, I have another unwelcome request here, and I hope you can help me. The soldiers did not expect that the stranger in front of them would be so rude and even want them to help. Suddenly, the slight bit of goodwill that had just emerged disappeared in an instant. The leader of the soldiers said coldly with a stern face, since it is an unreasonable request, then don't say it. Song Jie was stunned. Why didn't this guy play by the rules? Shouldn't you be polite first? However, Song Jie was also shameless, and regardless of the soldier's refusal, he directly said, I would like to ask you to continue to help me stop those aliens. As you all know, I have just taken office and am not familiar with the situation in Linyu County. If you evacuate at this time, it is very likely that those aliens will take advantage of the opportunity. So, I would like to ask you to stay for a while. After I have completely taken over Linyu County, it will not be too late for you to leave. The soldiers didn't expect Song Jie to make this request. This made them feel a little embarrassed for a while. If they stay, wouldn't they be taken advantage of by Song Jie for free? But if we don't stay, what Song Jie said makes sense. If those strange people take advantage of us, wouldn't all our efforts during this period be in vain? But why do they feel so uncomfortable if they stay? Chapter 41. Just when everyone was struggling, Song Jie threw out his ultimate killing move. Of course, your temporary stay can be considered as a favor to me. I have never had the habit of asking for help for free. I will compensate you with double the military pay. What do you think? Song Jie said calmly. 2. Double the military pay? The soldiers' eyes lit up. They looked at each other and nodded vigorously at their leader. Finally, the leader of the soldiers smiled sheepishly and said, Thank you very much, County Master Tsang. Now everyone was very happy, and Song Jie and his group finally entered Linyu County. Although the handover with the previous county magistrate was somewhat unpleasant, after all, the other party was squeezed out by Song Jie. But the Sun family is so powerful that no matter how reluctant the other party is, it will be of no avail. 5 days later, everyone gathered again in the back hall of the county government office. It has been almost 4 months since they entered this world. After such a long period of time, Song Jie and the others have made considerable progress in their cultivation. First of all, it is Song Jie himself. Now his cultivation has reached the 4th level of foundation building. During this period, Most of his energy was spent on physical and mental training, which led to his cultivation falling behind. But even so, Sangjia's cultivation has reached the 4th level of foundation building, and his body-refining technique improved by leaps and bounds after absorbing Dian Wei's gold attribute technique and Su Chu's earth attribute technique. Now, relying on his physical strength, Sangjia can be comparable to a strong man who has reached the 12th level of foundation building, and Sangjia's overall strength is comparable to that of a strong man who has reached the 18th level of foundation building and has even reached the edge of the Jindan realm. The reason why he is no match for the Jindan realm cultivators is that the Jindan realm cultivators can fly in the air. This is the reason why the Jindan realm is invincible. But if it were a Jindan level expert in the Three Kingdoms world who couldn't fly, Sangjia could still give him a chance. As for Dianlai and the others, they have all made great progress. Dianlai's cultivation has reached the 7th level of foundation building, and his overall strength is comparable to that of someone who has reached the 9th level of foundation building. The two brothers Gao Ming and Gao Ju are both at the 3rd level of foundation building, and their overall strength is comparable to that of the 5th level of foundation building. But they are just auxiliary personnel and are not needed to fight. As for Zhang Zhongjing and others who began to practice the Blue Star technique, their strength has also been greatly improved. Especially the 3 military generals, Huang Zhong, Su Chu, and Dian Wei. Their strength has reached the peak of the Jindan realm, even more powerful than they were before. This is because they have condensed a vortex of spiritual energy, which has improved their combat effectiveness and endurance. As for Zhang Zhongjing, Guojia, and Shiji Tsai, although the Blue Star technique did not greatly increase their mental power, but it also makes their bodies more flexible and greatly enhances their ability to survive. I called everyone here today to tell you that I plan to go to the Liaodong vassal state. No one was surprised by this news. After all, everyone knew that they came here just for Zhao Yun. This time I plan to bring Han Sheng, Zhong Kong, Zhong Jing, and Gao Ming with me. As for the rest, you will stay in Linyu County and recruit as many talents as possible. Today's Linyu County has not yet gotten on the right track, and it cannot do without Guojia and Shiji Tsai. Linyu County still needed a military deterrent, and Sangjia finally chose Dian Wei. As for Gao Ju, his super hearing can detect any abnormalities in Linyu County, so he is more suitable to stay. As for Dianlai, since Sangjia himself is not here, he naturally needs someone he absolutely trusts to take charge. After arranging everything, Sangjia immediately set off for the vassal state of Liaodong. The destination of their trip was Changli County, which was also the seat of the Liaodong vassal state. The group of 5 rode on horseback and spent a whole day before finally arriving in Changli County. Master, there are many bandits along this route, and Gong Sun Zan is not as powerful as the records say. Song Jia chuckled and looked at Gao Ming and said, Gong Sun Zan has focused most of his energy on the foreign races, so he naturally doesn't care that much about the bandits in the country. Looking back at the way he had come, Song Jia had other thoughts in his mind. This is the Liaoshi corridor. This road runs through the entire Liaoshi County and the Liaodong vassal state. It is an out-and-out trade route. It's a pity that due to Gong Sun Zan's lack of attention, this trade route is now sparsely populated. Due to the large number of robbers, not many merchants dared to take this route. But if he could clear out all the robbers on this road, then this trade route would surely become prosperous again. And as the throat of this trade route, Linyu County, the future Shanhaiguan, how much benefit can he gain? Just as Sangjia was thinking about what to do after returning, 3 people behind them were secretly looking at them. Brother, among those 5 people, are there 2 strangers? The bearded man said in a muffled voice. Another red-faced man also said, Brother, he is really an extraordinary person. I didn't expect that there would be an extraordinary person passing through Linyu County. Hey, big brother, second brother, what do you think? If we kill these 2 strangers, can we gain Gongsun Bogui's favor and give Zilong to big brother? The man with big ears and long arms, who had been silent all this time, suddenly had his eyes brightened. Ida, your idea is good. These lawless strangers dared to assassinate Brother Bogui. Now that we have encountered them, how can we not avenge Brother Bogui? These 3 people were none other than Liu Bei's 3 brothers. Ever since the humans from Blue Star entered this world, Many people have wanted to recruit them. It's a pity that Liu Bei would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Not only did he reject all those who wanted to recruit him, he also developed the ambition to dominate the world. After learning some historical information from the humans on Blue Star, Liu Bei thought of Zhao Yun first. This time he came to Chongli County just to trick Zhao Yun away from Gongsun Zan. But I didn't expect that when I was about to reach Chongli County, I would meet Song Jie and his group. How could we not take the military merit that comes to our doorstep? As long as Song Jie and Gao Ming are killed, Gongsun Zan's favor will be won, and he will never let them go. Let's go? Let's avenge Brother Boguei. Liu Bei rode out first, and Guan Yu and Zhang Fei hurriedly followed. Hearing the sound of hurried horse hooves behind them, everyone turned around. However, when they saw Liu Bei and his two companions rushing towards them with weapons in hand and murderous intent, their faces suddenly changed. Lord, be careful! Huang Zhong and Su Chu turned their horses around without any hesitation and stopped Liu Bei and his two companions with their weapons in hand. Both sides were shocked after a slight fight. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Huang Zhong, and Su Chu are all equally powerful. They could all feel that both sides were equally matched, and it would be impossible to determine the winner in a short period of time. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Huang Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, and he asked in a cold voice. However, having already taken action, the three Liu Bei brothers had no intention of giving up. Guan Yu said in a deep voice, "Brother, my third brother, and I will hold them back. You quickly deal with those two thieves." Liu Bei understood and immediately turned his horse around and charged towards Songjie. Huang Zhong and Su Chu were shocked when they saw this. Although Liu Bei's strength is not as good as theirs, he is also a strong man equivalent to the 6th or 7th level of the Jindan realm, and is definitely not someone that Songjie and his men can deal with. However, before they could come to the rescue, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei had already arrived. When strong people of the same level fight each other, they can't be distracted at all. My lord, run. This beast is powerful. Huang Zhong could only remind loudly. Seeing Liu Bei coming to kill. Chapter 42. Seeing Liu Bei rushing towards him, Zhang Zhongjing stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Don't panic, my lord. I will stop him." Although Zhang Zhongjing is not good at fighting, he possesses top-level mental power, equivalent to the 9th level of the Jindan realm. Facing the murderous Liu Bei, Zhang Zhongjing's eyes flashed with a divine light. The next second, Liu Bei, who was riding a horse, groaned, his body swayed constantly, and he almost fell off the horse. Sigh, a burst of horse neighing was heard, and Liu Bei finally reined in his horse and looked at Zhang Zhongjing in surprise and doubt. Liu Bei never expected that he would meet a top scholar here. That terrifying mental power. If he had not also cultivated mental power, he would probably have been seriously injured by that attack just now. Zhang Zhongjing was also surprised. Looking at Liu Bei, who kept retreating and began to confront them, he frowned slightly. My lord, the situation is not good. This beast is not only a martial arts expert, but also a scholar. His spiritual power has reached the Jindan level. Songjie was surprised. Where did so many powerful people come from? After carefully observing Liu Bei and the other two, he suddenly felt a shock. The appearances of Liu Bei and the other two are really too special. When the three of them stand together, it's easy to think of something. How is this possible? How did these three guys get here? Besides, even if they came here, why would they attack them? Song Jie couldn't figure it out. At the same time, a group of cavalrymen covered in blood were heading towards Chongli County. This cavalry team rode white horses and was well equipped. There were many human heads tied to the saddles, all of which looked ferocious. Huh? Zilong, look over there and see if there's anyone fighting. Hearing the voice, Zhao Yun looked towards Song Jie and others who were hundreds of meters away. When he saw Song Jie and Gao Ming's short hair, his pupils suddenly shrank. It's those strange people again. Huh? Strange people? How could there be strange people here? Isn't Linyu County sealed off by us? Could someone have sneaked in again? As he spoke, the general became furious and raised his spear. Damn it! These people are still so evil. Are they planning to assassinate our lord? Zhao Yun also had an ugly expression on his face, feeling bad about what happened last time. Because of his own fault, Gongsun Zan was stabbed and almost lost his life. Now that he saw a strange person again, he was naturally very unhappy. "Let's go? Brothers, follow me to kill these dogs." As he said this, he was about to rush out. Zhao Yun was quick to react and quickly grabbed him, saying, "Don't be impulsive. Those people are not simple. Look at those fighting. None of them are simple. Their fighting power is no less than mine. What? My martial arts skills are not inferior to yours." Everyone who knew Zhao Yun's strength was stunned, and for a moment they looked at each other in bewilderment. Just when everyone was in confusion, Sangjia also discovered this group of cavalry. Gao Ming could see the expressions of these cavalrymen clearly. Seeing that this group of people showed hostility towards them, Gao Ming suddenly became nervous. "Master, this group of people seem to be full of hostility towards us and seem to want to attack us." Sangjia was startled. They were already in great danger. If this group of cavalrymen were added to the mix, they would probably be doomed. "Can you tell who these cavalrymen are? Are they robbers or regular soldiers?" "They should be regular troops. I see they are all wearing armor and holding standard weapons. More importantly, the war horses they rode were all white. White horse volunteers." Sangjia thought of this the first time. It's hard to say whether they are the white horse volunteers. All the heads hanging from their saddles are human heads. Perhaps because they were frightened by the heads, Gao Ming was not sure whether this group of cavalrymen were the white horse volunteers. Song Jie's eyes flickered. He gritted his teeth and ordered Gao Ming, "Stay here. I'll go check out the situation." Gao Ming was shocked. "Master, this is too dangerous." Song Jie shook his head. "Given the current situation, if we can't stabilize those cavalrymen, we will surely die. What's more, I am the county magistrate and hold an official position. As long as those people are regular soldiers, they will not dare to attack me." Ignoring Gao Ming's obstruction, Sangjia rode his horse towards Zhao Yun and others. Although Liu Bei noticed this, he did not stop it. He sneered, "It's really seeking death. There are actually people who are willing to die." He had heard about Yi Ren's assassination of Gong Sunzan. The cavalrymen in the distance recognized them as the White Horse Volunteers at a glance. It goes without saying how much the White Horse Volunteers, who were loyal to Gong Sunzan, hated Yi Ren. In his opinion, if Sangjia took the initiative to go forward, it would be tantamount to committing suicide. Even the Bema Yitzong, who were still hesitating whether to charge directly, were confused when they saw Sangjia coming alone. Is this guy here to die? Everyone was confused, but Zhao Yun had a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. When looking at Sangjia, there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. Facing hundreds of their cavalry, anyone who dared to come alone was at least courageous. As for letting Sangjia go, Zhao Yun never thought about it. Zhao Yun hated these strangers because they dared to assassinate Gong Sunzan. "Boy, you're so brave to come here alone. What's the matter? Do you want to recruit Zilong before you die?" The general sneered and looked at Sangjia with disdain. Sangjia was stunned, and the words he wanted to say instead changed to, "Zilong is here too?" Sangjia looked around and immediately locked onto Zhao Yun. The white horse's blood-red robe, the dragon's gallbladder's bright silver spear, and the invincible aura make it easy to identify. However, Song Jie's words startled everyone. "Aren't you here to recruit Zilong?" Song Jie shook his head and nodded. "I am indeed here to recruit Zilong, but I didn't know that Zilong was in this team." The general suddenly became interested in Song Jie. He stared at him with a half-smile and asked, "Now that you know, are you planning to recruit him?" Song Jie shook his head. "It's not appropriate to say this now. I came here to ask you to stop the fighting ahead." "What?" All the White Horse volunteers were shocked by Sanjia's words and thought they had heard it wrong. "Who is this guy? We were already showing special mercy by not killing him immediately, but this man actually wanted to force them to work. It's simply the opposite of Tiangang." Even Zhao Yun was so angry that he laughed. He said with a cold face, "Why do you ask us to stop the battle?" Song Jie smiled slightly. "I am the magistrate of Linyu County, and I have come to visit General Gongsun." However, he never expected that he would be assassinated by a group of villains at the gate of Chongli County. "As General Gongsuan's subordinates, shouldn't you help me capture those 3 criminals and protect my safety?" Everyone stared at Song Jie in amazement. Someone couldn't help but scratch their ears and asked the people around them blankly, "Did you hear that guy just now? He seemed to say that he was the magistrate of Linyu County." Pa, he was responded with a big slap. What are you doing? Angry face. Does it hurt? An expectant face. Nonsense. Try slapping me. Angry face. Oh, then it shouldn't be a dream. He really said that. He sighed. UF asterisk 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 G. Speechless and frustrated. Duh. Chapter 43. The general's mouth twitched, and he glared fiercely at his funny subordinate. Even Zhao Yun's eyes twitched. Looking at Song Jia with a calm expression, he didn't know what expression to make. After a long while, the general spoke again. Are you really the magistrate of Linyu County? Song Jia took out his ID and threw it over. After receiving the certificate, the general only took a glance and knew it was authentic. He quickly returned the items and then said with a complicated expression, Please wait a moment, Magistrate Song. We will arrest the criminal right away. Even though they knew that the other group was not simple, they had no choice but to save Song Jia because of his identity. Song Jia was not polite and laughed. Then I'll trouble this general and General Zilong. Zhao Yun did not reply, but just rushed forward with the troops. Song Jia just shrugged his shoulders at this. It seemed that Zhao Yun was very displeased with these strange people. He frowned slightly and thought of the relationship between Zhao Yun and the three Liu Bei brothers, and became even more worried. When Zhao Yun and his group approached the battlefield, they stopped immediately, because Zhao Yun had already recognized that the people fighting in front of him were none other than Liu Bei and his three brothers. Lord Xuanda, Zhao Yun exclaimed. Seeing Zhao Yun, Liu Bei was delighted. Zilong, help me capture these villains. Huang Zhong and others immediately became nervous. Zhao Yun and others looked embarrassed and did not take any action. Liu Bei was about to urge him when Song Jia came staggering from behind. He said cheerfully, Zilong, why haven't you arrested these three villains yet? Zhao Yun frowned and said in a deep voice, County Magistrate Song, this must be a misunderstanding. These three are good friends of General Gongsun. How could they be bad guys? Huh? Not a bad guy. If he's not a bad guy, why would he assassinate an official appointed by the imperial court? Song Jia refused to give in. An official appointed by the imperial court. Liu Bei's pupils shrank. He never imagined that Song Jia would be an official appointed by the imperial court. Judging from the performance of Zhao Yun and others, this should be true. He had just lost his official position, and it would not be a good thing if he were to be accused of assassinating an imperial official. Just as he was about to explain something, Zhang Fei, who had already stopped fighting, sneered. An official appointed by the imperial court? How could A be asterisk 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 D like you be an official appointed by the imperial court? My eldest brother isn't even an official appointed by the imperial court. So how can you, a scoundrel, be an official appointed by the imperial court? Liu Bei was shocked and quickly shouted, Shut up, third brother. Guan Yu also pulled Zhang Fei. Although he also looked down on Song Jia, he knew that he could not cause trouble for Liu Bei at this time. Evil beast. How dare you humiliate my master? You're courting death. Huang Zhong and Su Chu were furious and were about to continue fighting. At this time, Zhao Yun shouted, Shut up. With his whole body full of vigor, he actually suppressed everyone's restless hearts. The main reason is that everyone understands that Zhao Yun's strength is no less than theirs. If they angered Zhao Yun at this time and helped the other side, they would definitely not be their match. Seeing that everyone had finally quieted down, Zhao Yun finally spoke, I can't make the decision on this matter. Why don't you all come with me to see General Gongsun and let him make the final decision? Song Jia looked at Zhao Yun deeply and knew that Zhao Yun was leaning towards Liu Bei and his three brothers. But he was not angry, because he and Zhao Yun did not know each other. On the contrary, Zhao Yun and Liu Bei and his three brothers had known each other for many years. I sighed in my heart, is this trip all in vain? Seeing that everyone finally stopped arguing, Zhao Yun and others didn't waste any more words. They were escorted by the White Horse volunteers and headed towards Changli County. At Gongsun Mansion, after hearing what happened, Gongsun Zan looked at Song Jia with some displeasure. First of all, Song Jia is an alien, and he has no good feelings towards aliens. Secondly, Liu Bei was his good friend, but Song Jia's previous aggressive behavior made him very unhappy. Taking a deep breath, Gongsun Zan said in a deep voice, This is a misunderstanding. I hope you all don't take it to heart. I think we should just leave it at that and shake hands and make peace. How about that? Liu Bei didn't say anything, but looked at Songjia. Songjia shrugged. Since it's just a misunderstanding, this county magistrate will naturally not dwell on it. Liu Bei breathed a sigh of relief, although he knew that he was unlikely to suffer any losses in Gong Sunzan's territory. But he didn't want to rely too much on Gong Sunzan's power. After all, he still wanted to poach Gong Sunzan's people. However, Liu Bei didn't say anything, but Zhang Fei was furious. How shameless. If you dare to be so petty, I'll stab you to death with my spear. No one expected that when both sides had already settled the matter, Zhang Fei would do this. As soon as Zhang Fei opened his mouth, Liu Bei's expression changed immediately. Songjia was not angry at all, but instead wanted to thank Zhang Fei. It's simply a godlike assist. I looked up at Gong Sunzan, and as expected, Gong Sunzan's face looked very ugly. It can be said that Zhang Fei's behavior was a slap in his face. Songjia was no longer a problem due to his mediation. What did Zhang Fei mean by this? Was he saying that Gong Sunzan was meddling in other people's affairs? Seeing Gong Sunzan's face grow colder, Liu Bei quickly shouted, "Ida, shut up. Apologize immediately to Magistrate Song." Zhang Fei looked at his elder brother in disbelief. His elder brother actually asked him to apologize to a stranger. Liu Bei also knew Zhang Fei's character, so without waiting for Zhang Fei to get angry, he stood up and bowed to Songjia. "Ida is ignorant. I hope County Magistrate Song will not be offended." He then turned to look at Gong Sunzan and said with a sad face, "My third brother is reckless and speaks without thinking. I will always remember Brother Bogue's care for me. I hope Brother Bogue will forgive Ida this time." Zhang Fei wanted to attack again, but was held down by Guan Yu. Liu Bei looked so sad that Gong Sunzan couldn't blame him too much. He waved his hands and said somewhat listlessly, "Forget it. Let's end this matter here. I don't want to care about what happens in the future." Liu Bei breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time felt a little regretful, knowing that Gong Sunzan was angry. At this time, Gong Sunzan looked at Liu Bei and suddenly asked, "How come Xuanda has time to come to me?" Liu Bei sighed, his face full of bitterness as he said, "Brother Bogue, you don't know." As he said this, he secretly glanced at Songjia again, and Songjia suddenly had a bad feeling. As expected, Liu Bei continued, "Ever since the stranger came here, the whole world has been in chaos. Gaoding County, where I live, was attacked by a group of aliens and the Yellow Turban Bandits, and countless civilians died tragically. Bei was able to escape thanks to the desperate protection of his second and third brothers. I originally wanted to seek refuge with Brother Bogue, but I heard that a thief dared to assassinate Brother Bogue. After some inquiries, I found out that it was because of Zilong, which made me extremely angry. After much thought, I came up with a solution that would satisfy both parties, and that is to borrow Zilong. First, to avenge the people of Gaoding County, and second, to attract away those who want to attack Zilong. In this way, even if those people want to take Zilong, they will only go after my younger brother. At most, I will die, but if Brother Bogue dies, what will happen to the people on this border? For the sake of the people at the border, I hope Brother Bogue can agree to my request." Songjia looked at Liu Bei in amazement. I never expected that Liu Bei could be so shameless. He clearly wanted to steal Gong Sunzan's girl, but he portrayed himself as so righteous. This thick-skinnedness really shocked Songjia. However, there was something else that he had not expected. After listening to Liu Bei's words, Gong Sunzan was actually moved. Chapter 44. Damn it. Songjia really didn't know how to describe his feelings. Seeing that Gong Sunzan was actually showing signs of wanting to agree, Songjia quickly stood up and said, "General Gong Sun, I have a letter from the head of the Sun family, Lord Xiai Ming, for you." Gong Sunzan, who was about to agree to Liu Bei's request, was suddenly interrupted by Songjia and felt a little unhappy. But when he heard the name of the head of Sun family, Lord Siming, he was shocked. Is there really a letter from Lord Siming? Songjia didn't waste any time and directly handed over the letter. Just when good things were about to happen, Songjia suddenly jumped out at this time, which made Liu Bei very angry. But when he heard Sun Shuang's letter, Liu Bei was also shocked. That's Sun Shuang, one of the 8 dragons of the Sun clan who has long been famous in the Han dynasty. His eyes flickered, and his gaze towards Songjia was unpredictable. Liu Bei was a little nervous. He didn't know what Sanjia meant by sending the letter at this time. Did he want to snatch Zhao Yun from him? Just when Liu Bei was feeling uneasy, Gong Sun finally finished reading the letter. He looked a little hesitant. He didn't expect that the head of the Sun family would actually speak up for Sanjia. Their words implied that if Gong Sun was willing to introduce Zhao Yun to Sanjia, the Sun family would definitely reward him handsomely. But Gong Sun looked at Liu Bei and hesitated again. On one side is one of the world-famous 8 dragons of the Sun family, the head of the Sun family, who has visible benefits. On one side is his good brother Liu Bei, and the two are like brothers. When he was in a dilemma, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Zhao Yun not far away. Zilong, if you were to choose, who would you like to follow? Zhao Yun looked at Liu Bei without any hesitation. Although I don't know what Sanjia wrote in the letter to Gong Sun, but if he were to choose, he would definitely choose Liu Bei. Seeing this scene, Gong Sun understood everything and immediately made a decision in his mind. But at this moment, Sanjia spoke again. Don't worry, Zilong. I have a letter from Lord Siming for you. Everyone was stunned again. Why did Lord Siming prepare so many letters? Zhao Yun was surprised. He didn't even know Duke Siming, so why would Duke Siming write to him? He took the letter suspiciously and read it carefully. The more he looked, the more frightened he became, and his eyes became flickering. My mentor once owed the Sun family a huge favor. Now the Sun family wants to transfer this favor to Sanjia. Although the Sun family did not force him to follow Sanjia, the favor of his mentor fell on Sanjia. If he wanted to repay this favor, he had to repay Sanjia. Now Sanjia wants to recruit him. Should he agree or not? Seeing that Gong Sun and Zhao Yun became surprised and confused after reading the letter, Liu Bei felt secretly resentful. I should have stopped Sanjia from speaking just now, and I shouldn't have let him take out the letter. Something that was about to succeed suddenly turned out to be a disaster, which made him very upset. Zilong, Gong Sun hesitated to speak. He wanted Zhao Yun to make the decision. However, Zhao Yun gave a bitter smile and bowed to Gong Sun, saying, General, everything is up to you. Zilong has no complaints. Gong Sun sighed, knowing that Zhao Yun, like him, was also conflicted because of a letter. The scene fell silent for a moment, and no one spoke. Even Zhang Fei, who wanted to speak, had his mouth covered tightly by Guan Yu. If something bad happens at this time, it will be pushing Zhao Yun to the other party. After a long time, Gong Sun opened his eyes and made a crazy decision in his heart. He looked at Song Jie and Liu Bei and said calmly, Zilong is so brave and valiant, rarely seen in the world. I also know that both of you are interested in Zilong, but there is only one Zilong, and it is difficult to tell who he will serve. Everyone looked at Gong Sun with different expressions, waiting for his next words. At this time, Gong Sun said again, Zilong is brave and should be paired with a great lord. In recent years, foreign tribes on the grassland have been rampant, often invading our borders, looting and slaughtering our Han people. Therefore, I have decided to give you 3,000 cavalry each, and send you to the grasslands to hunt down the foreign bandits. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Before the crowd could stop clamoring, Gong Sun continued, Within 1 month, whoever kills the most foreign bandits will be the winner. I will let Zilong lead 4,000 white horse volunteers to follow and supervise. During this period, you can hand over your spoils to Zilong for safekeeping. After 1 month, unified settlement will be made. If anyone is defeated and calls for help during this period, it will be considered as surrender. Sangjia's eyes lit up. He didn't expect that Gong Sun would come up with such an idea. At this time, Liu Bei said, Brother Bugue, could you please take my second and third brothers with you? Gong Sun nodded. Of course you can. You can bring anyone around you. Then he looked at Song Jie. What do you think, County Magistrate Song? Song Jie smiled. There was actually such a good thing. He immediately nodded and said, I agree. Gong Sun looked at Zhao Yun again. Zilong, what do you think of this bet? Zhao Yun bowed. I respect the general's order. Gong Sun clapped his hands and laughed. He never expected that he could come up with such a perfect solution. Not only did he not offend any party, he also found a wise leader for Zhao Yun. More importantly, the border problem has been around for a long time. Because he did not have enough generals to command, he had not been able to eliminate the bandits and alien races near the border. Now that the catastrophe has come and Liu Bei and others have come to our doorstep, how can we not use them? He had witnessed the power of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, both of whom were so brave that they could not stop thousands of men. Anyone who can fight Guan Yu and Zhang Fei to a draw is definitely not a mediocre person. In this way, he was equivalent to finding 4 of the world's top fighters to serve as free thugs. These 4 people alone can at least help him deal with the enemies near the border. The next morning, Gong Sun Zan brought everyone to the barracks and directly allocated 3,000 cavalry to each side. I've told you the truth. These 3,000 cavalrymen are all new recruits. Although they have experienced suppressing bandits a few times, they have never fought against the foreign tribes on the grassland. You can still choose to give up now, but once you enter the grassland, your life or death will be uncertain. Gong Sun Zan stared at Songjie and Liu Bei with a serious expression. However, now that it has come to this, how could they give up? Seeing the 2 men's firm attitude, Gong Sun Zan said no more. After toasting them with a glass of wine, he watched them leave. My lord, who do you think will win? Yin Gang asked curiously. Haha, Xuanda is from Yuzhou, and he's been to the border with me before. Who do you think will win? Yin Gang was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. So the lord had a plan in mind. Gong Sun Zan stroked his beard and said, Xianda is my brother after all. How can I not be biased towards him? But he had to give face to Lord Siming, so this bet came about. If Xuanda still loses to the opponent under such circumstances, it can only be said to be fate. Yin Gang hesitated to speak and finally asked, My lord, why don't you keep Zilong here? Zilong is brave and valiant. I don't believe the lord would be afraid of those mere strangers. Gong Sun Zan looked puzzled and said leisurely, Of course, this general is not afraid of those strange people. However, this general is very clear that this group of strange people are very coveting Zilong. If Zilong is left with me, there will be endless troubles. Although I am not afraid of trouble, I do not want the border to be unstable because of this group of strange people. If chaos breaks out at the border, the people will never have peace. Yin Gang was silent for a long time, and then he sighed and said, So the Lord took this opportunity to send Zilong away. Gong Sun Zan laughed and said, What's the difference between Zilong following Xuanda and following me? Xuanda and I are as close as brothers. If there is a need, how could he sit idly by and watch? Yin Gang remained silent. Gong Sun Zan trusted Liu Bei so much that Yin Gang didn't say much. But he always felt a little uneasy, thinking that Songjie was not that simple. Chapter 45. My lord, the situation is not good. Lu Xuanda has made a great harvest today. If this continues, we may not be able to win. Huang Zhong said with some worry as he looked at Liu Bei and his group who were transporting the spoils. For 3 consecutive days, Songjie led 3,000 cavalrymen and cruised near the border, looking for foreigners who came to plunder the valley, as well as bandits who hid in the dark and harmed their own people. However, after 3 days, they gained very little. On the other hand, Liu Bei made considerable gains almost every day. The gap between the 2 sides was extremely large. Master, you are both clever and incompetent. You failed to find the traces of the foreign bandits. Song Jie waved his hand. It's not your fault. It's my fault for being too young and thinking that this was really a fair competition. After 3 days, Song Jie came to his senses. Liu Bei grew up in Yuzhou and followed Gong Sun Zan to the border. He knew the situation at the border much better than they did. And the results of these 3 days have already proved it all. My lord, how about we follow them and attack before them? As long as we act quickly, they may not be our opponents. Su Chu said in a muffled voice, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Songjie shook his head. Although this method was feasible, it was not the best solution. Just as everyone was discussing, an unpleasant voice rang out. Hey, isn't this the magistrate of Tsang County? What's the matter? No harvest today? Do you want me to give you some alms? Ha ha ha. Zhang Fei's voice was so loud that he wished everyone could hear it. The 3,000 soldiers following behind Songjie had blushing faces and low morale. Although they were all new recruits, Liu Bei's team reaped a lot of rewards, and all the soldiers gained considerable benefits. In contrast, they followed Songjie for 3 days and gained very little, let alone any benefits. Sensing the soldiers' emotions, Songjie narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. It's only been 3 days, and someone is already taking advantage of their situation. When they lose in the end, I don't know where they'll put their face. Zhang Fei laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha. I am dying of laughter. Listen, you actually want to beat my eldest brother with just you? You didn't even take a guess and look in the mirror. You didn't get anything in 3 days. How did you win against my big brother? Because you're weak? If you can really win, I, old Zhang, will give you all the gains. Sangjia, who originally wanted to argue, suddenly lit up his eyes when he heard this. Are you serious? Zhang Fei, who was laughing wantonly, was suddenly stunned. What do you mean seriously? Didn't you just say that if we win in the end, you'll give me all your gains? Do you want to go back on your word? Zhang Fei never expected that Sangjia actually took what he said casually seriously. Can't you hear that I'm just mocking you? Facing Zhang Fei's wide eyes, Sangjia was not angry at all. Instead, he said cheerfully, could it be that General Zhang doesn't keep his word? Or is it that General Zhang actually has no say in the matter? Faced with Sangjia's ridicule and mockery, Zhang Fei's face turned red. He really wanted to say that he could make the decision, but when he thought about giving all the supplies he had harvested in a month to Sangjia, no matter how generous he was, he couldn't bear to do so. Seeing Zhang Fei's face changing constantly, Sangjia added fuel to the fire, saying with a half-smile, or perhaps, General Zhang also knows that you will definitely lose, so he doesn't dare to gamble. Bullshit. I will lose to you. Zhang Fei was furious. Pointing at Sangjia's nose, he cursed. You little b*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** I, old Zhang, made a bet with you. Seeing that the fish had taken the bait, Songjia immediately turned his attention to Liu Bei and Guan Yu, who were rushing over. Brother Xuanda, can you hear me clearly? Do you agree to the bet between me and Ida? If you disagree, that's fine. Just treat it as General Zhang farting. This county magistrate won't take it to heart. Zhang Fei was furious, but was stopped by Liu Bei. Liu Bei knew very well that Zhang Fei was doomed to fail. His eyes narrowed slightly, although he was very confident in himself that he would definitely win this bet. But he was not one to suffer a loss, and sneered. County Magistrate Song is really calculating. If you lose, you don't lose anything. But if we lose, we have to pay a month's harvest. This bet seems unfair, doesn't it? Song Jie raised his eyebrows and looked at Liu Bei deeply, knowing that Liu Bei would not take the bait unless he paid something. Oh, what do you want, Xuanda? If you lose, this county magistrate can give you our harvest. Zhang Fei sneered. Come on, forget it. That's just a small harvest. How could my big brother appreciate it? Liu Bei smiled without saying anything, obviously agreeing with Zhang Fei's statement. Song Jie sneered. Then Xianda, please state a condition. As long as Song can do it, he will definitely not break his promise. Of course, if Xuanda disagrees with this bet, that's fine. We can just call it a day. Liu Bei's eyes flickered as he weighed the pros and cons. At the same time, he was also speculating about Sanjia's purpose in making the bet. Is he just trying to trick Zhang Fei, or does he have some hidden trick up his sleeve to drag him down with him? After much thought, Liu Bei didn't think that Song Jie could turn the tables under the current circumstances. He was very familiar with the entire border area and knew exactly where there were foreigners and bandits. If Song Jie wants to defeat him, he has to go deep into the grassland. But is that possible? 3,000 men went deep into the grasslands, and no one knew how they died. Finally, Liu Bei gritted his teeth and said, I will naturally not object to the bet, but I have one condition. Song Jie chuckled and said with a half-smile, Please speak. I want Brother Tsong's position as county magistrate. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone on Song Jie's side changed their expressions. Even Zhao Yun, who was watching the show silently, was stunned. How dare you? How dare you covet my lord's position as county magistrate? Huang Zhong and others were furious. Although the position of county magistrate was not very precious, Liu Bei was so arrogant that he did not attach much importance to the position. The reason why Liu Bei put forward this condition was to curb Sangjia's arrogance. Secondly, he wanted to send a signal to the Sun family that instead of investing in a waste like Songjia, it would be better to invest in him, Liu Bei. As for the third purpose, Liu Bei had his eyes on Linyu County. Faced with the anger of Huang Zhong and others, Liu Bei remained calm and not anxious at all. Staring at Liu Bei, Song Jie suddenly smiled. Okay, I promise you. If you win, the title of Linyu County Magistrate will be yours. Not only that, I will also help you solve all the troubles. Faced with the calmness of Song Jie, Liu Bei felt a pang in his heart and felt a little uneasy for no reason. But he quickly suppressed this emotion. Impossible. He can't possibly win. He must be pretending to be calm and trying to upset me. Facing Liu Bei's inquiring gaze, Song Jie's heart moved, and a hint of panic suddenly flashed in his eyes, but he quickly calmed down and looked at Liu Bei. Sure enough, he's pretending to be calm. Haha, if you don't have the real ability, what's the point of pretending to be calm? I want the position of Linyu County Magistrate. Liu Bei was delighted. Chapter 46. Soon, the bet between the two was established under the witness of Zhao Yun. The two sides complimented each other superficially and then separated again. My lord, you are taking a bit of a risk this time. Returning to his own camp, Huang Zhong said with a wry smile. Although the others didn't say anything, their expressions showed that they agreed. In response, Song Jie just smiled faintly. Don't you think I acted impulsively? No one answered, yet it seemed as if they had answered everything. Song Jie shook his head and laughed. You guys, I'm not the kind of person who acts on impulse. With a gleam in his eyes, Song Jie said in a clear voice. Although we have planned to go to Linyu County, but in fact, we are very poor and don't have much wealth. If you want to develop Linyu County, or even have a place in the future chaos, you cannot do without resources. But with our manpower, it will probably take quite a while to get enough resources. Lu Xuanda was fully aware of the situation near the border. With Gong Sunzan's 3,000 cavalry, his gains this time must be considerable. If we allow Liu Bei to obtain such resources, he will only become a threat to us in the future. Instead of doing that, it would be better for him to just give us the resources. But, Patriarch, the premise of all this is that we have to defeat him. Even Gao Ming didn't believe they could win. The failures of the past few days made him realize that his clairvoyance was not omnipotent on this grassland. Zhang Zhongjing was relatively calm. He looked at the confident Song Jie, stroked his beard, and asked, My lord, do you have a plan? Song Jie nodded, and without hiding anything, he told his plan again. Is this too risky? After hearing Song Jie's crazy plan, everyone was very hesitant. Song Jie's plan was too aggressive. If things went wrong, they might all die on the grassland. Song Jie actually wanted to directly attack the large tribe deep in the grassland. Different from the minority ethnic groups and bandits here at the border, large tribes deep in the grasslands generally rarely migrate. The main reason is that it is difficult for large tribes to migrate, and they rarely move unless necessary. And this gave Song Jie and the others an opportunity. Small tribes are hard to find, but large tribes are not necessarily so. As long as he finds a large tribe and takes it down, it will be more useful than Liu Bei clearing out the bandits near the entire border. Master, why don't we just sneak up behind Liu Bei and snatch their enemies? Your plan is too dangerous. Gao Ming said worriedly that Song Jie was their future, and what would they do if he died on the grassland? However, Song Jie was very determined. He looked at Huang Zhong and Su Chu and said, Han Sheng, Zhong Kong, do you two dare to join me in this grassland? Huang Zhong and Su Chu exchanged a glance, then stood up and bowed. We will follow your lord's orders. Song Jie smiled and then looked at Zhang Zhongjing. The old man nodded indifferently. Finally, his gaze fell on Gao Ming. Gao Ming gritted his teeth and stomped his feet. Then let's fight them. Song Jie laughed heartily. Soon, everyone began to get busy in secret. Although this time was a bit reckless, Song Jie was not unprepared. After some preparations, the next morning, Song Jie led 3,000 cavalrymen away without saying goodbye to anyone. Oh no. Oh no. In the evening, the Bema E team, which had been following the Song Jie team for supervision, suddenly hurriedly found Zhao Yun. What's going on? Did something happen to Magistrate Song? Having said that, Zhao Yun stood up and prepared to go to the rescue. Although he did not like Song Jie, since Zhao Yun had promised Gong Sunzan that he would ensure everyone's safety, he would not go back on his word. No, General Zilong, the magistrate of Tsang County is not in danger. Huh? No danger? Then why are you so anxious? Zhao Yun was a little displeased. The soldier panted and slapped his thigh, saying, Although they are not in danger, they have gone deep into the grassland. What? Deep into the grassland? What do they want to do? Zhao Yun was also shocked, but he was still calm. He thought that Songjie just couldn't find any trace of the enemy nearby, so he prepared to search deeper. The soldier said anxiously, I don't know, but judging by their signs, it seems they've gone deeper than just a little bit. Not a little deeper. Zhao Yun finally became serious and kept thinking in his heart what Songjie wanted to do. No, they only have 3,000 new recruits. We can't go too deep into the grasslands. He hurriedly called his deputy general and said, lead 500 cavalrymen and chase after the magistrate of Shansong County. If he is in trouble, rescue him immediately. If he is in danger, send a message to me. Following Zhao Yun's actions, Liu Bei, who had just returned, also got the news. Brother, what do you think that kid wants to do? Isn't going deep into the grasslands seeking death. Second brother, I think he's just desperate, thinking there are more enemies in the deep grasslands. Liu Bei pondered. There are certainly more enemies deep in the grassland, but the danger level is also incomparable. 3,000 new recruits marched deep into the grasslands, risking their lives. That guy doesn't seem so unwise. Just as Zhao Yun was getting anxious and Liu Bei and his three brothers were discussing, Songjie and his group had already penetrated hundreds of miles into the grassland. My lord, in 2 days, we will find the approximate location of a large tribe, but General Zilong's men are still following us. Songjie waved his hand, knowing Huang Zhong's worry. He was worried that if the news got back, Liu Bei and his three brothers would follow their example. You overestimate the 3 Liu Bei brothers. It is because of our superiors that we can discover the enemy's tracks in advance and avoid those grassland cavalry. If Liu Bei went deep into the grassland, with the 3,000 new recruits in his hands, do you think he could escape these grassland cavalrymen? Once they are discovered by the larger tribes, they will probably be besieged by them before they can launch a surprise attack. Everyone thought so and agreed. The reason they didn't encounter any enemies along the way was because Gao Ming discovered the enemy early and avoided danger. But Liu Bei and his men did not have talents like Gao Ming. The next day, as the news came back again, Zhao Yun could no longer remain calm. What did you say? They went to the territory of the Murong and Yuan tribes. The 2 largest tribes in western Liaoning are the Murong tribe and the Yuan tribe. Zhao Yun did not expect that Songjie and his group would actually go to their territory. General, this is probably going to be trouble. If we alert these 2 tribes, they will surely die. Even if the general wanted to rescue them, with our limited numbers, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to do so. No, we have to save them even if we can't. If they die on the grassland, General Gongsun will be in big trouble. Zhao Yun paced back and forth, also feeling the difficulty. Ride quickly and inform the general of this matter. See what the general decides. In the end, Zhao Yun decided to ask Gongsun Zan for help. As for himself, he left 500 men to follow and supervise Liu Bei, and to count the military achievements and spoils of war. The remaining 3,000 White Horse volunteers followed him all night and chased after Songjie. I hope it's in time. At this time, Zhao Yun was so annoyed with Songjie that he was completely unwilling to do anything. Chapter 47. The next morning, it was just getting light. My lord, we should be able to find that large tribe this evening. I heard it's a branch of the Murong tribe, with a population of nearly 30,000. 30,000? 30,000 is a bit too much. I don't know if we can find an opportunity to use some unconventional means. Songjie was a little helpless. Master, look. There are so many bones there. Gao Ming suddenly screamed. Huh? Bones? What bones? Everyone looked in the direction Gao Ming pointed, but unfortunately, their eyesight was far inferior to Gao Ming's, and they could not see the bones that Gao Ming was pointing to. Master, there are so many bones, too many. As the group moved forward, Gao Ming's voice began to tremble. Everyone was curious about how many bones had frightened Gao Ming like this. Before they could really get close to the bones, a foul odor came from a distance, and everyone stopped in their tracks. Riding on the horse, Songjie could only vaguely see a white area in the distance, which was so conspicuous against the green grass. My lord, I think it's better not to get close to it. Perhaps there are dead livestock piled there, which may easily breed plague. Zhang Zhongjing reminded after smelling the stench. When they heard about the plague, everyone was shocked, and the advancing war horses suddenly stopped. At this moment, Gao Ming exclaimed again, "There are people there. Those are not the bones of livestock. They are human." "What? Human skeletons?" Everyone was shocked. "You know, from here, they see a vast expanse of white. How many human skeletons are there? Thousands. Tens of thousands? Hundreds of thousands?" Just as everyone was shocked at how there could be so many human bones here, Gao Ming said anxiously, "There is a child there, and it seems to be still alive." "What? There's a living person? Quick, go and check." When they heard that there was a living child, they ignored the stench and rushed forward. When everyone got really close, they were shocked to find that there were so many corpses here. Some of them have even been pressed into the soil, and on top of them, there are more bones piled up. The crowd did not have time to be shocked by the presence of so many bones, and they hurried to take the living child away from there. "Strange, why is this child naked and lying on top of the corpses?" After everyone took the child away from that haunted place, they finally had time to look at the unconscious child in front of them. The child looked about 11 or 12 years old and was very skinny. Most importantly, his body was covered in rotten flesh, which was a horrible sight. "My lord, this child seems to be from our Han ethnic group." After the examination, Zhang Zhongjing spoke. "Han children." Everyone was shocked again. How could there be Han children on this grassland? Just as everyone was puzzled, the deputy general assigned by Gongsun Zan to Sanjie said, "General, this child must have been abducted by those foreign tribes." Everyone looked at the deputy general who had been silent all the way and asked in confusion, "Were they captured?" Although Sanjie and Gao Ming had seen some records in history books. But after all, those were just a few entries in history books, far less shocking than what they are experiencing today. Not only them, but also Zhang Zhongjing, Huang Zhong, and Su Chu. They were all born in the heartland of the Central Plains and had never really seen the tragic conditions at the border. Seeing everyone's confusion, the deputy general smiled bitterly and said, "These foreign tribes will launch surprise attacks on the border several times every year. When there are few of them, they will just abduct some civilians and flee far away. When there are too many, they will launch large-scale invasions, burning, killing, looting, and committing all kinds of atrocities." This child was obviously abducted to the grassland at that time, but he was lucky. Luckier? He's already like this, and you still say he's lucky? Gao Ming was a little angry and stared at the deputy general. A trace of sadness flashed across the deputy general's eyes. He shook his head and said, "General, he is really lucky. At least, he was not eaten." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Even Zhang Zhongjing and others looked at the deputy general in amazement. What did you say?" Eat him." Gao Ming stuttered and trembled as he looked at the deputy general. The deputy general smiled bitterly. "General, why do you think those foreigners kidnapped these children? These children are weak and can't do any heavy work. Are those aliens taking them back out of kindness and raising them?" Everyone's faces turned pale, finding it hard to accept this reality. Then why wasn't the child eaten? Everyone still holds on to a glimmer of hope that all this is not true. However, the deputy general cruelly told them that this was the truth. Because his meat was rotten, the foreigners were afraid he had some disease, so they didn't dare to eat it. Hearing this, everyone felt a little nauseous. Cannibalism. At this moment, Song Jie suddenly thought of the tragic period recorded in history, the 5 barbarians invading Daxia, the 2-legged sheep. This word suddenly appeared in his mind, and a feeling of grief and anger surged in his heart. Just a few words, yet they tell the story of the miserable lives of countless people. Originally, he just wanted to win over Liu Bei, but now he doesn't think so. He just wants to kill people. Kill all these aliens. Because they don't deserve to live. A race that regards cannibalism as entertainment does not deserve to live in this world. He took a deep breath and looked at Zhang Zhongjing. "Is it possible to save him with all our strength?" Zhang Zhongjing nodded. "Don't worry, my lord. I still have some of the spiritual liquid you gave me last time. It's more than enough to save him." Sanjie nodded, casually took out another bottle of juice and handed it over. "Don't worry about not having enough. I have more here. I have only one request, and that is to save this child." Zhang Zhongjing carefully took the porcelain bottle and nodded seriously. The surrounding soldiers listened to their conversation, and their eyes towards Songjia suddenly changed. It no longer feels so strange, but rather has a bit of respect. They were born in the border area and have heard many such stories. But they were powerless. Joining Gongsun army was also to be able to protect his homeland one day and prevent such a tragedy from happening again. Walking in the open fields, listening to the whistling wind, and smelling the fragrance of grass and trees. Looking up at the sky, it was cloudless. Songjia suddenly sighed. Such a beautiful land. Beasts don't deserve to own it. Turning around, full of murderous intent. All troops, listen. Move out. Songjia set out again, heading towards his goal. We marched until evening and finally found this large tribe. Gao Ming, have you seen any wells in this tribe? Gao Ming used his eyesight to observe carefully for a long time, then nodded excitedly. Master, there are wells, and quite a few of them. However, these wells are all in the center of the tribe, so poisoning them would be difficult. The center of the tribe? Yeah, the water source is so important. How could they not protect it well? Although there are rivers of all sizes on the grassland, there is no shortage of rivers, especially in places where tribes gather. But due to grazing, the water sources of these rivers are not clean. It is fine for cattle and sheep to drink, but if it is to be consumed by humans, it needs to be settled. In this case, herders will choose to dig wells. If a well could be dug, using water would be much more convenient. This also gave Songjia and the others the opportunity to poison him. However, these wells are now distributed in the center of the tribe and are guarded by a large number of herdsmen. It is very difficult to poison them with their help. Chapter 48. Gao Ming, if I let you lead Han Sheng and Zhong Kong, how confident are you that you can infiltrate deep into the tribe? Gao Ming's face was a little serious, and he spoke frankly. My lord, once we enter the tribe, my abilities are actually not as effective as Gao Ju's. There are always herdsmen guarding those wells. Not only that, there are often children who go to fetch water, so it would be difficult to put drugs without anyone noticing. Unless we wait until late at night to see if there is an opportunity to act. Songjia frowned. It was still very dangerous with so many of them lurking on the grassland. And even if the drug is successfully administered late at night, the alien has already gone to bed, so who can the drug be used on? After one night, the medicinal properties of the well water will dissipate. How much will remain? Just when Songjia was worried, Zhang Zhongjing came to tell him, My lord, the young man has woken up. Songjia was delighted, as there was finally good news. Take me to see it. When I came to the boy, the festering flesh on his body had been removed and scarred, and he no longer looked so miserable. Songjia's juice is so useful. Seeing Songjia, the young man knelt down in front of him and begged, General, please save my sister. Please save my sister. The young man banged his head on the ground, his voice mournful. Get up first, and tell me what happened, and why you appeared among those bones. And where is your sister? How can we save her? General, my sister is in a tribe not far away. They want to eat her. Please save her. When they heard about cannibalism again, everyone's expressions were shocked, and they hurriedly asked what was going on. It turned out that the place where the young man appeared was where the grassland people dumped the corpses. Any dead Han captives or eaten Han bones would be discarded there by them. Over the years, the place has turned into a white land. The boy's name was Go Hua, and he was the son of an ordinary household on the Liaoxi border. In the spring of this year, the grassland tribes invaded the border again. After burning, killing, and looting, they killed his parents and took him and his 6-year-old sister back to the grassland. He was originally going to be eaten, but because of long-term beatings and forced labor, his skin and flesh were ulcerated, so he escaped. The foreigners were worried that he had some strange disease and would be infected if he ate it, so they threw him into the boneyard. Although he survived, his sister was still in great danger and might even. After listening to the boy's story, everyone fell silent. General, please save my sister. I'm willing to be your slave. The young man kowtowed continuously, and Songjia grabbed him. He took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Let me ask you, do you know any way to get close to the wells in the tribe? Or, do you know when is the easiest time to get to those wells? The young man was stunned and asked blankly, General, why do you want to get close to those wells? I can get close to those wells. You can get close to it? Everyone was extremely surprised. How could you, a slave, get close to the well? He hurriedly asked the reason. The well is so important. Why would these aliens allow you to get close? The young man hurriedly explained. General, these foreigners are forcing us Han slaves to fetch water. In the past, I was the one who fetched water every day, and the other foreigners did the same. They rarely fetched water themselves. Everyone was stunned again, and Songjia quickly looked at Gao Ming. Look, are those young men all Han slaves? Gao Ming hurriedly looked towards the center of the tribe. After a while, Gao Ming said excitedly, Master, yes, they are all our Han young men. Song Jia was delighted and looked at the young man and said, Go Wa, are you willing to do us a favor? This job is very dangerous, and if you are not careful, you may lose your life. Go Wa didn't hesitate at all. As long as the general helps me rescue my sister, it doesn't matter even if it costs my life. Song Jia sighed, patted his shoulder, and said, I don't want your life. No matter whether you can complete the mission or not, as long as your sister is still alive, I will definitely help you rescue her. The young man was excited and bowed to Songjia again to thank him. Han Sheng, Zhong Kong, you two protect Gao Ming and Go Wa and sneak into the tribe. Looking at Gao Ming, he said, Fill your bracelet with drugs and kerosene. Let's do something big today. Everyone acted quickly. Huang Zhong and Su Chu protected the two men and carefully sneaked into the tribe. General, do you think they can succeed? The deputy general looked worried. It will definitely succeed. Songjia said in a firm tone. We Han people are hardworking, brave, kind, and friendly. Why should we be bullied by these foreigners? Since they dare to bully us, they must bear our wrath. The Bodhisattva's compassion can also be as violent as thunder. The Han people's friendliness can also be as raging as the sky. Today, we must make them pay the price. Everyone's blood was boiling, and they felt that Songjia at this moment was even more awe-inspiring than their General Gongsun. In the tribe, Go Wa, where is your sister? Let's go rescue your sister first. Go Wa was stunned, feeling both happy and nervous. General, do you really want to save my sister first? Or should we complete the general's mission first? Su Chu and Gao Ming also looked at Huang Zhong worriedly. After all, this plan could not afford to fail. Even though they were very worried about Go Wa's sister, it was a serious matter after all, so they did not dare to act on their own. Huang Zhong shook his head. This is what our Lord instructed us to do before we set out. We must first rescue Go Wa's sister. After hearing this, Su Chu and Gao Ming immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If Songjia had already made arrangements, they would naturally obey. Go Wa's eyes were filled with tears. He was truly moved. Without further ado, she wiped away her tears and said firmly, I'll take you there. But in his heart, he had already sold his life to Songjia. Have you heard? The Nara family is going to slaughter a two-legged sheep today. We are in for a treat. Ha ha, I heard she's a 6-year-old girl. How tender her flesh must be. Hurry up, if it's too late it will be gone. Go Wa's face turned pale, and he was about to fall down, swaying. Huang Zhong was quick to react and quickly supported him, saying hastily, Don't let your imagination run wild. Let's hurry over there. Maybe there's still hope. Looking at Go Wa's reaction, Huang Zhong and others couldn't guess what was going on. Yes, my sister might still be saved. Go Wa stumbled and crawled forward. Huang Zhong, Su Chu and others looked at each other, all showing worry. Nara's home. Where's that two-legged lamb? Did you hide it? You bunch of damn two-legged sheep. Are you looking for death? In a sheep pen, a burly foreigner kept whipping the crowd with a whip. The whips lashed at the ragged people, and blood flowed everywhere. Everyone huddled in a corner, but no one said a word. As if annoyed by this silence, the foreign man's eyes flashed with ferocity. All right, you're not afraid of death, are you? Very good. Let's see which is harder, your words or my sword. Chapter 49. With a swish, the burly foreign man drew his sword and walked straight to the corner. At this moment, a cowardly voice rang out from another corner. No, don't kill the uncles. A small head popped out from a pile of grass in the corner. Little Loach, don't come out. Everyone was shocked. Ha 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 ha, so it's here. Just come out obediently. As he said this, he was about to catch the little girl. You beast. You didn't even spare a 6-year-old child. You beast will get your comeuppance sooner or later. Some people couldn't bear it anymore and rushed straight towards the foreign strong man. Humph. You're looking for death. You be asterisk 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 D. With a swish sound, the long knife swept across, and a head flew high into the sky. Grandpa Jean. Old Jean. Everyone screamed. However, the foreign strong man just sneered. You ignorant fool. You two-legged sheep. As weak as lambs. Who else should I eat if not you? He kicked old Zhang's head away and walked towards the little girl again. Everyone was in despair. No matter how many people they had, could they really be a match for these foreigners? Just when everyone was in despair, a cold voice sounded from behind the alien strong man. You say we Han people are weak? Haha. Then let me see how strong you, a foreigner, are. The voice came from behind, and the foreign strong man was startled. He turned around quickly, only to see Su Chu, who was much stronger than him, standing behind him. You? As soon as he uttered a word, the strong man was lifted high up by Su Chu. Crunch, the sound of bones being squeezed was heard, and the alien man's face turned purple, his eyeballs bulged out, and his body kept struggling. He grabbed Su Chu's arms tightly with both hands and tried to pry them apart. However, who is Su Chu? He is so strong that he cannot be compared with the strong men of other races. If we Han people hadn't been able to find your lair, do you think you would still be alive? Su Chu's voice was cold, and there was a violent and murderous light in his eyes. Ever since the incident at Zhujiazhuang, Su Chu has become silent and taciturn, with a violent aura accumulating in his heart. Now he was enraged by this strong man from another race and could no longer bear it. Aliens. They all deserve to die. Crack. Su Chu broke the neck of the alien man with force. With a thump, the strong man from the foreign race fell to the ground, his head hanging limply on his body. Little sister. Gowa rushed into the sheep pen and hugged his sister. You are a dog. When everyone saw Gowa clearly, they were so shocked that they were speechless. Dog. Gowa, aren't you dead? Are you a human or a ghost? Their fear of ghosts and gods made them look at Gowa with much more fear than when they faced the strong man from another race just now. Uncles, I'm Gowa. I'm still alive. I was saved by the general. General? Everyone was shocked again. Could it be that this general saved you? Everyone looked at Su Chu. Gowa shook his head. It's a big brother general, and this general is a subordinate of the big brother general. Everyone was shocked again. Su Chu's strength had already shocked them, and a godlike figure like Su Chu is actually a subordinate of the person who rescued Gowa. Grandpa Zhang, Gowa is a step late. Gowa knelt beside Lao Zhang's body, covering his head and crying softly in pain. Hey, Gowa, I'm glad you're alive. Old Zhang doesn't have many days left to live. He had been ill before he was captured, and according to him, even if he was well, he wouldn't live more than a few months. However, despite this, Gowa was still very sad. He could see it clearly when he was far away. In order to save his sister, Grandpa Zhang actually volunteered to die, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Hey, clean up your Grandpa Zhang's body. We don't have much time. After we complete the task assigned by our master, we will avenge your Grandpa Zhang and kill all these dogs and beasts. Yes, kill all these bastards. Gowa wiped away his tears, his eyes filled with overwhelming hatred. General, you want to kill these aliens? You. Looking at his Han compatriots who were hesitant to speak, Su Chu chuckled. Don't worry, our main force is outside, just waiting for the order to kill him without a single survivor. When everyone heard this, they were immediately delighted, as their hard days were finally coming to an end. General, do you think we can be of any service to you? Everyone wanted to contribute to the army. Facing everyone's expectant gazes, Su Chu scratched his head. Let him kill and fight, but let him use his brain. Finally, Su Chu called Huang Zhong, who was on guard duty, over. Want to help? Huang Zhong frowned slightly. Right now, the only thing we need is a boy to fetch water so that we can poison the food. As for the others, although Huang Zhong did not continue to speak, everyone understood. At this time, a middle-aged man said, we know a lot of other teenagers, and we can contact them secretly. Huang Zhong was immediately delighted when he heard this. Are you serious? Will it alarm other foreigners? The middle-aged man shook his head and said, the grassland is vast, and we can't escape at all, so these aliens don't keep a strict watch on us. As long as we're careful, it won't be difficult to contact the servants of other families. The difficulty lies in the fact that if we kill the male owner of the Nara family, if it takes too long, it will inevitably attract the attention of his family and guests. This is indeed a problem. How about killing this whole family and those guests? Su Chu's eyes flashed with ferocity. Huang Zhong shook his head. No, if there are too many people, it will definitely cause a commotion. Once other herdsmen discover something is wrong here, it will be very troublesome. Just when everyone was frowning, Gowa suddenly raised his hand and said, "General, I have a solution." Everyone looked at Gowa, and Gowa suddenly became nervous. Huang Zhong soothed him. "Don't be nervous. Just tell me what you think." Gowa swallowed hard and said, "We can make up an excuse. We can say that the dinner has to wait a while, and the owner of the Nara family asked us to serve some lamb to the guests first to satisfy their cravings. The dinner will be served soon. We can put drugs in the lambs for the guests to knock them out. This way, our plan won't be affected." Gowa's proposal caught everyone's attention, and just as everyone was cheering, Gao Ming suddenly broke into the sheep pen. "There's a foreign woman coming this way." Gowa's sister Xiaonyo suddenly trembled with fear and hid behind her brother Gowa. Huang Zhong noticed something unusual and frowned, asking, "Who is this woman? She's terrifying." Someone explained, "This is the mistress of the Nara family. She is a perverted and fierce woman with a strong jealousy. Every time I see a little loach and think how cute it is, I want to beat it up. And every time the little loach was beaten, Gowa would pounce on it to protect it. Almost all of Gowa's injuries were caused by her." Huang Zhong and Su Chu exchanged a glance, and Huang Zhong said, "Then let's go all out and get rid of this woman first." Chapter 50. After a while, Su Chu returned to the sheepfold dragging the body of a fat and ugly woman. After stuffing the two bodies into the haystack, Huang Zhong looked at everyone. "Everyone, there is no time to lose. I need your help to keep those guests stable." Without any hesitation, they finally knocked everyone out without any danger. "General, that's the tribal well complex. The outer wells are for ordinary herdsmen. The closer to the center, the more noble the person who uses it." Huang Zhong frowned and looked at the people at the border. "Among the young men you've brought here, is there anyone who can get close to the well in the center?" Everyone shook their heads and said, "General, we Han slaves are not allowed to approach the well in the center. But except for the 3 wells in the center, we can get water from the rest." Huang Zhong and the other two exchanged glances, and Gao Ming suggested, "There are only 3 wells. At most, a few nobles will be awake at last. We can then seize the opportunity and kill them all." Huang Zhong thought about it and nodded in agreement. So, with the cooperation of everyone, they smeared the poison on the bottom of the bucket and then carried the bucket to fetch water. Fortunately, they did so. The herdsmen on duty noticed that there were quite a lot of teenagers fetching water today. They sensed something unusual and stopped quite a few of them for inspection. Unfortunately, after checking, they did not find anything abnormal. After all the wells were drugged, everyone returned to Nara's house and continued to hide. At night, Huang Zhong and his men continued their actions. Portions of kerosene were poured on the tribal tents. How many people from the border have been evacuated? Almost everything has been moved to the east. You can inform the Lord now. Very good. There will be a fierce battle next. We must deal with those grassland nobles while sending a signal to the Lord. Huang Zhong looked at Gao Ming and said, "You will be responsible for setting the fire. Su Chu and I will go and kill the people." Gao Ming did not refuse. His strength was indeed not suitable for fighting. Soon, as a fire started in the tribe, Sangjia, who was well prepared, gave an order. "The entire army has an order. Kill them." Sangjia took the lead and charged towards the tribe. At the same time, in the central area of the tribe, with the appearance of shouts and flames, these grassland nobles were finally awakened. "Oh no! Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" These people were not poisoned and rushed out of the tent with weapons in hand. However, they were facing the world's top generals, Huang Zhong and Su Chu. Without any support, this group of pampered grassland nobles were no match for Huang Zhong and Su Chu. Damn it! Where are those untouchables? Where did they go? At this moment, in the entire tribe, those herdsmen who were awakened from their coma, forced themselves to be alert and ready to fight, suddenly felt severe abdominal pain and could not fight at all. Zhang Zhongjing's poison is not just a simple drug. While it makes people fall asleep, it has no other effects. However, once the poisoned person wakes up, the laxative mixed in the drug will take effect. The alien race that originally wanted to resist immediately lost its fighting power under the double blow. It was a hearty massacre, with almost no resistance. When Sangjia and his group arrived at the center of the tribe, Huang Zhong and Su Chu had already eliminated all the nobles. The two men wiped the weapons in their hands, and when they saw Sangjia coming, they immediately put away their weapons and saluted. "My lord, we have fulfilled our mission and killed all the enemy leaders." Sangjia was overjoyed. He got off his horse and patted the two men on the shoulders. "Well done. By the way, has Sister Go Wa been rescued?" Sangjia asked with concern. "Rescued?" Huang Zhong and Su Chu looked at each other and smiled. "That's good. Next, I'll need to trouble you to capture as many of these aliens as possible. We still need them for the construction of Linyu County. We can't let them escape. The construction of Linyu County will ultimately require a large amount of labor." But Sangjia was reluctant to exploit ordinary people too much. The population of Liaoxi County is not large to begin with. If they are arranged to carry out large-scale construction, this year's autumn harvest will be greatly affected. But with these alien races, none of that will be a problem. These foreign races committed countless crimes on Han land, which are simply too numerous to list. Allowing them to do hard labor to atone for their sins is the greatest tolerance that Sangjia can offer. As for how many people will die during labor, that is not what Sangjia cares about. Just as Sangjia and his men were cleaning up the battlefield and counting their spoils. On the other side, Yang Xing, the deputy general sent by Zhao Yun to rescue Sangjia, was leading 500 white horse volunteers and traveling at night. "General, look, there's a fire over there." "Oh no. Could it be Magistrate Song and the others? Quick, go rescue them." "General, is it too late?" Looking at the flames, I'm afraid that County Magistrate Song and his men have all been killed. Wouldn't it be suicide if we went over there? What nonsense. Even if it means dying, we must rescue County Magistrate Song. This is General Zilong's order, and it concerns the future of our General Gongsun. Deputy General Yang Xing rushed on his way regardless of everything, cursing Sangjia in his heart. "You're so overconfident. You actually dared to go so deep into the grasslands. Now you've been wiped out by the grassland people." Yang Xing cursed in his heart and was filled with despair about his fate. With such a huge fire, the 3,000 new recruits would have been burned to death. If they go there, it will be no different from committing suicide. But he had no choice but to obey the military order. On the other side, after 2 hours of fighting and counting the results of the battle, Sangjia and others could finally take a break. "My lord, the results of the battle have been tallied. A total of 11,332 enemies were killed and 13,200 captured. The rest were all buried in the sea of fire. As for the cattle, sheep, and horses, we haven't yet completed the count. There are simply too many of them. We estimate the number of cattle and sheep to be over 100,000 and the number of horses to be over 20,000. Sangjia's eyes lit up. How much money would so many spoils be worth? This time, you wouldn't have to worry about the construction costs of Linyu County. But how are they going to transport so many supplies back? With their manpower and skilled assistance, it is still possible to transport these supplies back. But the key point is that there is more than one such tribe on the entire grassland. And in every tribe, there are hundreds of Han compatriots still suffering. Sangjia couldn't turn a blind eye to these people. It would be fine if he didn't have the ability, but now that he has the ability, he can't just sit back and watch. "My lord, what should we do? Should we go back now?" Huang Zhong was also a little troubled. Sangjia pondered for a moment, then thought for a moment and said, "How about this? First, select some young and strong men who are capable of riding and shooting from among the people at the border." After a pause, Sangjia continued, "Then send someone to contact our tail. Since General Zilong has sent people to follow us, we can't waste this resource in vain." Sangjia's idea was very simple, which was to use Zhao Yun's men to help him transport supplies. Zhao Yun has 4,000 white horse volunteers. If they can help transport supplies, the success rate will be very high. If it really doesn't work, wouldn't Zhao Yun ask Gongsun for help? In a word, Sangjia was attracted by this free labor force. If Zhao Yun knew about Sangjia's idea, he would definitely curse and turn against Tiangang.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.